An open source cross-platform runtime environment for JavaScript is Node.js. It is an excellent tool for any project. It hosts the V8 JavaScript engine, which is the core of Google Chrome. This makes Node.js very fast. It is the most widely used web development tool in the United States with more than 6.3 billion websites using it. Node.js, used by both PayPal and Netflix, experienced considerable improvements in performance by cutting down or loading time by 50 to 60%. Amazon, Reddit, eBay, PayPal, AliExpress and LinkedIn are a few businesses that have adopted Node.js. If you are wondering what demand would a developer for such in-demand technology, to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, Node.js jobs alongside other web developing positions will see a growth of 13% between 2018 and 2028. That's an 8% higher growth than any other occupation in the US. Node.js salaries in the US range between $71,000 to $175,000. Specifically, the average Node job salary in the US is around $112,000 and in India is around 22 LPA. So stay tuned with us until the end of the session as we cover all the important Node.js concepts using multiple hands-on quizzes and projects. Let's jump to the agenda for the session. But before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates. On number 1 today we have, what is Node.js? Moving ahead, why Node.js? On number 3, fundamentals of Node.js. Next, Node Built-in packages. On number 5, we have creating your own package. 6th up, we have Node.js hands-on. 7th, we would be having introduction to JavaScript. 8th, functions, arrays, classes, objects and default parameters. Next, we would be discussing creating own web servers. Number 10th, we will discuss how to work with sockets. 11th, how to work with external database. 12th, dealing with get and post requests. Last, we have MongoDB Database.
So we'll understand with an introduction to Node.js, the Node.js ecosystem, how modules are organized and where you can actually go look for it. And then I'll show you how you can create your own modules if there is a need. We'll also be using some built-in modules, custom modules. We'll learn about some asynchronous program. I'll be using a lot of callbacks. I'll help you understand what promises are. I will show you how you can use async and await. And then chain these promises and deal with multiple promises as well. Because pretty much, most of the APIs that you will be learning in Node.js would have callback features. So if you understand what callbacks are and what are what is this asynchronous behavior, you will definitely do fine. And then we'll move on to working with file system. I'll show you what these globals are, dir name and file name and so on and so forth. So we'll do a lot of file operations. Probably you'll even be fed up of that because there are so much that we can do with file system. So I'll be covering most of them. We'll also be creating files, modifying them, delete them and delete the directory, so on and so forth. So we'll also do a lot of things. Then we'll understand how to work with streams, create events, create custom events and dispatch them, how to listen, how to handle those events when they occur. Then we'll move on to working with HTTP. This is where we create some web servers. Although this HTTP module is quite a native one, we will learn how the HTTP module really works. With some trivial examples. So it'll become easy for you to grasp and prepare you for the next module, which is Express. So I'll be using Express. We'll be using some template engines on Express. We will be creating our own web servers using HTTP protocol. Although we can use HTTPS, it requires us to download and purchase a certificate, or self-signed certificates are easily identified by the browser, so you'll not derive too much of advantage. And then we will get ourselves familiar with MongoDB. So we will use Express to create an endpoint so that we can consume some data from MongoDB. So we'll understand how to create, read, update, and delete data from MongoDB. So we'll also get an opportunity to understand documents and collections, how to use this Mongoose ORM. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapping. So you have this ODM here, Object Data Mapping. Both are same. They're just anonymous to each other. I mean, they're synonymous to each other. Then we'll move on to working with unit tests. So I'll show you how you can, use the built-in unit testing framework, and then we'll move on to some external ones. I'll show you how you can set up an environment to start working with Mocha and using a framework called Chai. And then we will move on to creating a RESTful API. This is like a full-blown application where we will understand how JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, MongoDB, everything comes together and work hand in hand. In the process, if time permits, I'll also would want to cover something called as sockets. At least, you'll get a brief introduction. Is MongoDB required for Node, or can we work with SQL? Node.js is server-side JavaScript. So it requires you to be familiar with JavaScript. You can't just start Node.js from zero, isn't it? I mean, you need to have some knowledge on JavaScript, at least on the front end of the JavaScript, the client-side JavaScript, so that you can take advantage of the server-side JavaScript. So in order to do that, I will set up a workspace. I suggest you all do the same. Fire up your Visual Studio Code. There are some modules that I suggest I would be installing. So I have created a new folder. I've created a folder called Online Node, this one. All right. So this is my folder for this training. And inside this folder, I'll go create some appropriate folder names. I call this one Day 1, appropriate for today, isn't it? So I will select this online module folder. So you should be able to see the Day 1 folder here. And this is where I will create all my files. All right. So we will start with some real basics. So inside this Day 1 folder, I'll go create a new folder, a file. I'll call this as step 1 hello world.html. Notice, the file extension .html here. And now I have some extensions that I have installed already. I would give you a list of them. I suggest you install them. That will only help you code a little faster. One of the extensions that I would recommend you install as of this date is Mithril Emmet. And notice, the author here, his name is Fallon Max. I will copy this. I'll probably put that into a notes file here. So this is one of the extensions that I'm using on my machine. So I've just set up a folder where we have started. Easy. And there is an extension that I would want all of you to install. Mithril Emmet. Yes, so you click on this fourth icon here, extension. The shortcut to access it, Control-Shift-NX. Control-Shift-NX. So if you click on it, you get the extension library here. A couple of things that I want you to install. One of them is this Mithril Emmet. There's one more that I would be using quite often, which is called Open in Browser by Tecker. I'm also using Prettier. This helps me organize my code. So basically, it's a code formatter. And then this one, this is really cool. So it basically makes my icons look a little different. So I'll be using this extension. See, notice, I'm actually pasting the extension name, the version number, and the author name. So guys, now I would like to put this H1 tag here. I have an H1 tag. H1 is heading 1, heading level 1. Now I want to put some message. Welcome to your life. So this message is available. Now I want to display this in the browser. So I'll right click here. I'll right click. And if you have all the extensions that I suggested installed, you can select this open in other browser link. And when I select this, the shortcut is Shift, Alt, and B. See, if you select this, you'll get a drop down. From the drop down, you select your preferred browser. I would be using Chrome. And I would recommend all of you use Chrome, because Chrome has one of the best debugging tools out there. Of course, Microsoft Edge also has some good debugging tool, but Chrome has one of the best tools that is out there. So select Chrome from the dropdown, and Chrome browser will now open your file. You see this message, welcome to your life, as I typed here, is now appearing in an H1 tag. So all of you have now got this file running in the browser. If I want the same code to be written in JavaScript, how would I do it? So I have this H1 tag. Now I would want to consider writing this code or this text. So I would write a script block here. So I select a script block. Document.write would replace the body tag. Yeah, so that is not a good practice, because many times the browsers will feel that the browser is compromised. I mean, some malicious code is taking over. So it is a good idea that you don't use document.write at all. Okay, so what we'll now do is use something called as document dot get element by class name, elements by tag name, sorry, in this case. So I will now select this H1, and from this list, notice now I'm using this word get elements, isn't it? Yeah, so we are using get elements by tag name. And because of this get elements is being used, you are expecting a collection. From the collection, I select the first one. So using 0. Now the square bracket 0 denotes the first element in the collection. You may say, hey Vijay, there is only one H1 tag. Why are we using the square bracket 0 then? Because see, even if you had many of these H1 tags, and let us say I would just name them 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so you had just 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. So this get elements by tag name, square bracket 0, will select the first one. Now let us say there are no other tags. This will still select the first one from the collection. So is this clear? Why would we need this square bracket 0? And now I will select that square bracket 0 and then change its text content to this message, welcome to your life. So this expression now will target this H1 tag, the first H1 tag that is. So if you don't use this, you are then getting a collection. So you are kind of, putting this browser into a confusion as to which H1 are we talking about, because you have got a collection. This means a collection. Yeah. So from the collection, you are selecting the first one. And I told you exactly why we would do that. See, if there were many H1 tags, they would all come back to you in a collection. Yes. So first one is what we are interested in. So I'll say square bracket 0, and I'm changing the text content. Now in JavaScript, IDs are supposed to be unique, isn't it? Because this ID is supposed to be unique, now you can use another query. You call this as document.getElement by ID. And notice the word element here. It is not elements, it is element. Because we said element, we will get a single element here. And what is the ID? Box. I would now want to change the text content of that to this welcome to your life. See, because our questions changed here. So we got a different answer altogether. The first time I asked a question, document.getElements by tag name. Elements will give you a collection. Element will give you a single element. I'll change this to inner HTML and I get the same output. I change this to the text content, I'll get the same output. Now your question may be like, which one should I use? I would recommend that, use this text content. Yes, that's exactly what I'm referring. So I recommend that, you use text content or inner text. Now the question is, Vijay, why would I do that? See, usually if I want to add some content in it, so let me show you that now. Watch. Say I want to convert or wrap this into a span tag. Span is an inline element. Okay, so I write this inside a span tag, or maybe, I will probably use another tag that might easily help you called mark. Mark will highlight. So if I'm using inner text, browser will render this as though this is text. Watch. You see this? You got this mark also as if it is text. But if I change this expression to inner HTML, then it will process this content as HTML text and you will get the output like this. So inner HTML, since it has the ability to process the content that you pass, inner HTML has the ability to process the text. This is quite memory intensive compared to inner text. So if you don't have any HTML in the text, I would recommend use inner text. Earlier, what was our requirement? Our requirement was just to display this text, isn't it? Welcome to your life. Does this have any other markup inside? No. In that case, why would you want to spend more money? Spend more resource and employ an expensive tag for it, an expensive property for it? Why would you use inner HTML when inner text can do the job for you? Now, the difference between inner text and text content is this, that they both got released in different versions. I don't know what intention they had, but they wanted to replace one with another. I'm not sure, but they have allowed both of them to be around. So you have a choice to use either inner text or text content. Both work same. Okay, just because they were introduced with different versions, they both exist. I would recommend use inner text when you have no other element inside this text, and use inner HTML if you have any other elements in between. Okay, so now that we are done with this part, I'll now show you how you can move this to a JavaScript file. All right, so this script block, let us say I don't want to put inside the body tag. I want to put it in the header tag. Will this work is the question. Will the same code work? The answer to that is no, it doesn't. Why will it not work? The first is that why should it? Why would you expect this to work? Here in line number 9, you're looking for an element by querying document.getElements by tag name h1, select the first one out of it and set the inner text to welcome to your life. When will this h1 be created? It will be created in line number 14. Where are you started looking for it? In line number 9. Will you be able to get that file, get the text, get the tag? No, you won't, isn't it? Because of that, this program will not work, isn't it? So if I run this example, you'll see h1. JavaScript can recognize the tag after it has created it, isn't it? After the browser has created it. How will it recognize it much before is the question. See, you have started to look for it in line number 9. The tag itself is created in line number 14. So now I would want to delay this piece of code from executing, and I want this to be executed only when the body tag is created or when the h1 is created. The couple of things that we can do here is, first you wrap this into a function. Maybe you call this function as init. Init usually is the name that many developers prefer because it is initializing the file. See, as of now, this function is ready, but when will this function be called? The function itself will be called here, and this program should work. See, you have created a function, and this function itself was being called or was called after the h1 tag was created. Because this function, when it is executed, the document already has this element with h1 in it. It should work. But I've commented this out. Okay, so when I upload this file, you'll probably get a reference for all of this, so you can use. So, but what I want to do is I want to avoid putting the script block in the body tag. Okay, I don't want to do that. So to be legal about whatever I'm trying to do here, I can go to the script block, and inside the script block, I will use the window object. Now, who is the window object? Window is the parent of the document. Now, you may ask, okay, Vijay, who is the document now? Okay, what I'll do is I'll create another example to help you understand the flow. So just watch. This is called temp.html. So inside this file, I created this tag, correct? So you all are with me on this. Now, if you notice, we have something called as HTML. And inside this HTML tag, we have the head, which is the first tag or first child of the HTML, and then we have the body tag. These are the only legal elements that can go in the HTML tag. No other tag can go. So you may say, no, Vijay, I have tried this before. I can put a script block here and this would work. Just because it works doesn't make it right. Okay, because when you write a good piece of software, there would be some linting process. I'll be covering linting a little later in this workshop. The linting simply means to say it'll apply some standards, good practices. If you have written JavaScript without following some good standards, then the code may be easily compromised. They may be hijacked. Okay, so there are people who are willing to create trouble looking for such programs which will give them an entry into the application so that they can tweak it. One reason why you should not be using document.write as well. Okay, so it is treated as a compromise on the client side. Okay, so now you are aware of HTML being the first child and the body being the second child, you should not be introducing any other children. Okay, and in this example, this HTML and the body, HTML sorry, this head and the body tag, sorry, head and the body tag are children of the HTML tag. This HTML tag is referred as the document object. See, the HTML element represents the root of an HTML document. So this is referred as a document object. And this document object has a parent, which is referred as window. So you have a window object, and window has a child called the document. Document has two children, head and the body. Head happens to be the first child, body happens to be the second child. Head is where all the processing instruction goes, body is where all the view element goes. See, window happens to be the parent of everything, okay? Parent of the document object. And the document object refers to this HTML tag. So window is the parent of the document. Document has two children, head and the body. Head is the first child. Can we make the head the second child? So if you make it, it will still work, okay? But as I've told you earlier, just because it works doesn't make it right. See, you can frankly ignore all of them and type this text. This will also work. Let me run this and prove you. Okay, so I'm using this h1 tag and this would work, isn't it? But does this make it right? No, isn't it? See, I cannot apply any standards on this. So what kind of a document it is? See, browser is able to make sense of the tag that I have given. That's the advantage of using Chrome, isn't it? But is this code correct? Is it serving my purpose? Maybe now, as of now, it is looking okay for me. But if I apply standards, will it even, because see, this is something that your client is using, isn't it? And it is not okay for your client, that is your customers, to know that you are not a good programmer, isn't it? That would spoil your reputation, isn't it? So it would not allow you to fall flat in front of your clients. It will somehow manage everything and make sure that it will make sense of whatever you are writing. But there are some other browsers as well. I suggest you make a note of them as well. One of them is called Nightly. Firefox Nightly. This is a developer browser, and don't expect this browser to be forgiving. This one, the developer edition one. This will perhaps show you the errors right in front of you and say, hey, this is where you are gone wrong. And this developer browser allows you to debug your code, and you can also enable and disable certain functionalities. Similar to this, for Chrome, you have another version called Canary. Canary is a developer browser. This developer browser is meant for developers only. So that way, you have browsers for developers as well. But see, we are now using Firefox and Chrome, which were supposed to be used by your users. And that browser is doing everything possible to hide our mistakes. That doesn't give us the right to make mistakes. So we need to be responsible. Now you all understand what is the window object. Window object is the parent of everything. That's also referred as the global object. Window is the global object. Okay, it contains everything. So I go here and use the window object. And on the window object, I can use an onLoad event. So when the window is loaded, now when will the window load? Window will load when all the children are ready. Who are the children of the window object? The document object. Document further has two more children, head and the body. So in turn, when the window is loaded, the document is loaded, the body is loaded, the window is also, the HTML head also is loaded. Everything is loaded. And that is when I would want to call this function called init. So you have a function, and now instead of me writing another script block to call this function, I would prefer to do the calling of this function in the same script block itself. So I'll use this window onLoad. Now it will work. So when the window is loaded, I will ask window load to call the init function. So you'll have to just give the reference to it. You're not supposed to call that function. You'll have to just pass the reference to it. And because you've passed the reference, it will know which function to call, and it will call the function. Yes, window load can call a function. There are other ways to do this as well. But essentially, we need to understand what is window onLoad doing here. It is capable of executing, calling a function when the window load happens. Okay, now window has a child. Who? The document. Document also has the ability to call a function when the window load happens. So it'll say document dot add event listener, listen to the DOM content loaded event and call this init function. Now, this code that we wrote, maybe I will probably go one step back. Okay, I'll show you how you can rewrite this code, and then I'll take you to the next step. So you can also write this code. See, this idea of calling this function onload was introduced by Microsoft. Okay, so Microsoft introduced this way of working, but a little later this was standard by the Mozilla guys. So this is Microsoft way of working, and you saw that would work. Now a little later Mozilla guys came. Who's Mozilla now? The creators of JavaScript, Firefox developers, the creators of JavaScript. They came along and they standardized it. And they said, no, this is not the right way. You should probably do this. You should use window.add event listener, listen to the init function, and when the init happens, you call the load. When the load happens, you call this function called init. Now, what is the difference between this and this? One difference is that this was Microsoft code and this is Mozilla code. But just because Mozilla wrote it, should it become better? You may say, no, Vijay, this is like, this is very short and sweet. It looks very slim. I would go with this because this already worked, isn't it? But what is the advantage that I'm getting when I use this Mozilla technique? That's a question, isn't it? So to answer that, see, using this window onload, you have the ability to attach an event. You are able to designate a function to be called when the window onload happens. And you may say, hey, Vijay, but this is also doing the same thing. Correct. But here you have another method that can come handy. You can also remove an event listener. So you can add an event listener, you can remove an event listener. In this case, you cannot remove an event listener. Now you see there is a big difference, right? Because this code allows you to clean your own mess when you create it. This piece of code will leave a lot of residues behind, and you will not be allowed to clean them back. Of course, the JavaScript engine does some amount of garbage collection for us. But as a responsible developer, you should make sure that you have some good practices in place. So if I now run this example, this will work, and you have a better way of writing code. Anyone who right-clicks your page, they will be able to see the entire source. JavaScript is a client-side program, isn't it? So you can easily read all the things that we have written. This is not on the server side. We are still on the client side. In the next example, we'll learn about arrays. Okay, arrays and some conditions maybe. So this is the next example is going to be step 2. Maybe in this case, I will call this as arrays.html. Okay, I'll also title this as arrays. So there is one more way to add an event listener and call it. I would recommend that you all use this one. Okay, not this, not this. I'll be using another one, which is the document.add event listener, listen to something called as DOM content loaded, and call this init. So now the question may arise, Vijay, which one should I use? Because you showed us this one. Let me run this. This also works. Now, between these two, which one should I be using? If I run both of them, okay, what would work? I will create 2 different functions. Okay, one of them is called window init, and another one called document init. So the window init function will be called when the window is initialized or loaded. And this one will be called when the document is initialized. If I run this example, which one will work is the question. And here, let me just change the text as well. Okay, so this, I will say window loaded and document loaded. So if I run this example now, so we will understand which of these would be affecting the document. So it says window loaded. Yeah. But see, there is a problem with our example itself. The problem is, how will we know if the document loaded happened first before the window loaded happened? Because we cannot, isn't it? Maybe document loaded happened and that was replaced with window loaded. So what I'll do is I will comment this part and this part, and I would use something called as console.log. As a developer, you would be using this heavily. I'll now say window is loaded. And similarly, I will say document is loaded. Now, if I run the race, if I put them to a race, you will understand which one got executed first. You can right click, inspect, And from this inspect panel, select console. Now, if I relaunch, you'll see document loaded happened first. Then the window loaded happened. So using this is the fastest way to access your DOM compared to this. See, if you run this program, you will clearly see in the document, isn't it? Which one got executed first? Which one got executed first? Which one got executed later? Because this is the puny code. It's very small, very tiny. It would take few nanoseconds to execute. So obviously this will be very quick. I won't be able to notice it. It's not like, doing some heavy lifting here as of now, isn't it? Now let us go to the next step, guys. So guys, let's move on to arrays. I'm using a script block. And inside the script block, I'll go create a variable. And in this example, we'll go create a variable called favnums. Is an array. I'll start with 9, 45. There are different programming languages. Each one of them have it differently. In JavaScript, you don't have this idea of a list. You have an array. And there is one more theory that I want you to be aware of. In other programming languages, this array can contain only one data type. In JavaScript, you have the ability to use any data type. Yeah, heterogeneous values. You can use any data type. Anything, any different data type that JavaScript can contain can be added into this. So what all can be added? You can add a number, a string, a boolean, an array, even a function can be added. So numbers, strings, booleans, arrays, and functions. So all of them can go in and that would work. And now what can we do with this? Let us say, my intention is to loop through each one of them. I want to log each one of this value. So what I'll do, I'll use a for loop. I'll go create a variable called I, and I'll initialize this I with 0. And as long as this I is less than favnums dot length, I would say I plus plus. And here I can say console, and I will ask it to log the favnums square bracket I. This may look familiar to you, isn't it? Now what would happen is that, when the application loads, I will be able to iterate through each one of these values. Okay, so I'll put some text here as well. Favorite number is. Now, if I run this example, you should be able to see all of these logged in the console. See, it started with 9 and then it moved on to the next number, the next number, and the next number until we have exhausted everything. See, although this for works, this has a potential problem. Okay, so we need to index. Okay, so which is already there, isn't it? Indexes are built into this array. So it basically goes through each one of these values, iterate through it, and confirm that it has not exhausted the list, and then it will go to the next cycle. And then here I iterate. So that way I have a new position now to look for, and that would get us the value. The next thing that I'm doing here in the console log, I'm saying favnum square bracket I. So very first time it runs, it'll go to the first index. What value I have in the first index? 9. Then it'll go to the next index, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next, then the next. So it'll iterate through each one of these. And this for loop is giving us the output. But there is a much better way of working with this in JavaScript, which is called the for each loop. Yeah. So using this for each loop, you can depend on some internal APIs. So this favnums itself has a method called for each. Now this for each will take a callback function. This function will take 3 arguments. Now you all know what is a callback function. Some piece of code that the framework itself will identify to run. Okay, so this function will take 3 arguments. The first argument that will get passed is the value for which the iteration is happening. The second parameter is the index. The third parameter is the array itself. So we are passing 3 different parameters, or this callback function expects 3 different parameters: the value, the index, and the array. And now notice, you don't have to create a variable, you don't have to compare it, you don't have to iterate it. You have everything accessible right here. And this is native as well. So you're not externally calling any loop. Now here I will go ahead and do a console.log, and I want to iterate through the values. What is val? Val happens to be the name of the property for which the iteration is happening at that point in time. Okay, so the first iteration, the val would be 9. The next time when it runs, it will be 45. The next time it will be 18. The next time it will be 78. And then it will be 3, so on and so forth. So if I run this example, this should also give you the same output. Of course, our program looks a little different. I will copy the same kind of code, and instead of favnum square bracket 0, I'll use val. This will give you the same output, isn't it? Now, this is new in ECMAScript 6. And according to the new standards, this program was created, and it basically has far superior memory management compared to the for loop. You also have access to the entire array. In case if you want to do any other operation, you have access to the entire array. You can. So you can actually have more than one method being called. Inside this for each, I may want to do something. Okay, I can do that here. I can take this entire array. I'll do something and then I can send. Okay, so as of now, I would want to just display the entire array. So I'll simply say ARR. I think I called it some other name. I'll just call this as ARR. ARR is nothing but the array. So if I run this example, say every time the iteration is happening, you get the value for which the iteration is happening, the index position of it, and then you're getting the entire array. Let's add another method. So this is one of them, one of the methods in ECMAScript 6, which is helpful in iterating through all the values. There's one more way that we can use. There's one more technique that we can use, wherein if my requirement is to return an array of all of these values, then instead of using the for each, you would be using map. Okay, how is it done? I'll copy this. Let us say I'll recreate this same thing. I've copy pasted, you saw that. And instead of using for each, I will now say map. Map has the same methods for the callback function. Okay, just that this map method will return. See, I don't even have to use the return keyword. It will return. Frankly, in JavaScript, every function will have a return type. Okay, I would now want to, I will have to have a return type. So I need to use the return keyword. And I would say val is multiplied by, and now I'll go create double favorite numbers, and wherein I take the value, multiply it by 2, and I dump that value into this array. And now I have dumped all the values. This should give you double the favorite numbers array. So I will console log favorite numbers, and I would also log double them. This I will use as a marker, something that will divide them. See, if you run this example, you'll see the first one was 9. Now double of that is 18, so on and so forth, right? So all of these values have now been doubled, and you have an array which will store that value, double fav nums. So what is the purpose of map? Map will do the exact same thing as for each, just that map is capable of returning an array which can be captured, and you can use it. All right, you go to developer.mozilla.org and look for array methods. So if you click on array, now you'll find that there are many methods. Okay, so you have something called as concat, copy within, entries, every, fill, filter, find, index of, last index of, first index, find last index, and then flat and flat map and for each, blah blah blah. There are so many of them, right? We won't be able to cover all of them. So filter is what we just covered. So if you click on filter, it'll take you to an example where they are demonstrating filter. So basically what will a map do? It's a method that will create a new array populated with the result of calling a provided function on every element in the calling array. I mean, I'm sure this is looking a little confusing, but what it does is it will create another array out of the values that you have assigned or of the condition that you have assigned. And we learned about something called as filter. Filter is here. Filter basically will create another array, a copy of maybe it is creating a new array. So use the filter to extract some values on a condition. So that's what this basically does for us. So let us go to the next one. Join is easy. Okay, so basically what will join do? It will convert everything to a string. So we will be using join a little later. What will sum do? It will check if some of the values pass the condition or give us the output. Are some of the values in this array passing the test condition? Let us say my question is, are some of the values less than 10? What is the answer? Yes, it is, isn't it? The very first loop, the very first iteration found a value 9, which was less than 10. So that condition is satisfied. Are some values less than 10? Yes, the very first one is less than 10. Okay, so let us see how to work with sum less than 10. So this is a lengthy long variable, but it drives home the point. Some values less than 10. So this sum is a predicate function. It basically returns true or false. It doesn't return anything else. It doesn't return the value for which the iteration is happening. Okay, it basically returns a Boolean value, true or false. So I'll now use the favnums dot sum, and in sum I will use a callback function. And here I will simply return this condition, the test case basically. Return if the value is less than, we forgot to pass in the value and the index and the array itself. And now return if the value is less than 10. Are the values less than 10 here? I mean, is there any value that is less than 10? We are looking for a condition. Some of these values should be less than 10. The very first one matches the criteria, and then you should get your answer. If I run this example, it'll say true, but we'll have to log this part, isn't it? I mean, we have passed it into this variable, but we'll have to call this variable somewhere. So I'll say console.log some values less than 10. So now let's go to the next example. So we have sum. So I'll now go create another variable. Now the question here is every value greater than 50. Is every value greater than 50? No. The first one doesn't match the criteria. The second one doesn't. The third one doesn't. On this one will do. But because you said every value, it will only look for the very first one. Does this match the condition? No. So it will return a Boolean value saying no, this condition is not matched. So I'll now use favnums dot every. I'm expecting every value to pass this condition. What is the condition? The value IDX and ERR. These are 3 parameters that I'm passing. I'm not using the array. I'm not using index. I'm doing nothing. I'm just using the value. I'll now return the value if it is greater than 50. That's my condition. How many of them will pass? Many will pass, but the very first one will fail this. And because I asked a question, every value must be greater than 50, this program would fail. If I refresh, still not working. That is why I don't usually run this on Firefox. Of course, it's not even logging. What will work? I'll say console.log every value greater than 50. Firefox would also have worked, just that no, I did not realize that I'm not logging. All right, so it says false. So the idea here is that we are expecting every value to pass. All right. So this is something very similar to what you have learned. So I will not spend time on this, but the next one is quite interesting, and I want you to know about it and at least have a memory for it, because you will actually encounter this many places. There is a function called reduce. What reduce does is it'll reduce everything to a single value. All right, so everything is reduced to a single value. Now, in my case, I would like to sum this up, because reducers also does the same, isn't it? It'll reduce to a single value. Okay, in React. So you will actually encounter this reducer several times. That is why I'm covering this now. Okay, so here I will create a variable called total equals favnums dot reduce. Now this reduce also takes a callback function. Not only that, but it will also take an initial value. If you don't pass the initial value, it will take the value from the array, the very first value from the array, and it will sum. So in this case, I'll say val ERR for array, IDX and ERR for array. So these were three parameters that every callback function would take, isn't it? But this one is special. This reduce takes this 0 and gives a name to it. I call this as init val, the initial value that I will start to sum this. So I'll take this initial value as 0, and then the 0 gets added to 9. Then 9 becomes the initial value. Then that gets added to 45. Then the 34 gets added to 18, so on and so forth. So the very first value is 0. That's what I'm trying to say. And now if I want to add, I'll say return init val, concatenate this with val, the value for which the iteration is happening at that point in time. So let me now say console.log total. So if I run this total, you should now get the sum total of all the values. So if you sit and calculate, it will give you 439, which is what is the output here. Okay, and reducers are very important aspect. You will encounter this couple of times moving forward. I mean, if you are moving into React vertical, or if you are moving to Angular vertical, you will definitely find reducers once again. All right, complete this. This is not very difficult to understand, but it's important that you create an example and create a copy for yourself. So if you don't pass 0, if you don't pass this 0, what would happen then is it will take the first value, that is 9, as the initial value and run this. That would also mean the same, isn't it? But you see, if I pass in 10, then it will be different. So if I run this example, this will add 10 to the entire score. So if I make it 50, then it will add 50 to the entire score. So if you make it 100, it'll add 100 to the entire score. Yeah. So if I make it 0, it'll add 0 to the value first. But if I don't add, then it will automatically pick the initial value, which is 9, and then it would work. It would give you the same output. Just that, this 0 is the name for that. 0 is the initial value, and initial value happens to be the name for the 0. So in the next example, we'll move on to another exercise. We'll learn about functions. So I have an example for function, and what we'll do is we'll go write a script block. I'll keep this example really simple. Write a function called adder. It'll basically will add two numbers. So you can pass in the first number and the second number. And what it does is basically will return num1 plus num2. And now I will console.log, that is, I'm calling this function. Now that I have completed this, if I run this in the browser, I should get 11. All right, so let's go to the next exercise. Here we have got this function which will take two parameters. Now let's say one of the parameters were missing. For example, this function was not given to us. We don't know what is the implementation. We know that there is an adder function. We don't know how many parameters it expects. Now in that case, what would we do? Yeah, of course, Visual Studio Code is doing its best. If I take my cursor over it, it tells you that it is expecting two arguments here. Both of them can be anything, right? But if you don't know, then what? What do you think will happen now, guys?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full-stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
The number 2 here was not passed. So that is undefined. Now, undefined is a data type in JavaScript. And this plus operator here, or even the multiplication operator, actually changes according to the parameters that you pass. See, if you pass in two strings, it will concatenate them. It will give you a concatenated value. But if you pass in two numbers, it will add them. And now while it was being added, the second parameter was undefined, was not assigned, isn't it? So because of that, this became undefined. Now, undefined is a data type. Undefined plus a number cannot work with this plus. So that is why you are getting this value, not a number. I know that, at some time, this function, which is expecting some parameters, may not get it. But how do we fix it? Yeah, so we can use something called as default values. So what is a default value? So you can come here and specify a default value. I'll say 0 is the default value. That way, the second number is never undefined. It'll always be a number, 0. I mean, if you pass it, it'll be the value. If you don't pass it, it'll be by default 0. If I run this example, you still get the output. See, there was another solution for this as well. You could have simply passed null here. Null is also a data type in JavaScript. Null means nothing, which actually becomes 0 when you present it here. But as of now, the concept here is for you to understand that there is something called as default parameters that we can use. This was available in other languages. Just that now JavaScript got this acquired in ECMAScript version 5. You should keep this in mind, because moving forward, when we start working with Node, I will be using something like this. Our Node documentation will also be using something like this. Then you should not be puzzled as to what is happening. You know that this is referred as default parameters. Yeah, default parameters. So basically, you're validating if the number 1 is greater than 0 and number 2 is greater than 0, then return num plus 1. If not, return null. Yeah, null would simply mean nothing. If you come here and maybe much before you want to ask console to log num1 and num2, it'll tell you num2 is undefined. See, null is number, the second one, the second num2 is undefined. So I'll say num1 is 5, num2 is undefined. Undefined is a data type in JavaScript. And when will null be applied? Null is something that a developer will have to assign. The system will not assign. In this case, who assigned this num2 undefined? The system assigns it. So in case you want to assign nothing, then you as a developer will assign a null. Null is a developer assigned value. Undefined is a program assigned value. We saw different methods of an array, because arrays are quite integrable part. So we have functions with the default parameters. This is what we did the last. Okay, so now let's go create a new project. So we'll create this one and call it step 4. I'll call this as REST parameters. All right, so now you can see, so that I've created a folder by name day2fun, and I created a file by name step4 REST parameters. Okay, now the question is, what is REST parameters? When will you use it? Say, for example, I'll go create a script block. All right, and I will go create a function. This is called adder. Okay, so we'll use this function adder, and let's say this will still do its job of returning. We'll name our parameters as num1, num2, num3, and maybe num4. Okay, and here we will take these parameters and add them to each other. So num1 plus num2 plus num3 plus num4 is what is returned. Now I'll use a console to log my output adder, and we'll use some random numbers. I'm using sequential numbers, but the idea here is to get something done. call this adder function with some parameters. This guy takes about 4 parameters, and I've passed all the 4 parameters here. Let's run this program in Chrome. Now, because I logged, I need to run this in the debug mode, choose inspect, and you should be able to see in the console, I get 26. 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. If this program, let us say, just for the sake of it, okay, so I will comment this out because we'll be using this in a minute. I just thought I'll break this to 2 simple steps, wherein I have this adder that, if we were taking 2 parameters and if we passed only one of them, okay, we would get an error, correct? So we would just get an error, which would say nan, not a number. So run this example, you get not a number. What is not a number? Num2 is undefined. Undefined plus a number is not a number because you are using, no, this is not rest. Hold on, Mama. You'll get to the point where you understand it. All right. I'm just trying to break this to 2 simple steps. Okay. So now let's imagine another scenario wherein I'll have more than 1 parameters being passed. And this should be 8. Init value is the 0 here. This gets the name here, init value. 0 is referred as init value. You can call this anything you want. Okay. I'll call this as IV. Totally fine. I can call this as IV. And it will work. Yeah. But I mean, what is IV? You need some abbreviation. So I referred it as initial value. The initial value is 0. So this is referred here as initial value. Yes, just it's a name for a parameter that we are passing. So this reduce takes 2 parameters, not 2 arguments. The first argument is a callback function. The second one is 0, the initial value. This initial value is passed as the first parameter to this function. Okay. So if you don't pass 0, the initial value will become 5. The first argument in the array, okay, the first argument that is immediately followed here, or the first argument that comes to this nums, because nums is what we are iterating, isn't it? So let us now go to the next topic. Here I will probably use the same example so that we can continue our learning and it'll be easy for you to scale. So let's assume this scenario. I'll just remove all of this. Maybe I'll remove this message again. Okay, so we'll just focus on this. I don't need the first parameter now because if I pass in, everything will be concatenated. Now I'll save this. I'll run this in the browser. You see 45 is the answer that I'm getting. Nothing complicated there. But now imagine a scenario wherein these parameters that we were supposed to pass is already a part of an array. So this variable ERR equals this array. Now, how do we deal with it? Because you can't pass simply this as ARR, right? This would not work. So if I run this example, it says 0, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, because it is basically concatenating 0 to it. So you can take this array, spread it by using 3 dots. So you take these 3 dots, and then it will spread this array. What is this referred as? These 3 dots here, it is referred as spread syntax. Now, what you need to understand is this. This spread syntax is not only used to spread an array, but also an object. You can use these 3 dots to spread either an array or object. But now you may ask, Vijay, here in this line number 58, you said that this is rest parameters, the 3 dots. But now you are referring it as spread syntax. See, because that is documentation says it so, right? So whenever you're declaring a function, if you use 3 dots, it is referred as rest parameters. And if you are using 3 dots to call a function, it is referred as spread syntax. It's just that, in the documentation also you can go check. Okay. So if you go to the documentation, you can say rest parameters. Rest parameters will take 3 dots. And similarly, if you say spread syntax, this will also take 3 dots. Okay. So the operator has 2 different names, and in the documentation, it appears twice. Once it is referred as spread syntax. You see this here? They have the same example that we have, isn't it? So you need to remember these 3 dots with 2 different names. Okay, not only here, okay, so you can also use this as object.assign. This is another scenario where the same 3 dots will come handy. No, yeah, in this case, you see the 3 dots are being used again. I'll show you how it works. The 3 dots works with objects as well. Say, for example, I want to take an object and then I would want to create a copy of it. Okay. So in that case, I can still use 3 dots. I'll show that in the next step. Okay. But keep in mind that, these 3 dots are referred in the documentation once as REST arguments, because you are now using that arguments to construct a function, and you're using 3 dots to call a function. Then you call this as spread syntax. Easy. ARR is spread basically. So ARR is the name. It will be spread. Okay. It will be expanded. The result will still be the same. Okay. You saw that here. Still be the same. No change. Something like this. And then what we'll do is we'll take favnums. Yeah. So it's not a reserved keyword. ERR is not a reserved keyword. The next thing that I want to show you is something called as arrow functions. Okay. So I'll call this as step 5. Now I'll use the same example. Okay. Maybe, that will help us proceed further. Copy this. Maybe I'll simplify this. Okay. Even further. Adder is expecting 2 parameters, num1, num2. So I'll remove this. I will return num1 plus num2. So this would be very easy for you to follow along. Now this adder is expecting 2 arguments, 5 and 6. And then you get the output. Let's run this. Working. Yeah. So now the question is, in JavaScript, you have 2 ways to declare a function. This one is called function declaration. And the same function could also have been written like this. Maybe I'll call this one as adder1 and this is adder2. This is referred as adder1, and you can write the same function like this. Okay, so I can call this as adder2, and that would take the same amount of parameters and you will get the same output, 11 and 11. So this one is referred as, this way of declaring a function is called function expression. There are function declaration and function expression. You should know there are 2 different ways of writing a function. But which one should I use? A lot depends on the context. Okay. So again, this is also popular. So you know that if you are trying to create a function, go ahead and do this. But if you want to use the newer syntaxes, okay, then this function expression is what you should be using. Now with this function expression, what you get as an advantage is this. I'll comment this out. Instead of using this function keyword, we can now in ECMAScript 5 also use this arrow icon, arrow operator. This will replace the function keyword. See, you see this one and this one. They're 2 programs right above each other. So you can compare with both of them. So if I run this example, you still get the same output, right? But there are some more advantages. Okay, not just this. I'll copy this once again. Okay, I copy this once again. And if you don't use the curly braces, the very first line. So what is the first line? This is referred as the body of the function, correct? The function's body. If the body of the function is just 1 line, the very first line will be returned if you don't use the curly braces. So if I don't use the curly brace, I don't even need the return keyword, and this program should work as it is. See, that works as well. So you see this function expression has boiled down to just 1 line here. We can furthermore reduce some more lines to it. Okay. Let us say this adder is only expecting 1 parameter, not 2 parameters. Let us say I'll just pass it 1 parameter. I'll say num1 plus num1 is what the output is. So if I run this example, I get 10. Nothing complicated here. But because there is only 1 argument, you don't even need this bracket here. That would also work. Easy. So you see that, how you can reduce the number of characters that you use over a period of time, and you can use this lambda expression, as some of you would want to refer it. This is also referred as arrow function. Okay. So moving forward, if you see this code, don't be scared. You know what it is, right? I mean, if you don't know about it, it becomes a challenge. It's like, what are we trying to do here? But this is a function. This is a function expression. In case of a single parameter, you don't need this round brackets as well. So I've removed it. So maybe your question can be, when will you use these round brackets? So if I can and I don't have to pass, then when will you really decide? See, if you are passing no argument, or if you're passing more than one argument, you need the round bracket. Will that help you? Right? So if you're passing no arguments, let us say I have no business passing some arguments here. I'm expected to return 100 here. So in that case, I don't need to pass any argument. That would work for me. See, it returns me 100. I'm not passing any parameters. Yeah. But if you are passing more than one argument, so I'm passing num1 and num2. Now this will not work without putting a brackets around this. So you would need this round brackets if you are passing more than one argument, or if you're not passing any arguments. But if you're passing only one argument, you don't need the round bracket. Single parameter, you don't need the bracket. More than one parameter, you need the bracket. Okay. And if your function's body also exceeds more than one line, so if your function's body is exceeding more than one line and you would want a specific line to be returned or the last line to be returned, then you still need the curly braces. So if it was just one parameter, you don't need. If you need to pass more than one parameter, or if you're not passing any parameter, then you need the round brackets. If you're passing one parameter, you don't need the round brackets. So this is about arrow functions. Now, there is a bigger, advantage, when you're using this arrow function. Not just that, this arrow function will lead to writing a function with less number of characters like this. No, that's not the advantage. The bigger advantage is this. So what I'll do is I will go write a function. Call this as step 6, context.html. I'll write a script block, and inside the script block, I will write maybe I'll write a function. Maybe I will write an object. That would be even more simpler. I'll go create a variable, call it object. Maybe I'll call this as obj object equals an object. Okay. And this object will have a property called name. And the name will have a value. Oh, the keyboard has changed to UK keyboard. Change it back to Indian keyboard. Okay, so I'll probably put my name, Vijay. Okay, and then I will have a function, say name. The say name is a function. It should now return, maybe, in this say name, we will have a way to convert it to an uppercase, a way to convert this name to uppercase. Okay, so we will have a variable var convert to uppercase. Okay, this is a function. What will it do? It will, what is this? So I've interchanged it. Okay, this is how it should have been. And now I will have a variable called, I think I already have it on my clipboard. So this name is Vijay. Say name is a function, and this will convert to uppercase. What will it convert to an uppercase? It'll use this dot name equals this dot name dot to uppercase. Okay, and then the say name will return the output of this convert to uppercase. Now, what do you expect, guys? If I run this example, what do you expect? Looking at this code, what do you think should happen? Convert to uppercase. That's what it should do, isn't it? But guess what? It will not do it. I'll tell you why. Let me run this, because there is a problem with this code. So if I inspect and do a console.log, yeah, first I did not call this log. So I'll simply say console, ask it to log obj dot say name. If I run this, yeah, we're not calling, we'll call that now. Now you'll see that nothing seems to be happening. Okay, obj say name is not giving us any output, isn't it? Why? A couple of reasons to this. Maybe what I'll do is I'll change this to username just to avoid some confusions. Yeah. See, now the name was a reserved keyword. Actually, I should not have been using it. Yeah. Say name is a function. No, this code is correct. Just that, there is one flaw with this. It says cannot read properties of undefined to uppercase. So what is that, we are not able to convert to uppercase is this property here. We are not able to convert it to uppercase. Why is that we are not able to access it is the question. So I'll put this, I want all of you to do this because this helps you understand a concept. Yes, because of the scope. But what is scope here? That's a bigger question. What kind of scoping does JavaScript follow? And what brings us here is the previous example, that is the arrow function. And arrow functions were actually introduced to solve this problem. See, first we need to understand how JavaScript works. How will it work? See, we have an object here, correct? This object has two children. Okay, that will be easy for you to understand. That is why I'm using the word children, or two properties in it. The first one is username. The second one is say name. The username has a value, Vijay. The say name is a function. So basically, this is a property and this is a method, but they both have the same parent. So with the keyword this, it can access this object. So if I go to this function here and simply say console.log this, okay, what will it tell you? That it will give you an object back. Okay, let's go try. So it says this is an object which has a property called username and say name, which is a function. Or if I say this dot username, it will be one more appropriate. It will give you Vijay. So which means to say inside this function, say name, the keyword this represents the object where the say name is residing. Is that clear? That this keyword is the context of the say name function. Correct? Where the say name is, it's inside this object. So this keyword is representing the scope where this say name function can exist. Now we'll take that same idea. Username and say name. Now you are going to change it in the arrow function. See, this username and say name are members of the same object. They are brothers and sisters. They are siblings of the same object. They can access each other using the keyword this. So frankly, this dot username would work, isn't it? We just saw that it works. If I say this dot username, it works. Where is it working? Inside the say name function, it is working. So we're getting Vijay, isn't it? But now you have a challenge. You have a problem. The problem is inside the say name, we have a convert to uppercase function. And inside this function, the keyword this corresponds to this function only. In this function, do we have anything called username? No, isn't it? So you'll not be able to get it. That is why this program is throwing an error. Because this convert to uppercase happens to be the child of the say name. So this convert to uppercase is accessing the parent's siblings property here, which is not going to work. So JavaScript can only work in something called as a lexical scope. That is, it maintains a parent-child relationship, and children can access their parents' property as if they were its own, using the keyword this. So now you see this problem, right? So how do we address this problem? So you will have to bring the context of the say name function, that is the this of the say name function, into this convert to uppercase. There are a couple of ways to do this. One, we'll go create another variable, call it scope. Any name is fine. I'm choosing to use the word scope. Okay, equals this. So if you assign the this keyword to the scope, now the scope and the convert to uppercase are what? Siblings, right? They can access each other. isn't it? They can access each other. So I can now use this dot scope, dot username. So I'll simply say this dot scope dot username equals this dot scope dot username dot to uppercase, and now your program should work. You get the output. Easy. This is another way to solve it. So the scope and convert to uppercase are siblings now. They're brothers and sisters. They can access each other. So the scope variable is assigned to the keyword this. What does the this refer to? The object, correct? See, there is one more way to solve this without using this. You could also use the keyword obj here, and that would work as well. And somebody asked me earlier, what is a recursive function? This is a recursive function, right? Because this object's name, which is outside, is being used inside as well. So you are actually referring inside this function, you are referring something which is outside, and it will fall into an infinite loop. As of now, this won't, because this is an object and you still get the output. But is it fair for us to do it? No, because see, if I name this object later outside, the outside name is changed something. I'll say object 1, and then this program will now fail, isn't it? So you should not using say name will lead to infinite loop. Yes, it will. Okay, because it keeps in the memory. As of now, this is an object, so it will not. But if this also happens to be a function, then it will fall into an infinite loop. So it will keep looping over and over and over and over again until the program exhausts, and it will basically saying that, sorry, I'm not able to get an output. Okay. So now coming back to the context. So one reason why I don't use this obj, let's say we'll use the this keyword, and somehow this say name should pass this keyword. So there's another way to do it. I'll pass this here. This is a parameter, correct? I can name it anything I want. I can call this as args. Okay, args. And this args is nothing but the this keyword in the say name. What is the this keyword in the say name? The object. Now I can use the args here and here, and then I still get the job done. So you understand how to manage the scope now, correct? How we can send the scope from this function to the nested function here. Now, instead of doing this, you may say, no, Vijay, I want to use the this keyword here and solve this. How will I do it? Instead of this function, we'll now convert this to an arrow function. And you know that, if I don't use the curly braces, the very first line will be returned, so I can remove this as well. But this is okay for now. So if I run this example, this program will also work without you having to do anything. Why? Because arrow functions will always borrow the parent's scope. Arrow functions don't have their own scope. It'll always borrow the parent scope. Is that clear, everybody? That is why people use arrow functions, not because it looks fancy. Of course, it looks fancy, right? But the big advantage of this arrow function is that it always borrows the parent's scope. So this arrow function can access all of its parents' property as if it is its own, where this arrow function should not be used. So you know when to use it. Now I'll show you when not to use it. Convert to uppercase is taking the scope of the say name function, and you are able to get the output. But let us now change this. See, the say name is also an anonymous function. Can I also convert this to an arrow function? This is also converted to an arrow function. Now you will have a problem. Why you have a problem? See, this nested arrow function is taking the parent scope. Now say name is taking the parent scope. What is the parent here? Object. Where is object residing? On the window object. The window object is what the object is now referring to, correct? Because it is on the window, isn't it? So this convert to uppercase is going 2 steps up now. You saw that? So the convert to uppercase is using the parent scope. The parent itself, that is say name, is using the object scope. You will now have a different problem. In fact, it is the same problem. It is complaining that, hey, I don't know what are you talking about. I don't have anything called username. Now, if I go here and create a variable called username and assign it to Intellipaat, let's say. Okay, I assign it this name, Intellipaat. If I now go back and relaunch, you get Intellipaat here. So you see the scope is now thrown out. You're able to understand when you should avoid using arrow function as well. So if you are nesting these arrow functions, this will work against you. I mean, if you know what is the purpose and you want to get something like this, it is fair. But you should know when to use it and when not to use it. So don't overuse it because you have a problem associated with this. Arrow function will use its parent scope. That's clear, correct? So this convert to uppercase is using the parent scope, which is sayname. Sayname itself is an arrow function, so it is using its parent scope. What is the parent object? It is using the object scope. Where is object resting? On the window object. Now, this is step 7, where we'll again, continue our discussion about scopes. Okay. We'll go create another script block. I'll go create a variable I, and I'll assign that to be 0. As long as I is less than 10, I would say I++, and I would do a console.log I. Okay, maybe I'll say value of I is. So if I run this example, is there anything complicated in this program? No, right? I mean, so if I run this, it should basically log I 10 times. So value of I is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9. Now, the problem with this approach here is this. If I go console.log I and say value of the I outside the loop, okay, what should be the answer? You get the value outside the loop as well. You get it as 10. So this is wrong, isn't it? You may say, hey, no, Vijay, that cannot work, right? Because you are using this I inside this block, but you're trying to access it outside, and that works. Why will it work? Is because the variable, wherever you declare, is actually declared on the object that it belongs to. So this for is a block. So where is variable declared? Actually, let me show you how it is declared. Then you'll get an understanding. It gets declared here as var I equals undefined, and then it comes here and declares itself, or it gets initialized, it gets assigned a value. Yes, because of this feature, which is referred as hoisting. Okay, this feature is referred as hoisting in JavaScript. So because of this feature called hoisting, this I is now available outside, isn't it? So whenever you declare a variable, it gets hoisted to the object it belongs to. So if I go run this example, now the program still works exactly like the way it used to. So if you declare the variable with var, it is hoisted. It is declared as undefined. Yes, which is why you'll be able to access it outside. But now how do I confine this variable to this block only? You'll use a keyword let to create it. What is let? Another way to create a variable. Let will not hoist it to the outer object. Okay. Let will in turn make this variable available only inside this particular block. It will not be accessed outside. So if I run this example, see it says reference error I is undefined. It is same thing. If there is a variable called Vijay, I mean, I'll say, oops, no, I'll say, what is Vijay? Is Vijay declared anywhere? No, it is not. So this doesn't exist. It'll have the same problem. Vijay is not defined. Similarly, I that we declared is accessible only inside the loop. Yeah, let will make this variable available only inside the block. So let is a block scope. So let is having a block scope. In other words, you'll find the documentation. Let is block scope. There's another word. You can also use another keyword called const. But see, you are changing this value again and again and again and again, correct? I initially will be 0, then it becomes 1, and then it becomes 2, then it becomes 3, then it becomes 4, so on and so forth. So you cannot use the word const here. That would throw an error. But const, see, an assignment to const variable is not allowed. So you'll have to use let. But some, inside, if I want to, use a variable, I can create another variable using the const keyword. Const means constant. It cannot change. Let is similar to variable, just that it has a block scope. Temporal dead zone. Yeah. See, the let is hoisted to temporal dead zone. You can probably read about that in the documentation. Yes, this one. I'll put this. You don't have to, initialize it with any value. But when you're using constant, you have to initialize. So it doesn't have a default value unless you assign one in both cases. All right. Yes. Okay. So refer the documentation, guys. This will help you understand clearly. A let and const variable is set to be in the temporal dead zone from the start of the block until the code execution reaches the line where the variable is declared and initialized. So basically, let and const are also hoisted to what? To this temporal dead zone. Okay. So it will be hoisted, not that it is not, just that, your program is not capable of accessing it. Nobody is capable of accessing it. Only JavaScript engine can go access it. Okay. So as a developer, your program has no business there. That is something that internally JavaScript uses. Console log, outside the loop is referring to the let variable that you've declared above in Shailaja's code. And the for loop is using the I, which is inside the block scope. The next thing that I want to show you, something that you should be aware of before we proceed further, is a concept called classes and modules. Okay, because we'll be using both of them in our Node workshop. Okay, so it's important that you understand. So this is going to be referred as step 8, classes.html. Call this classes. I'll have a script block, and inside the script block is where I will start writing my program. Yes, I'll go create a now if you want to create a class, you go create a class by name. You use using the keyword class, and then you can create a class. Okay, so I have the class keyword, and I can now declare a class. Let's say I want to declare a class by name hero. All right. And how do you declare a class? Like this. And classes can have what? It can have public and private members, static keywords, static properties, methods, both static Okay, so we can also set up getters and setters. And you can also have a constructor. These are the things that a class can have, right? So I will now go ahead and show you all of these one by one, so you'll understand. So anything that you declare inside a class by default is public. Okay, so you can have public properties and methods. Methods are usually not supposed to be private, but in case if you want, you can. Okay, so it's not that you cannot have, you can, but it's a very rare requirement. Okay, methods usually should be made public so that you can access them. But can you have private? Yes, you can. All right, so I'll show you how you do that. And when you start looking out for the documentation, okay, so you'll find some documentation which are quite old, like ECMAScript 3 document, ECMAScript 5 document, and then ECMAScript 6 or ECMAScript 7 documents. And the reason why I brought your context, to different version is because in different versions, different parts of this were introduced. So not all of them has all the features, but the current version, which is ECMAScript latest that we are working on, has all these features. So you can safely use all of them. So when you refer documents, sometimes, one of them will not be implemented. So they will not show you how you do that. Okay. Interfaces are still in kitchen. Okay. So they have not yet implemented interfaces in JavaScript. So if you need interfaces, you need to use another library called TypeScript. But I think that is not a requirement here. So I'll just show you how all of these will work. That should be good enough. Yeah, polymorphism encapsulation comes right here itself, isn't it? So anything that is private is encapsulated. And you have the ability to inherit and override it, which is polymorphism. So let us go to the next step here. So in this class, I would like to, if I want to declare a public property, anything that you declare in the class by default is public property. Say, for example, first name. And I'll assign a value to this. Default first name. All right. And I'll say last name, which is equal to default last name. By default, it is all public. By default, it is public. Okay. By default, everything is public. It's publicly available. Okay. So now watch. So I come here, create an instance. Var or let keyword can be used. Hero equals a new hero. And now if I say console log this hero dot first name, you'll get the output. So if I run this example in Chrome, inspect, see, you get this default first name. So which tells you that this is public by default, isn't it? It is by default public. Now let us say I want to create a private member. I want to create a private property. You can, let's say, mission. So there is a my personal mission. This is what, this is also public. This is public. You can access it outside. But how do I make it private? Use this hash. Using this pound or hash, key, you are making it private. So if I now try and access it outside, you won't be able to access it. See, you get an error. Property mission is not accessible outside class because it has a private identifier. In JavaScript, this is how you declare private properties. So if I run this example, you won't be able to get this mission. Okay. You won't get it either ways. But inside this class, can you access it? Yes, you can. So you see, you have public property, public properties, and private properties. Now we will go create a public method. Let us say full name. Say full name is a method, which will basically say return this. Now you all know this, right? This represents the class in this case, correct? Outside the say full name, whatever you have, you can access it. So I'll say first name, concatenate that with this dot last name. Now that should give you, of course, we need to log that somewhere outside. Hero dot say full name. Say full name is a method, so you basically call it, and that would work. Yes. Now, if you want to declare something as private, you will say hash and say version. This will simply return, let us say 101. Can you access that say version outside? No, you cannot. This is not accessible. It is private. This is private. This is also private. Yeah. And the rest of them are public. This is also public. So you cannot access these private properties outside the class. You can access it inside. Say, for example, I want to use this say version somewhere. Okay. So I can have external version is return this dot say version, multiply that with 2. And then you are using a public property, a public method now. All right. So I can come here and say external version, and it would give you the version number. So this external version is a public member, correct? It can be accessed outside. But in this function, you can access the private property, because anywhere in the class, you have access to the private property. Just that, the instances cannot access it. The class can access it. We have learned about public properties and methods, private properties and methods. Now let us add some static methods, static properties maybe. Use the keyword static. Power equals, let us say 5. So this is a static property. Only the hero can access. Instances cannot. So in order to declare, you use the keyword static. Okay. So use the keyword static to create a static property. You can create it, you can also create, sorry, I'll create it here. Let this be above. So you create a static property using the keyword static. You can also use this keyword, for a method, and that method would then become static. Easy. So if I now go to the hero and ask what is the power, you won't be able to access it. See, it says undefined. Why? Because it's available only on the class, not on its instance. So if I go back now, relaunch, and that should give you 5. So you understand, we have public properties, public methods, private properties, private methods, static properties and methods. Static and private are different. Static is available on the class. Private is available inside the class. Static is a class member. It's available only on the class. Okay. Private is available to the inside the class. Okay. But see here, I'm able to access this hero's power outside. So you can't access it on the instances. So I will now go ahead and create a constructor. Usually, you will put the constructor in between the properties and the methods. So see, these first 4 things are properties, correct? So if we call static function with object, why values of variables comes as undefined? That is because anything that JavaScript cannot find will be defined and assigned a value as undefined. Okay, so this static property called say hero, lowercase hero power, is this defined? No, it is not. See, because this is a static member, it is not available, isn't it? So what JavaScript does is it will actually create this property and tells us it is undefined, because it assigns the default value undefined to everything, isn't it? So it will now tell you undefined. So anything that you don't have in JavaScript will be usually undefined. Replace that. So that's working. Now the constructor will usually be sandwiched between the properties and the methods. So you see, these are properties and these are methods. And in between, you'll have to create a constructor. I mean, that's a convention. Okay. So can you create the constructor above? Yes, you can. Can you create the constructor below? Yes, you can. But the general practice is that, the constructor will be in between the properties and the methods. Methods usually come after the constructor. Properties come before the constructor. That's the convention which JavaScript developers follow. If you breach that, your program will still work, just that it becomes a little difficult for others who follow the convention to debug the code. So better stick to the convention. So here inside this constructor, I'm expecting the first name, last name to be passed. Hero first name, hero last name is passed here. And now I'll take this hero first name, hero last name and pass it to first name and last name. So I'll say this dot first name equals hero first name, and this dot last name equals hero last name. Easy. So the constructor is expecting some parameters now. See, now we are supposed to pass in some parameters. Tony and Stark. So now that passed these two parameters, the first name and last name will be now defined. I mean, it will be replaced with this. I'm overriding these now. See, you can also create it without any values like this. Okay. And now, you are assigning them value here and the constructor is created. And then you are passing these two parameters to that. And your say full name now will have a value. Earlier, it had the default values. Now I'm overriding that with Tony Stark. So far, we have understood public properties and methods, private properties and methods, static properties and methods, and constructor. I'll show you how to use the get and set. Say for any private property, you want to access it outside. Okay, how will you do that? You set up a getter and setter. So in this case, mission is a private property. I can set up an accessor for that using get and set. And usually this is the convention. Okay, so the name of the property was called mission, correct? So I'll go create a same name called mission, which is a method. Okay, so there are two methods. One will be decorated as get, and another one will be decorated as set. So this will act as a getter, this will act as a setter. Get is expected to return something. In this case, it is returning the mission. Set is expected to get a new mission. And then it will basically assign this dot hash. Where is hash? Hash mission equals new mission. So you make an assignment here. So you're updating the mission. So this is how you set up a getter and setter. So let us now see how to use it though. I'll use a console log. Hero dot mission. So this is getter. And that should give you the output where it is not giving. Okay, sorry, this is a separate file. See, it's my personal mission. So it is working. So the mission is now accessible outside. Somebody asked, how do you access private properties? Now you know how to do it, correct? So setter is accessed like this. So you'll say hero.mission. You don't need a method like this, okay? Setters simply take an assignment, okay? I'll say save the word. That's the new mission. Now if I ask what is the mission, so this is where we are accessing the getter, this is where we are accessing the setter. And now accessing the getter back again. So I accessed it, it gave you the original value, and now I've set it, and now I'm asking the value once again. So going back, you'll say first it was my personal mission, then it got updated to save the world. So this was about classes. Now, yeah, I did not show you inheritance, correct? So I'll show you that now. So let's say in this case, I have another class called person. Okay. And this person has a property called, let us say, can walk. Okay. So you'll say, yes, I can walk. Maybe, we'll have the default value. Default can walk value. Okay, so there is the person which has a private property. And now I want this hero. Are you putting the class inside? No, where is it inside? It is outside, isn't it? This is one class way down here. Okay, and this is another class. Why do we write a var? Why will we write var? Var is to declare a variable, isn't it? If it was inside a method, say for example, say can walk, I can declare a variable here, isn't it? So we are now talking about a class, correct? Classes will have what? Will have public properties, private properties, static properties and methods, constructors and get and set. Now we're talking about inheritance. Now this can walk is available. So I can go create a new person and then this can walk will be available. Let's do that. I'll go create a variable var or let maybe person equals a new person. And that way we will now be able to access person.canWalk, and you should get the canWalk message. See, default canWalk value is applied. But now if this person has a constructor and this constructor is expecting some value, and this message will now be assigned to this dot can walk equals message. That way, I can now say I can walk. Maybe I'll put this as lowercase w. I'll simply say this is default value, and now that will be O return with this I can walk. Run this example and you see I can walk is printed. Easy so far. So we have two classes here. This class is person, this class is hero. Now I want hero to extend this behavior of person. I've just created one simple class. So I created a class. This class was created, we created an instance and then we logged the can walk message. Yes. Now I want this person to be extended by hero. That way, hero will also have a can walk method and can walk property. So how do? I go to this hero. I will use this keyword extends person. So hero extends person is what I'm saying. But now there is a problem. Person has a constructor. Person, if I did not have this, okay, watch. If I did not have this constructor, then I can now also access this hero to have can walk. That would work. So this is an inherited property. So now there's one problem here. See, wherever you in your program, if you're using this keyword anywhere, okay, anywhere, you are obligated, whenever you're working with this person, you'll have to use the super keyword.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
So the super keyword is a requirement. Now you see the default values being shown. Now the super keyword is nothing but the constructor, basically. Now the constructor is expecting some message, and I will take that message here. Can walk message. Call this a CW message, and that CW message is passed here into the super. Yes. And now that way, this hero, when you're creating this instance, I'm supposed to pass this property, I can fly. And now if I ask hero can walk, it'll say I can fly. You see, I will share this code. So maybe you can recreate it. I suggest you recreate it, and then anyhow you'll get it on GitHub. So you have a person class. The person class is inherited by the hero. You see the extends keyword here. We are inheriting it. And because we are inheriting this person from the hero, and the person happens to have a constructor, we can use the super keyword, and super is supposed to be the first property in the constructor, in the hero's constructor. That's a requirement. You can't have the super little later. That would not be fair. See, the super keyword should be immediately used inside the constructor. It cannot be used later. So I'll push this up back again. Yes, super is a reserved keyword. Yes, you are right. Super is a reserved keyword. So you cannot change it. Super simply means to say this constructor here, guys. Super refers to the pair in the constructor's parent. So in this case, the hero is extending person, isn't it? The person happens to be the parent class for this hero class. Hero is inheriting from person, correct? So this person's constructor can be referred as super. That's the idea. The person is getting only one argument, the super. The rest of the arguments are passed to the hero itself. Super keyword represents the constructor's parent. That is, in this case, the constructor is hero. So the parent class is person. Person's constructor is super. So the class where you're extending, that class's constructor is referred as super. We started with some basics so that you get a good hand of how JavaScript works in the browser. Of course, the same thing will reflect on the server as well. So if you understand how it works on the browser, because you'll be able to immediately see the response. So we spoke about arrays, different methods that have been added on arrays in ECMAScript version 6. So we spoke about for each, we spoke about map, we spoke about filters, we spoke about sum, we spoke about every, and reduce. And then we moved on to functional programming. I think, then we had to stop here. Then we moved on to the next workshop. Then we saw how to use default parameters, how to work with REST parameters, how to work with the spread operators as well. So we spoke about spread syntaxes. Then we moved on to other improvements that functions have, which is arrow function, a cool way of writing function. But you saw that apart from this technique that uses less number of characters to define a function, you also have the ability to use the context of the parent. That comes really handy, isn't it? So you saw that. Then we moved on to working with block scope, and then we moved on to working with classes. You can also copy some of these snippets because you don't have to type them, right? So I would be copying these and then I will show you how you can use them, and we'll create an example to understand a technique called modules. Of course, in Node.js, we have a different techniques of modules, but you still have the one that I'm showing you. But Node.js is been there since 2009, right? So they had to use some other technique to deal with modules. So I'll show you how you can configure and make your Node application adapt the new version of modules as well. But this gives you a pretty good understanding of how modules work. Basically, what is a module? A piece of code that you can load on demand into a file. All right. So apart from that, you can segregate your application's logic into several small bits, several small files, and load them or make it a part of your application as and when there is a need. Okay, so that's the definition for a module. Now, how do we convert an existing code to a module? Pretty much anything that you write can be converted to a module without putting too much of effort. You'll have to just learn 2 or 3 lines of syntax, and then you can convert anything to a module. So let me show you how. So I'll go create a new folder. So this is going to be day 3 of this workshop. So this is where we will be doing some transition. I'll call this as intermediate. Okay, and I will go create a new file. What was the last step? Okay, we wound up at step 8. Will you add Node.js to? All right, so let us go create a new file. So this is for modules. In ES6. Of course, there has been some changes. In ES7, they have added some new features. Instead of me covering them in bits, I'll be covering what you need to know. So I'll probably club all of them together and tell you what modules are and how you can go use them. So let us say I have a file. I have a file that I would want to use. I'll call this as mods. You don't have to call this as mods. Maybe you can also call this as module. That way, the Visual Studio will provide a new, cool looking icon to denote that this is a module. All right. This happens if you are using this extension called VS Code icons. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think I missed it. This one. All right. So if you are using this extension, this will render your icons nicely. Okay, so it'll look easy for you to understand what is going on here. So this folder will contain modules. That's what it denotes. Now I'll go create a file. Maybe we call this as adder.js file. So this is very much like an external JavaScript file, just that your browser will load this on demand, and you can load this file in many other projects as and when there is a need. You can also lazy load them. If you're using libraries like Angular and React and Vue, you can lazy load them. But in case of applications like Node, you'll have to load it eagerly because your application may be depending on it. Okay, so we'll go create a function. This function is called adder. Let us say this is num1 and this is num2. Okay, so now I would want to return num1 plus num2. All right. Now, the reason why I did not use ECMAScript 6 syntax just now is that I would want you to clearly understand what is happening, and then we can always shorten the syntax. Now, I would want this file to be available to the outside world. Okay, so in other programming languages, I'm sure you have something like import and export keywords with which you can export a file. Now, JavaScript is not so different here. It uses a word called export to export and import to import. So that's easy to remember, isn't it? Let us say I want to export this function, which is called adder. Now, you can export this, no big deal, but let us say I would want to convert it to a function expression. I mean, this can also be exported. Just that now I'll go create a variable called let adder equals a function. And this adder now is a function expression that I can use to export. Now, there is no big difference. I mean, I'll show you both these approaches and they both work fine. I will now use the export keyword. and I can decide what I want to export. Now in ES version 5, they allowed you to export like this. That way, you could have exported, but now you have to export it as an object. That's something that you'll have to keep in mind. All right. Even if it is a single property, you'll have to export it, using this object. Added this adder to be exported. Okay. Now I need a file that can import it. Now you can use a JavaScript file, and importing this module into a JavaScript file would not be a problem. But if you want to use it in an HTML file, ideally you would want, isn't it? So if you would want to use it in an HTML file, then you will have to take some steps. So follow me carefully. So step 1, I'll use a script block. And see, it is not that, we are not trying to import it here. Now we are not trying to import it here, isn't it? Because see, if we import it here, this will become an eager loading, and it will be made, it will be made available to your application all the time. But with this, we can induce lazy loading. But how? Not in this example, but moving forward, I'll definitely show you. So I will now use the command called import. And using this import, I can decide what do you want to import and where do you want to import it from. So I want to import from this location. So in this case, this file, notice, this file, step 9, is on day 3 int folder, that is intermediate. And now this folder also has modules folder. Under the modules folder, I have this adder.js file. Now I want to import the adder function, which is inside this adder function. I mean, I went ahead and called this file as adder.js. I could have called it potato.js file. That would work, isn't it? So from this file, from this adder file, I want to import this file, which is exported. So I can come here and specify from where. So from this current working directory, / means the current working directory. Okay. Now this is something that you should keep in mind. And from this current working directory, we go to this folder called modules, lowercase m. All right, because that's the name of the folder here, isn't it? And from this folder, I want to import the contents from this file called adder.js. The file extension is important as of now. Moving forward, I'll show you how you can hide this. For now, let us use what JavaScript is offering. So from this file, what are we trying to import? See, this file can actually export 2 things. Okay, so this is adder. Let us say there is something called as multiplier as well. All right, so we'll export 2 things. This will simply multiply and send. So you basically send 2 numbers. This will multiply. So I'm exporting adder and I'm exporting multiplier. Now, instead of using these 2 commands, you can also club them like this. So that way you are exporting both of them. You not necessarily have to load both of them, right? You don't have to export both of them. Maybe because this adder will be used by the multiplier and you simply want to use multiplier alone. That is okay. So I can export 2 files from this project, and then you decide how many files, what all you want to import. If you want to import only the adder, you'll say adder. If you want to import only multiplier, you'll say multiplier. I copied the entire line. All right, so now you can import either one of them, or you can import both of them. So if you want to import both of them, you can say adder, multiplier. This will work. And if you want to import all of them, let us say there are about 50 different methods, functions, and you would want to import all of them, you can also say star. Okay, but you see here, the star seems to have a problem, right? I'll explain how you can use it moving forward. But as I told you, I'll keep adding more and more vocabularies to this. That way it will become easy for you to understand. Now we have imported, we have exported adder and multiplier, and we have imported both adder and multiplier. I can use them in our program. How will I do that? I will use console log, and then adder. So we've got this done. So these are the official commands: export and import. So with export, you export, with import, you import. But do you think this will work? Let's give it a try. Okay, so if I right click and choose, this file to open in a specific browser, I'll choose Chrome. And in Chrome, it's taking some time. I'm not sure why. All right, so the Chrome, yeah, there it is. I'll choose inspect. And you'll see that this file doesn't seem to have loaded. Maybe if I refresh, you get an error here. It says syntax error, cannot use import statement outside a module. If I run this example, it gave you a straight warning saying that you cannot use import statement because you are outside in a module. I told you that if you are working inside a JavaScript, you can import and export them. But if you are in a HTML file, which eventually will end up using this file, right? You cannot use. So as a fallback, the browser community has decided to create an attribute on the script block called module. So if you use this keyword module, then you are allowed to load a module using HTML file. This is a shortcut arrangement that these browser manufacturers have done, and this may be removed over a period of time. But as of now, you have to implement this. Okay, you'll have to indicate that, hey, this is a module I want to load, and this is on my file. This is my file, and then I have no problems loading it, so just go ahead and load it. But do you think you'll be able to convince the browser is the question. If I go back around this example, now you get a different error. All right, so this is where I told you that let's go one step at a time, so it'll be easy for you to catch up. So step one, you import a module, you export a module, and then step two, you import a module. When you import a module in an HTML file, you cannot. So you add this attribute called type and run this module. So when you are importing, you get another error which says CORS, that is cross origin resource sharing error. CORS stands for cross origin resource sharing error. Basically, this is to protect your JavaScript files from being loaded by an unauthorized website. Let's say you create a web application and you create some JavaScript files. Is it okay if someone comes and downloads them on their server? No, isn't it? So that would be like an identity theft. Maybe no, they're not an identity. They're stealing your code, your logic, your efforts. So what browser does is unless you are requesting it from the same domain, you cannot load JavaScript files or images or audio files, video files, nothing. You cannot load from a different domain. So there is a security which is implemented by the browsers. Now, how will you convince the browser that, hey, this file is written by me and this is on the same server as this HTML file? See, as of now, I'm using a file protocol. See, there is the file protocol here, and I'm loading it from C:, blah, 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 all this location. So it will not be allowed to load unless this file is served from a domain. So you need to create a web server. Through the web server, you can load it. Then this program would work. For which what I'll do is, as of now, we'll be creating our own web servers moving forward. As of now, I'll right click on this and choose to open this with live server. So this extension on Visual Studio Code will create a live server and serve this file, creating a domain, okay, which will be localhost or port 192.168.1.1, some domain that may be understood by the browser, okay, to access this file. So click on open with live server. And now you see I got 127.0.0.1 port 5050, that is 5500, not 5050, 5500. Okay, and it is loaded this file. And now if I right click and choose inspect, okay, so I get to here, I get to see this output here. So the program seems to be working. So what are the steps? Step one, export it. Step two, import it. Step three, assign the type attribute on the script block. That way, your HTML page can become capable of loading it. Step 4 is make sure you serve this on a web server. It can be loaded on IIS, it can be loaded on Tomcat, it can be loaded on WAMP, LAMP, MAMP, any web server. But for now, I had asked you to install a extension, remember, a live server. So I'm showing you how you can use a live server in this case. So now, if you are able to run this on the web application, on the web server, so we'll now be able to export this with different flavors. Okay, watch. So you have understood one way of exporting. Now let me add more functionality to this. We have exported, and now I'll show you different flavors of it. All right. So you can say export. Okay, out of these two files. Okay, maybe I would want this adder to get an alias name. Okay, I don't want it to be exported as adder. I wanted it to be exported as add. Okay, now what is the difference? See, that way you are not exposing your functions names outside. So to the outside world, you may want to give a different name altogether. Okay, so that way when I come here, I will no longer be using, or I will no longer be able to use this adder. And notice, in my case, I just exported one of them from this file. I will now use a different name, an alias name, okay, called add. So this name, alias, was assigned here, and now I'm using that name. By not using this as keyword, you're taking advantage of destructuring. If you remember, this adder would be exporting this function called adder, correct? If you want to export this adder with the same name, you simply use adder. So destructuring. All right. So, but I would want to keep this here so that you understand how you can create an alias name for it. So that way, inside this module, I have a private name and I have a public name called add. And I can refer that outside. So let us go see if this is working. Of course it is. Maybe I'll change the number so you'll see that this is still working, right? So you see 12 here working. So you got this as, correct? Now, you can also, let's say, out of these two files that I want to export, these two pieces of code that I want to export, I want this adder to be exported as a default export, which means to say nobody will have to put any effort to import it. They don't have to even give a name to import it. They can assign any name they want, and this piece of code will be made available to it. So you use the keyword default. Something that you should keep in mind is that you can use this default only once in the exports. Okay, you can't have two defaults. Okay, so you can only have one default. Now what I want to do is I want to export this adder as a default a method. It can be a class, it can be anything. So default piece of code that will be exported. So now you have exported it as default. What are you exporting by default? Adder. So whoever imports it will be able to get it. And no matter what you want to call it, I can call this Vijay and use it. Now you may ask, Vijay, where is Vijay coming from? Right? Because you said this is the default export. What is default export? Adder. Now it really doesn't matter what I call. When you're using a default, you don't need this curly braces. Okay, so to import any default members, you don't need curly braces. That's an indication that, hey, this is a default import. Okay, I mean, you are importing a default member. So now if I run this example, maybe I'll change this to 7 and 7. And that should work. 14 it is. Now you see, you can import this method, which is exported as default, and you can call this anything you want. Did you all get this? So we have a default export as well. All right, so if the adder is exported as default, and if we import it as Vijay and we export again, see, we have exported adder as the default. Now multiplier can also not be exported as default, isn't it? We'll have to export this as a named export, this one like this. So we can export multiplier as a named export. So this way of exporting is referred as named export, and this is referred as default export. Clear? So multiplier is now exported as a named export. You can create an alias if you want to, but that's not a requirement. Okay. So if you are exporting a named export, you use the curly braces. And now when you are importing it, you'll have to use curly braces to import the named export. Multiplier is now imported. All right. Now, if I want to use multiplier, I can use this name. Oops, I think I copied it wrong. Yeah. So if I run this example, you'll get to see multiplier also working. Easy. Did you follow that? Take the previous example, this one, and we will import and export this. Okay. So I'll copy this entire thing. So this one will be step 10. I'll say using modules. And this is going to be an HTML file. I'll call this using class modules. And here in the modules directory, I'll go create a file, call it as person.js file and hero.js file. So in the person.js file, I'll paste the person code. The rest I will cut from here. So person is available here. All right. And we would want to export this person. So I've shown you a couple of techniques, right? I've shown you, how to export it, but you can also export it inline. Okay, so you'll find this technique used in Angular applications a lot. Angular developers don't export in a separate line. They don't want to waste another line. They export it right in line. Okay, but React developers take advantage of something called as a higher order. Now I have exported this, and now in the hero file, I'll export this. I'll export this here. And I'll take this entire comment area and I'll use that here inside this script block. But now for this example to work, you need a couple of things. Person is exported, but hero is using it. Hero needs to get access to it. So we can go here and say import, and this is a named export, isn't it? And it is from the same file. Sorry, it is in the same folder. So I'll say /person.js. .js extension is important. And from this file, what is that we are trying to import? Person. Person is imported. We can now extend this person. Hero is exported. See, hero is exported. We can now use the hero here in our application. We go to the script block, add the type as module, and then I can import it here. Import. This is a named export. So I'll now be using hero from this location. /modules /hero.js file. Now from this hero file, I'm using hero. All right, so now this hero will now be used in our application. So let us now right click, run this in live server. You will now be able to get the logs working. So you got all the logs. we have understood, pretty much all that is required for us to start working with Node.js. Now let us go ahead and create another folder for now. I'll now go create a new folder. This is called day 3 Node Fun. So what is Node.js? I'll quickly go through this. All right. So this guy called Ryan Dahl, he created Node.js in the year 2009. He did not create it on 2009. I think, he created it much before, but he made an announcement in the JSConf in 2009. And creating server-side program was not a new idea using JavaScript, because the very reason JavaScript was created was to work on the server side. Okay. In fact, the creators of JavaScript, that is Netscape Navigator those days, also had a name for it. Okay. So it was supposed to be called as live script. That is why they wanted to create a hosting service where JavaScript could be used on the server side to modify the DOM content. Node.js was announced by Ryan Dahl, and he invited everybody to be a part of his development process. The whole community became really excited about it. And they said, we would want to be a part of it. And then there was a huge support. He got a standing ovation for, this presentation, and people were really looking forward to be a part of it. And Node.js, then became really popular. Now, something that you should keep in mind is, JavaScript works on a single thread. So what happens is that all the browser programs are single threaded. So if you want to do any heavy lifting, like a server application, Node.js, would not be seriously dependent. That is where developers started looking at Java, .NET, and PHP and other technologies, which were multi-threaded to work. I guess PHP is still single-threaded. I'm not sure. But other languages are multi-threaded. But JavaScript is a single-threaded. But how does JavaScript work, or how it manages to do so many things? Is like this. Let's say you have a maid at home, and you have only one maid at home. That's how JavaScript would work. Okay, so everybody wants their job to be done, and then the maid will actually sequence them, right? I mean, they basically will do one thing at a time, and then they go to the next task, so on and so forth. So that's exactly what JavaScript is doing. So JavaScript uses asynchronous behavior to handle multiple tasks, but JavaScript uses only one thread per task. And for every request the client is sending to the server, Node.js will create one process, and then it will be able to accomplish everything. So in order to accomplish all of this, in order to get this done, maybe I'll show you a couple of slides, and then I will revert back. I'll go one step back, and then I'll show you. So Node.js, on the surface, has a lot of JavaScript libraries for us to work with. Okay, so it has a lot of code that we can use. Say, for example, like the one that we created, Adder. Similarly, Node.js has something called as console. I'm sure you all have worked with it. And then you also have something called as process. You have something called as HTTP. You also have something called as path module. So there are built-in modules. There are many, many modules. So what these modules basically do is take instructions from us as developers. So we provide instructions to these JavaScript files, and these JavaScript files will look for a matching C++ command that will be invoked. Okay, and then the C++ command will use a hook that is created by an assembly language, which could be any of these. Okay, so I've kind of copied it from. So your JavaScript code gets converted to an assembly language, and finally it gets translated to a machine code and then gets executed. One reason why, as compared to JavaScript or .NET, Node.js is much, much faster. It is faster mainly because it leverages on C and C++ commands. All right. And you may say, hey, Vijay, but what happens to other platforms? So Node.js as a installer as a platform is available with various operating systems. And personally, I've seen Node.js work on different types of devices as well. You get a runtime environment in most of the platforms, so that can be used. So what we have here is a library called libui, which basically takes your commands, and there are a lot of scripts that people have already written, and it uses V8 engine, which is a Google's open source JavaScript runtime environment, which makes sense of the commands that you provide, and then it will invoke the C++ commands, which in turn will convert it to a machine code, and then your program gets executed. So if you have worked with C, C++ before, you can be creating your own commands and then invoke those hooks and get your application to work. That is how the people have built modules. Not necessarily, not all the modules would need them, but the modules that will be required to take advantage of the system resources will have to be written on C and C++. All right, so this is just an overview as to how Node.js really functions. But see, there are two things. I mean, you can either become a car mechanic or become a driver. So in this workshop, we are going to be drivers. Okay, so we'll see how you can use different ingredients or different parts that we get and how to organize them to build an application that will serve a purpose. Okay, so that is what we will do. This Node.js was created in 2009, and the entire module system itself was introduced in 2016. Correct? ES6. Now, up until then, what technique will they use to import and export? So Node.js and their community created a standard that could be followed by other server-side JavaScript platforms, and they called it as CommonJS. Now you can actually find resources of CommonJS on the Node.js website. So if you go to nodejs.org and look for docs, and we would be working on 16.17.1. And inside the 16.17.1, you will find the CommonJS way down here. I think I missed it already. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. So you can read this documentation. Basically, it gives you the ability to export and import modules. Something which what we did earlier, but in a different way. They use their own syntax. Again, this way of importing and exporting modules was influenced by another community, and they created a library called require.js. This one, require.js.org. This was popular for a good amount of time. Okay, and now a little later, common system.js was introduced, so on and so forth. Long story, guys, but there has been many ways of working with these modules. And now these are all quite out of fashion, but this also had the similar techniques to import and export modules. You see, require.js is JavaScript file and a module loader. It optimizes for in-browser use, but it can be used in other JavaScript environments like Rhino and Node. So Rhino was the official launch by the Mozilla community for server-side JavaScripting. But it was not popularized because Rhino did not believe in involving the community to develop modules. So Node.js did that. That is where Node.js got a huge support by everybody. So you will actually find that there is a library called Node.js, and there is something called as IO.js, and now there are a few more flavors that have been added. One of them is called Deno, and another one called Bun.js, just to confuse you, right? But Node.js is the official standard way of working with server-side programming. Deno has, identified some areas where Node.js has to improve, and they are trying to be popular. But Node.js already has a huge ecosystem. They may also scale equally fast. Okay, so let us wait until Deno or Bun becomes really popular before you would start learning them. Now, in CommonJS, what happens is that you load a file using require. All right, and then you export a file using exports. Now, this exports actually is available on a global object called module. Now, you'll actually see in the documentation, there are some global commands. You can click on the globals. You'll see some global commands. The one of them is require, where I'll have to scroll down there, require. So require is to request for a module. Okay. And then if you want to export a module, you'll use the module dot export is a special object that is available on the module, which can be used to export. Open the terminal. Now you can click on this terminal icon here and choose new terminal. The shortcut is Control Shift and backtick. You can probably try using that couple of times. Control Shift backtick couple of times. 1, 2, 3 times. So just you become comfortable with that. Now, if you type node space -v, it'll give you the version number. Vijay, where can I use? I don't have a clear definition for it, so I made up my own definition. In over a period of several years, I've consulted some companies. I've visited them to train them. Sometimes also get involved in a project and then I work with it. So over a period of time, what I've realized is that if an application requires to be in connection with the server for a long time.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Any application that has frequent updates from the server, that is, you can take an example of air ticketing booking application or movie ticketing application, which requires your application to be constantly updated. If your application requires to fetch data from the server frequently, you can use Node.js. I mean, you can use Node.js. And I've worked with companies which has a lot of file uploads and downloads. There, you can use Node.js because Node.js gives you a few protocols which are very fast, very convenient for certain, types of files, especially, advertisement companies, ad servers. It is believed that a user's attention span on a website is pretty small. User may be active on a website for less than 7 to 8 seconds, during which he may move to another page, in case if he doesn't find it interesting. But around that time, we'll have to find out his demographics, his preferences, and then load a specific ad for his in front of him. So that requires a very fast response, and there Node.js can come handy. Of course, Node.js now have seen being used by banks as well. Multiplayer games use Node.js behind the scene. Chat applications which require video and audio streaming, that is basically binary data being exchanged between client and the server, can also take advantage of Node architecture. So Node.js is not for every kind of project, let me tell you that, and every kind of client as well. So not everybody would be interested in implementing Node.js. If you have a simple web page that caters to few hundreds of requests, that does not need Node.js. Any other web server would work fine for it. Okay, so just keep this in mind when you make a decision. And few things that you should keep in mind while considering is Node.js is not a web framework. It does support few modules, but it is not built only for web. Node.js is mainly for networking applications. Node.js does not, it's not a multi-threaded, is Node.js expensive than other servers. As compared to Linux, Node.js servers are expensive, and it is not for everybody. Not everybody will fall in love with Node.js. There are few things that you will not have when you start working with Node.js. You'll not have window, you'll not have the document, you'll not have the navigator object. So there is no location. You cannot deal with the browser or extract the browser specific features using Node.js. That is the job of the client-side JavaScript. Now you need to think, when you start working with Node.js, you need to think as if you are working on the server. You may work on your own machine, but you need to visualize that you are on the server side, wherein clients may make a request to your server, and your server has the responsibility to respond to them. Okay, so Node.js is a server-side JavaScript program where you have JavaScript that will work for you. So you will have a new object called global, which is like the window object, but it has a different meaning altogether. Window is common for a single application. So when I close the application, open another window, I'll get a new object. But in case of Node, we can pretty much specify something on the global and access in another file, another project, and that would still be intact. So global is truly global in case of Node.js. I'll show you how you can create your own Node global properties and then use them moving forward, and then you will understand. And now if you want to import a module, you'll use a require keyword. So with require, you are importing, you are facilitating to import. And with the module.exports, you are exporting. All right. And you also have a utility called process. So this is like a guest appearance that you will find that will make an entry many times in this workshop, because process as an object has a lot of things to offer us. You can use this process to extract the process that is running your Node application at that point in time. Node.js was built to do the REPL, that is read, evaluate, print, and loop using the terminal. Of course, we can take advantage of both blocking and non-blocking. Probably now I'll give you an analogy to understand this, and we will be working on this blocking and non-blocking several times in this workshop, so it becomes a lot easy for you to work with. So we will be able to read a variable, evaluate a variable, and print a variable, and maybe iterate through it, okay, loop through it. Now, what is blocking and non-blocking is something that we'll understand with an analogy. See, let's say you order for some food. While you order for the food, you wait for the food to be delivered outside your home. Okay, and when the food comes, and when the delivery person comes and hands over the food, you take the food and come inside your home. That is blocking, which means to say you have not been productive from the time the order was made. Similarly, your JavaScript program, will just do one thing at a time. Of course, JavaScript is a single threaded. You ask JavaScript to compute about 10 million lines of code. It'll be busy doing that, and when the job is done, it'll then go to the next line and then see what you have written. But until then, it is busy processing it, isn't it? But you have an alternate to that. What we can also do is we can make that same code asynchronous. That way, you order for food and you wait for that person to come and ring your doorbell, but you continue your work. That way you're not held up. You're not waiting for something to be arriving. I'm sorry, you're not waiting for that food to come and then you did not do any work. So you are busy doing other work, but when the food comes, so when the delivery person comes and rings your doorbell, you go fetch that data and fetch that food, and then you continue your work. So that way you are being asynchronous now. That is, you are continuing to do your work. You have another task that you assign to a function that will be called when the job is done. All right. So that way you can take some task and make it asynchronous. By default, JavaScript is synchronous program, but using callbacks, you can make it asynchronous. And JavaScript APIs, that is Node APIs, one that we would be working now, will give you both the options. Most of them have options for you to make it synchronous or asynchronous. And I recommend that whenever you have a choice, work with asynchronous techniques. Of course, there are some scenarios that you may want to consider where you want JavaScript to be synchronous. You don't want the next piece of line to be executed until this job is done. Especially when you're working with authorization, authentication, and you're serializing some passwords. You don't want to go to the next line to store that password. You would want to wait for that job to be complete. So in such cases, you can decide to be synchronous. But see, you'll have to put some logic, in the program that you're writing. When is the right time for you to decide if this program has to be synchronous, or when is it right for it to be asynchronous? Okay, so that logic will definitely come to you with some experience. When you're working with Node.js, maybe I'll just close all the terminals. I've closed all the terminals. If I open the terminal, you see by default, if you're on Windows, you'll see PowerShell here. All right, because that's the terminal that is working. Of course, you have other terminals as well. You can work with Git Bash. I mean, on my machine, I have Git Bash installed. I can also work with the native command prompt, so on and so forth. But you don't find Node.js here. So if I come here and type Node and press enter, then you are asking this PowerShell to switch to a Node terminal. Watch. See, the moment I type Node, it changed to a Node terminal. So now I can start running all the Node commands. Now remember, read, evaluate, print, and loop is what we can do. That is all that this terminal can do, frankly. So what I can do is I can go create a variable. Let us say let user. I call this Vijay, and I now press the enter key. So when I press this enter key, what Node.js does is it actually wraps this command let user equals Vijay into a self-invoking anonymous function. Basically, it is wrapping this into a function so that it will not conflict with other commands. I mean, we can actually override that command, but that's the default. I mean, the default behavior of Node.js is to run each command as a function. That is why every function in JavaScript has a return type. What is returned out of a function? If you don't return anything, undefined. All right, that is what you see here. Now we have a variable declared. Now we want to read that variable. So what I'll do is I will say console.log user. Now I want to log this information. Even this console log user will also be run as a function. And you see undefined is being returned. But much before, the console did log Vijay. So we are now able to read the file. Now, can we run a loop? Of course you can. You can simply say for let I equals 0 as long as I is less than 20. Let us say, I will say I++. And here I would say console to log user those many times. I got Vijay 20 times. Okay. So just to tell you that, you can do such things, but see, all of these cannot be remembered for a long time because this terminal will forget everything when I close it. When I open the terminal once again, it remembers nothing. So if I say console.log user, it'll ask me, what is user? I don't know. What is user? The user is not defined, it says. So what do we do here is that now we will write to a file and ask Node.js to read that file. Okay. So that way we will have the ability to store some data and make Node.js read it. And that way I will have this file that will have the memory of whatever code I have written, and I can use it again and again. Okay. So in the previous example, we worked up until step 10 using JavaScript. So this will be step 1 using Node.js. All right. I'll call this as hello world.js. The file extension is important, .js, because Node.js can recognize the .js file or the file with an extension .js and work with it. Now I'll go create the similar variable. I'll go create var user equals. You can also use let. I'll put my name and then I will say console log user. Done. So I've got this variable user and then I'm logging it. Now I want Node.js to read this file. So first step is to terminate from Node. So I press Ctrl C twice. Ctrl C twice to terminate Node terminal. All right, now I've got the PowerShell here. Now I can type node space the name of the file that I want Node.js to execute. Now, step 1 is to actually navigate to this folder. I've not yet navigated. See, I had created a folder called day 3 node fun, isn't it? So I need to navigate to that folder first. So I'll say cd to day 3 not int. All right, so I've navigated to the correct folder. Now I can say node space step 1 dash hello world .js file. So if I press enter, you'll see the node recognizes this file and executes it for us. And then I get my name. And in this file, I had not written any functions which was supposed to return something, right? So these are expressions where I created a variable and then I'm asking for the variable's value. And then you get to see that is being, that's being displayed in the console for us. So I'll have to navigate to this folder. So I'll say cd online node. Yeah. And then, I am navigated to this folder. Now I need to navigate to this folder because my file is inside this day 3 node fun folder. So I'll cd to day 3 node fun folder. And now I have access to this file. This is what I want Node to run, isn't it? So I'll say node space step 1 hello world.js. Most of these commands, we learn when we learn the computers, isn't it? The command prompt, how to create a directory, delete a directory using the command prompts. CLS to clear the terminal. Now, let us say here I would want to create another. Maybe we'll go create another function. This will take 2 parameters, that is num1, num2, and it will return num1 plus num2. Okay, so I have got the same old example that we worked earlier. All right. So this function also should be called. Now, how do I do that? I can say node space console log. No, in this case, I'll have to do the console log right here. Adder, and pass these two numbers that we have been using throughout this workshop. So now if I say node space step 1 hello world.js, I mean, see, you can actually take advantage of this tab. Yeah, if you're working with Node.js, I mean the terminal, Windows especially, you can take advantage of the tab. Basically, the tab will allow you to recognize the file. I can simply say node space tab and see it found only one .js file, and I get to see that file name is automatically added. I press enter and then I get this 11. So, but the idea here is you created some variables. What if I wanted these variables to be used in another file? How will I use them? See, this is in step 1. I want to create another file, call it step 2, using props, or maybe using values .js file. So the step 2 should now use it. Much similar to the modules that we learned earlier. Now we can use the common JS design pattern. Yes, export equivalent, correct? So what we'll do is we will use module.exports. Now exports is an object. On that object, we'll go create a property called user equals user, which means that I will now be exporting an object that will have a property called user. The value for that user will be the user variable here. And now in this file, you saw this command module.exports. Notice, exports is a special object. It's the name that you should write it like that. You can't say export, and that wouldn't work. Okay, I'll show you how you can rename it in the next minute. So you'll say module.exports, and on that exports object, you create a property called user and assign a value that you would want to export to the outside world. Now in the step 2, I want to import it. So what is equivalent to the import? You'll say require. So I'll now go create a keyword called require, and I will now use the name of the file. So both of them are on the same folder, correct? And now here, Node.js is smart. He knows how to work with .js file. You don't have to use the .js file extension. So I will now say from the current file, use step 1 hello world file. So basically on this object, I'm creating a property by name user, which will get the evaluated value Vijay here. And now here, I would require this. So when I require, what do I get? Maybe, I'll just show you what do I get. I will console.log this entire thing. So when I require this, what will happen? And now that we got this step 2, I need to run the step 2 node space step 2. So now you see, when I run this step 2, it is actually giving me of course, it is giving me Vijay and 11. I'm quite surprised why it is giving me this, but it is giving me user Vijay. Correct? So basically, this file is actually being called. This file is actually being called. One reason why these two logs have been, and the function, the file requirement is basically loading that file, and because that file has these logs, so you saw them being logged. So if I now run this, I get this user object with Vijay attached to it. These logs were actually being displayed on the terminal. All right. Now, if you want to, use this value, you can assign this to a variable, which is a convention actually. So what you do is, you go create a variable, call it as user equals require. It is not actually the user, it is the entire object that contains user as well. So what I do is, I will now get an object. When I require, I get an object. So if I now run this example, maybe now if I say console.log, it should give you the same output. It'll give you the object user. All right, it gives you the same user equals Vijay. And now from this object, what am I interested in? See, as of now, I'm exporting only one property. Let us say I'll export two properties. I will say module.exports user equals user and module.exports adder equals adder. So I'm exporting two properties. I'll show a better way to do this, but just wanted to, build this one step at a time. Okay. So I'm exporting two properties. And now this object will have two properties. Watch. So it has user Vijay, and then adder is nothing but a function. Yes, so you've got two properties. But from this object, now you can derive a specific value that you want. And notice, VS Code is being smart. He knows that there are two properties that are available. So I'll say user, it should give you the value for the user here. And if I'm now interested in calling the adder, I can do so by using this object dot adder. I call this with some values, exactly like the way we did before. So if I now run this example, you get your output. So this is how you would use the common JS design pattern, where you can export a property, attaching it onto this exports object. Module.exports can be attached any value. You can add as many values as you want. But since you have learned ECMAScript 6, I'll show you a technique that you can use. And this is what you would probably be doing after this workshop. So what we can do is, instead of exporting them separately with individual lines, you can merge both of them by overriding this exports object with another object that we will create, wherein I will say I want to create an object by name user, object with a property by name user, which will have a value as user. And then adder will be adder. This will have the same output. Okay, so either this or this doesn't make any difference for this file, because it loads this object now, because you are overriding this exports object with this object. Okay, and then when I say object.adder, I'll be able to get this same file working. One better that we can do here is, we've learned about destructuring, correct? So what I can do is take this same code, and if the name and the value are same, we don't need to use this, and this would work. Maybe now I can put all of them in one line. So module.exports user and adder. So I'm exporting both. So I've just left these, on the page so that you'll be able to recall when I upload this file. So if I run this example, I still get the same output. So don't you think that this is more effective and easier compared to the other techniques that we learned? But you'll find these being used as well. So when you start digging into the documentation, you'll find many examples will be using something like this, and some examples will be using this. So 5 plus 6 is what is being returned, because adder is expecting two numbers. If I want to call user, you would say object.user is step 2 file. Okay, so now you'll find both the properties being used. Let us say there is a variable called hero. This is an object, have a title, Iron Man. First name is Tony. Last name is Stark. Full name is a function and that returns this dot first name, concatenate this with a space, last name. All right, so now this is what I want to return. Maybe I'll just show you. So there is an object and now I want to export maybe I'll call this as full name. And the value for this would be hero dot full name. What is hero dot full name? A function, correct? Now, full name that I would want to use here is a function. You don't need to pass any parameters. You just simply call it and that should work. It should give you Tony Stark. Oh, undefined. Why? Just give me a minute. I think I did a mistake. I'm sure I'm getting context allow function where, yep, I should have passed, I should have called it here, and that way I don't have to call it here. The context, you mean? No, that's not because of the context. No, in this example, I think, it is not because of the context, because I was expecting a value to come, isn't it? So this was one of the first modules that we wrote. This does nothing, and this is not the right way to do it, but you have your understandings growing now, right? So let us now create another file. Now I'll show you in step 3 how to use some of the built-in modules. So in this case, I'll show you some built-in modules that you may use. In the Node.js.org documentation, click on Docs, click on 16.17.1 for the documentation. And now you see there's a long list of modules. These are all bundled with Node.js. When Node.js was installed, these modules were made available for us. This is created for us by the Node developers. So you'll find some of these assertion modules, async hooks, buffers, some C++ add-ons that they have already built for us, such as callbacks, factory methods. All right, and you also have something called as process. I'll explain this a little later. For now, it will become a little complicated. But as and when we understand few ideas, then all of them become a lot easier to you. Okay, so you also have something called as clusters. You have something called as console. One reason why we were able to use console, although this is a module, we did not have to require it. You may say, hey, Vijay, you have used console log many times. This console as a module. So you see that the console is a global module. And notice, it has many methods. We have just been using console.log. You don't have to. You can also create an error. I can say console.error, error, error, sorry. And I can say, print me this __ dir name. That is the current directory, the directory where this file is. So it basically will print the directory name. Watch. So I can now cd, I don't have to cd. I'll have to node space step 3. And it tells you the directory name. Okay, it tells you the current working directory actually. You can also say, no, I want to ask for the file name. I don't know the name of the file. That is step 3-build-in.js. I don't know the name. So I can ask for the file name, __ file name. Okay, if I now run this, it'll tell you the file name is this. See, you're able to log the file name and the current directories, correct? Why? Because these are global methods, properties basically that are available. These are properties, not methods. Of course, there were a few other methods. So you'll see I would be using, and you saw that I will say console.warning. I was hoping that this would come as a error. I'll say console warn. I guess, my partial is not all that expressive. Let me see if I can get to see all of this in the command prompt. And now I'll say node space step 3. No, it is still not giving me if you're using console.var, no, it actually should give you in yellow color. At least that's what it happens in the browser side. I was hoping that this PowerShell could be quite decorative that way, and it would give us in red color, in yellow color. Okay, but I think I'll have to use another module to do that. There is a module that can make your terminal colors in colors. In fact, there's an extension as well that you can use on VS Code. See, this OS module now is not a global module, correct? Now we'll have to import it. How do we import? We'll have to require it. And all the built-in modules, okay, all the modules that are bundled along with Node.js can be used without using their path, just by using their names. And Node.js knows where to find them. So I'll use step 4, and now I'll go create a variable var os equals require os. What is os? This happens to be the name of the module here, OS module. OS stands for operating system, right? So you'll basically get information about your operating system. And think about it like this. You are actually getting information about the server, where this code is being executed, where Node is installed. So in the new version, to denote that these are Node modules, you are expected to type node : I think moving forward, you should be using this. But for now, even without this, you will get to work with the Node module. So I get this operating system, the OS module, to work for me now. So you can now say console log me this os.arc. This is a method. Basically, you call it, and it gives you the architecture. And I'm supposed to be executing the 4th one. So I'll say node space dot step 4, and it tells you x64. That's my operating system's architecture. You have tons of other things. You can find out, what is the home directory. You can find, what is the temporary directory. What is the free memory, what is the total memory, how many CPUs you have, and you can understand the configuration of your system using CPUs. So it basically tells you how many CPUs you'll have. So if I run this example now, it'll tell you how many CPUs you have. I mean, in fact, it gives you an array of all of them. So since it is giving me an array, I can use the dot length property and find out how many CPUs I'll have. It tells that now I have about 12 CPUs. And now if you want to get information about each one of them, let us say I want to get the information of the first CPU. You know that you're getting an array. So you can pretty much do all the things that you would do on an array. It tells you that I'm using an Intel Core i7, blah, 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 whatever. It basically gives you the CPUs configuration to me. Let us just run one more. Maybe I would want to find out. You can try all of these. Okay, I'm just being choosy because there is something called as user info. Ask for user info. So user info object, basic user info method basically gives you an object back, and then you can actually ask for various properties. So you see there is this username. You can also get the home directory. You could have used the home dir as well to get this. I'm getting this object. On this user info, I can get what is the username, this one. And basically it'll give you the name of the user that you have set on your computer, on your PC, on your machine. If you want to find out, what is the total memory that is available, total mem is a method. You can also find what is the free memory that you have. So maybe I will say this is the total memory. And this is the free memory. Right, so now let's run this. You get to see this, the total memory and the free memory. This is in KBs, guys. So what you should do is take this entire value, divide it by 1024, and take this entire value. So this will give you megabytes, and you would want to get gigabytes. So it basically will give you the value here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think, we got it in bytes, and then we'll have to divide it by 1024 once again to convert it to gigabytes, and gives you about 15 point blah, blah, blah. Correct? So try and explore these. What platform you have. A platform will basically give you the operating system's platform. So I'll say this is platform. All right, so it tells me that I'm on the Windows platform. So you are on a Mac, you are on Linux, it'll tell you a different, answer. We learned about modules, how you work with the ECMAScript 6 modules. Although this is not entirely supported on Node.js, I'll show you how you can use it, because moving forward, you would be using it because Node will somehow, graduate. Most of the Node modules are still not being scaled to ECMAScript 6, but sooner or later that should happen. So we spoke about how to split the example that we created using classes. So I showed you how you can use modules, and then we moved on to using Node.js. So we started with some simple properties, how you can exchange these properties from one file to another by converting them to modules. And you would use module.exports object to expose an object to the outside world. And then we started consuming it. We started consuming the properties that were imported from another file. Then we moved on to some of the built-in modules. So we learned about some of the global properties. We'll keep expanding our vocabulary on this, because there are many things that you'll have to learn before you can fully understand how Node ecosystem works. So we'll add a few more global modules. And then we started using one of the built-in modules called operating system. And then I think, we learned how to use the methods, and maybe, you tried a few things around this on your own. So we'll go create a new folder. All right, that way it'll be organized. And again, we will add few more modules so that we understand how to work with. Some of them are a little complicated, so we will slowly graduate to that point, right? So we'll work with more Node modules. All right, so let's open the documentation for Node.js. Node.js.org, click on docs, and 16.17.1 is what I will be using. So we would not get time to go through each one of these modules. Even if we frankly do it, we'll have to have different projects, because a single project cannot accommodate all of these modules. They are for different purposes. They are for different reasons, right? They exist for a different reason. And they're not quite interrelated as well. Some of them are, some of them are not. All right. So I'll give an introduction to some of them, and some of them, you can easily learn as and when there is a need. But frankly, once you learn how to use one of these modules, the documentation will help you to proceed further, and then, maybe do some exploring on your own, and you'll, start your journey or adventure with Node.js. With the documentation, or maybe some online resource. But, usually you would not want to learn all of them, because there are many other modules that are taking advantage of these modules. Say, for example, assertion. This is used for testing. Can we use assert module? Yes, we can. but you don't have to. There are some wrappers around this. In this workshop, I'll be using something called as Mocha, along with an assertion library called Chai. So basically, Mocha gives you the unit testing platform, and Chai gives you these assertions. So I'll show you how you can use them. Similarly, when you're talking about cryptography, so where you have the ability to encrypt and decrypt, I'll show you what is the advantage of hashing over encryption and decryption. You would decide to use one over the other in the context of your project and your work requirement. All right, so now the next module that I think we should probably learn is about the path module is really interesting. Suggests you can do some exploring on your own, but we will be using this in some examples. So I'll show you how you can use them. But I think we will start with something called as events. All right. So what are events? Basically, if you have worked with JavaScript, there are two types of events, correct? Broadly classified as user events and system events. System events are those that happen on its own. The user has no control over it. Say, for example, the window got loaded, the time elapsed, maybe so on and so forth. And the user events are when the user is involved. User clicks a button, he will mouse over a button, things like that. And then system events can also be you make an AJAX call or you make a request to an external file to load, and the file, when it is loaded, it will trigger an event. And here in this environment, we are learning how to create custom event. And now what is different here is that now these are events nor interacted with the user, because user may not interact with this as of now. But these are events that are maybe system events, but we will be responsible for generating them. So we'll be responsible for making them happen. We create it and we make it happen, and then we listen to it. It's just like, you're telling a joke for yourself and then you laugh at it, right? Because as of now, we are learning how to use these modules. But once become comfortable, you'll know exactly where to use all of these knowledge. So let's go use. If you read the documentation, you'll realize that this events has a class called event emitter. So an instance of this event emitter gives you the ability to create an event that can be emitted, that can emit. Emit is like making it happen. All right. It basically will make that event happen, or it'll create an event that we can trigger. Okay. So if you scroll down a bit, you'll find some APIs. You have remove listeners, you have add listeners. You can also emit. You can find out, what was the event name. You can find out how many maximum events that are assigned to this event. So you can also use listener count. The get max listeners is setting a maximum number of listeners that you can assign at any given point in time. Let's say I set the max listeners to 5, and then I should be able to get those number. I mean, in case if you have assigned it on the fly, you would want to find out, okay, how many listeners did I assign? I mean, if you're in confusion, you can always do that. You can try these. I'll show you some of these, and the rest I'm sure now you should be able to go figure out on your own. They're pretty easy to learn. As I told you, these are events that you make them happen. So you'll have to be the author, and then you create those events and you respond to them, and then you can also pass in parameters to them, so on and so forth. So let us go ahead and create a new file. All right, so I'll go create this as step 1, events.js. So I'll go create a variable, let maybe const event emitter equals require from the events I think it is called events. It has something called as event emitter class. So we have seen something like this before, right? So if the module gives us an object and a property of that object is what we want to use. In this case, this property happens to be a class, which is assigned to this variable here. And now with this, we should be able to create a event. And maybe we can make this event happen. So what I'll do is I'll go create a variable, call this as my event. Any name is fine. Equals a new event emitter. So new event emitter, this one. All right. So with this, you are able to create a new event. Now the question is, when will this happen? So if there was a mouse click event on a button, when will it happen, right? When someone clicks on the button. When there is a mouse over event, when that will happen, when the mouse is over a button or a div tag. But this is a custom event. Now the question is, when will this event happen? Whenever you make it happen, all right? So what I'll now do is I will make this event happen. So I'll call this as my event. And you know that there was a method called emit that we can use to dispatch this event. And now it'll ask you, what is the name? This was my event, right? So what kind of event do you want to dispatch? I will say this is online event. Any name is fine. All right. So this is going to be an event that you're trying to dispatch. And when this happens, you may want to do something. So I'll go assign an event listener to this. So I will say, listen to this my event and add listener. Listen, when this online event happens, we will designate a function that will be called. Easy. So I will now do a console.log. I'll say online event happened. Now, if I run this program, what do you expect to see, guys? What do you expect? What is your expectation with this code? This online event is my given name to it. Okay, I can call this anything I want. I can call this a potato if I want. That would be the name of the event. All right. Basically, event is something that happens. Okay. So you have a festival event. All right. Your school, college, your home may have some event that will happen. And when that happens, you take a, you perform something, right? Because that event happened. Okay. So, in case of web or in case of Node, you are basically making something happen, or you're calling a function because something happened. That is an event. Okay. So in this case, I'm creating a custom event by name, my event, which has a type called online event. That is, this online event type can be dispatched. So we can make this online event happen. Now, when that happens, we'll do the console log. That's what we are trying to say. But now I asked you a question, okay, if I run this simple code, what is expected to happen? At least what's your expectation? So far, only Sandeep has expressed his, expectations. Like, Vijay, this will happen. It will basically get the log. Okay. So ideally, you should make the event happen after you have a listener attached to it. So this is like this. You went to the train station, you saw the train leave, and then you bought the ticket. So if I run this, just to prove that nothing's going to happen now, so I'll cd to the day 4, and I will say node space step 1. See, I'm waiting for something to happen, but nothing happened here, isn't it? So now what we'll do is we will make this event happen after we have designated a listener to it. Now we have asked someone, this piece of program, to listen to this event. And when this happens, this function will be called. Now you see the sequence has changed. And then you make the event happen. So you have someone to take advantage of this event. When this event happens, this function is designated to call. Now I'll run this. So you see, online event happened is being logged. So you see the flow, right? Now, what if I wanted this event to happen after some time? So you can utilize some of these timer events in Node.js, even in JavaScript, and you have all of these timer events. So you can schedule this to happen after some time, or you can schedule this to be called after at an interval, or you can ask it to be called immediately. You can also use something called as process.nextTick, so that you are instructing Node.js that, hey, when all the code in this program is executed, call this piece of line. I'll show that next. I guess if I club too many things, it may be a little confusing. First, let us understand the timers. So I want this function to be called after some time. How will I do that? I'll use something called as set time out after some time. So I'll say I want to set a time of 2 seconds, which means I want to call this function after 2 seconds. 2000 is denoted in milliseconds. So this function will be called after 2000 milliseconds. So if I now come here in this program, relaunch it, I'll wait for 2 seconds and this event happens, right? So you are scheduling this event to happen. So one of the timer is to set a timeout. So set a delay to execute this program using this function. Okay, so I'll comment this out. Let us say I want to call this function every second, okay, like a clock. Okay, I want this function to be to happen every second or every few seconds. So you can again come up with a time here, and then you would want that to call every few seconds. So I'll say set interval. So I'm setting an interval. So that means to say a function will now be called at an interval of, let us say, 1 second. Okay, so what should this function do? It should again set a it should make this event happen, right? So now what I'll do is I will relaunch this program, and now this function will be called once every second, and it'll keep happening until the end of time, until you turn off your computer, until Node.js is terminated. I can now press Ctrl+C to terminate Node, and then the program stops. So you have 3 timers basically. One of these timer can schedule this function to be called at a later point in time. There is another timer function that can schedule it to be called at an interval. And you also have something called as set immediate. What this does, as the name tells you, it basically will call this function immediately. So you may not find much of a difference between calling this function immediately, putting that statement right there, or using this. But technically there is a difference. I'll cover that when we talk about the event flow and the how the event works in Node. Moving forward, I'll do that. Okay, so now if I run this example, this will happen immediately, exactly as if this was scheduled to be called in the same line. Frankly, in this example, this makes no sense because it is being called immediately. But when you understand something called as an event loop, you will understand that this set timeout, set immediate has a different location to be called. Okay, so you see that there are 3 different timers that we can use: set timeout, set interval, and set immediate. Let's see another example now. All right, so this is step 2. So I will create a const event emitter equals require events dot event emitter. That way we have the event emitter. Again, I'll go create a variable let. You can call this anything you want. Okay, let e equals new event emitter. Okay, I'll call this is event emit. Any name is fine. Okay, and now I want to attach an event listener. So I can do this in many ways. I can use, maybe I'll take you to the documentation so that you know what are the different types of events that are available. You can use add listener. We have done that. Now you can also use on, which is an alias name for add listener. Some people want to use on. This was introduced by jQuery community, and then it became really popular, and Node has been using it ever since. I can now say event emit dot on custom event, and I'm attaching an event listener. I will now call a function This is called custom event handler. And here we'll do a console.log. Custom event happened. And now I can call this. And usually you should do something like this. I'll tell you why, and probably you'll understand it. Okay. Say now I have added an event, but you may ask, Vijay, how do I remove this event now? If there is a need for me to remove, how do I do that? So what I'll do is, I will make this event happen for 4 or 5 times. Okay, 5 times, let's say. And then I would want to stop this event from happening. How will I do that? So I have this on custom event, and now I can designate a set interval. In this case, I want an interval because I'm expected to call this function once every second. Maybe I'll make it 2 seconds because 1 second would be too short. Okay, so now here I would want to emit this. So I'll say event emit dot emit custom event. So we are expecting the custom event to happen. I'll run this example. This is much like the previous exercise, just that now I'm trying to add some complexity to this. So let's now say node space step 2. And now we can expect every 2 seconds. Okay, I have missed something. What did I miss, guys? I've set an interval. It is emitting on Okay, custom event handler is being called. Custom event happened. Is this the same name? I think there is a typo. See, there is a typo here. Custom event. There's a typo. There was a typo. Now I think I fixed it. Let us see. Okay, so now you expect this event to happen once every 2 seconds. It'll keep happening. But what was my requirement? To make this event happen only 5 times. Now, how will I make sure that this event will only happen 5 times? I'll probably make this 1 second. So then it will be a little quick. You get to see one event happening every second. But now I want this to happen only 5 times. I mean, it happened several times and I had to exit this. Now what I'll do is I will set up a counter for this. That way we know that this event should happen or, only for 5 times. So I'll go create a variable, let count equals 1. We'll start with 1. And every time this event happens, we'll increase the count. All right. So I'll say count equals count plus 1. That way count gets incremented. And now I will use a condition to check if the count is less than 5, I would emit this event. That makes sense. Or is there anything wrong here? Okay, what do you think? So let us make this program run. 1, 2, 3. Why 3? I said less than 5. Yeah, okay, sorry, I had to make this 0. And why 3 only? Something went wrong. Let's run this once. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4. Why? Why? Okay. I think, it is, we have to. Okay. So yeah, maybe less than or equal to 0. Yeah, that's one way to do it. And maybe we can increment this after. This is one way to do it, isn't it? Okay. Less than or equal to will work. Awesome. Let's go give this a try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. 5 times. All right. So now we got this to work. Just that, this was incremented before, and then, so that way this would become 1 initially. Okay. So if I push this out, because count will become count plus 1, that would become 1. So nevertheless, we've got this to work as of now. But now the question is this right? Or did we miss out something here? The program serves its purpose, but I'm telling you that this is a potential problem. What do you see? I will repeat again. Sandeep, it's pretty straightforward. Set interval is not stopping. Yes. See, there are 2 things that we need to do. See, just by not calling this function, it's not true that we have stopped the interval from working. See, what would happen now is that I will do a console log. I'll log this interval triggered. Okay. And now let us press Ctrl C, up arrow key, run this. Interval was triggered, custom event happened. Interval was triggered, custom event happened. Interval was triggered. Okay. And now the custom event happened, stop, but the interval is still working for us. So there are a couple of things. Yes, we had to stop the event from happening. That's something that we should do. And then we should also make sure that this interval is also stopped, or else this will keep you consuming the memory. Okay, it'll be running in the background. Yeah, see, as of now, I put this console log so you are able to see. But if I don't put this console log, you would not know. This program is still occupying. Now you can use a break, but this set interval will still keep working. Okay, so how do I stop this interval? I'll show you that. So if it is less than 5, we make this event happen. Else, see, now we have used the on. So what I'll do is I will now off this event. So this event will now turn off, no doubt. Okay, but the interval will keep running. That is what we need to stop. How do I do that? See, all the timer functions that we learned, okay, so set timeout, set interval, and set immediate, all of them do give back a reference for this timer that is running. So what we should do is we need to stop that interval. How do you do that? You call something called as clear interval. Now the clear interval will ask you, which interval are you referring? Because there may be other set interval methods, but which interval do you want me to stop? So the set interval actually gives you a reference to this interval. So I go create a variable. I'll call this as let si, maybe I'll call this as si1 equals the set interval. Now that I've got this reference to this interval, this specific interval, I can now use the clear interval. Notice you have clear immediate, which can clear the immediate timer. You have clear timeout, which can clear the timeout. You have the clear interval, which can clear the set interval. So here, the clear interval will ask you, which interval, what is the ID of it? Now we have assigned an ID, si1. That's what I want to clear. Now if I go back, okay, and relaunch this program, it happened once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, and then it stopped happening. You see, the node terminated itself because it has completed its work. Node is not hanging now, right? It is not waiting for something to happen. This command would not come otherwise, isn't it? So now we understand how to set up a timer, how to stop an event, and how to clear an interval as well. Now the same thing can be done for setting up a interval, setting up a timer, setting up the set immediate. So for all 3, you can clear it as well. Now there's one more interesting event that you can use. Let us say I'm expecting an event to happen just once. I don't want this event to happen twice. Then what I can do is, although I have a listener which is triggering it 5 times, watch. I'll simply say once. Now what once does, it will make this event happen only once. All right. So although this program is expected to trigger it 5 times, but it will not. See, the interval is triggered, but the event happened only once. You have many such methods. You may not get an opportunity to go through all of them, and you don't have to know all of them, right? So whenever there's a need, you are working on events, you will always come back here and then read about this documentation. Okay, and to help you, there is one working example for everything. Of course, my example is slightly different from what they are displaying. Okay, and now that we have come here, I wanted to put something into your attention. See, this is CJS and this is ESM. So as of now, this example that you are seeing is ECMAScript 6 way of working. Correct? You see this? If you want to get the common JS example, toggle this button, and then you'll see the common JS way of working, which is what we did. So not all the modules have been migrated from common JS to ECMAScript 6, but that's their idea. So over a period of time, all the modules will get converted to ECMAScript 6 modules. Okay, because module loading was not allowed in much before 2015. And Node was created when 2009. So they wanted to create some technique or some standard that can be used to import and export modules, right? So they created CommonJS. And now CommonJS may not be required because you have ECMAScript supporting modules, loading modules. So moving forward, it may change, but as of now, just get comfortable with both of these different techniques and then use them. All right. So let us move on to another module. So we spoke about events. Now I'll show you something called as globals and process, and then we will move on to HTTP. So what is global? Say, for example, I have some property that I want to share across multiple files. I want this information to be available for another file as well. So what I'll do is I will go create a global property, and I can then share that information with other projects as well. Say, for example, I started to work for a company, and that company name is what I want to share with others. So step one is to be able to create a global file, and then I'll show you how you can utilize one. Create a new file. This is step 3. Call this as globals. So usually, you'll have a file which will be referred as a global configuration file. Users require where ECMAScript uses import. So now I want, a piece of information. It can be a property, it can be a function, it can be a class, it can be anything that you would want to share with other files. We kind of, use several globals. One of them was module.export. You saw that we could also use require. That was also global. Console was global. Now, can I create my own global? Of course, when you're creating it, it's available only to this file. Whichever file uses this file will have access to the globals that are declared here. Now, how do we declare? You use the keyword called global. And on this global, you can arbitrarily create a property by any name. All right. So I can call this as global.trainer name. Okay, maybe. I'm putting my name. Okay, I'll say global.trainer, Trainer. For some time, it would look a little weird. Okay, so I now have a global property that is declared. And I want this to be available for other, with other files as well. So all I do is I'll use another step 4. Maybe I'll call this as using global.js. And now in this file, I want to know what is the trainer that I created, which is available on the global. So step 1 you require this file. Which file? From the current working directory, we have the step 3 globals. This is where I've declared, isn't it? So now that I have declared it, I can now say console.log trainer is now available. So you can declare a global property and then you can access that property here. The global is a keyword that we can use. So now let's say node space step 4, and I get this name. It need not have to be a simple property like this, guys. You can also create an array. This is an array. Maybe now I will say Iron Man, maybe. Now I've got 3 heroes. And now the global property now has access to the heroes. I can say console and I can log global.heroes. I can just use the first one. All right, so now let's run this example and then you should get to see this list. Can this be a function? Yes, it can be. Can this be an object? Yes, it can be. Try that out. So you can create a global configuration. Usually it is referred as a global config file. And there is a way to read those config files. Moving forward, I'll create an example for that. But for now, you have a way to declare global and you have a way to use that global example. Okay, so in the sequence you see after events comes the file system. So we'll use the file system. So what we can do with the file system is basically you can create a file, you can read a file, you can watch for a file. And similarly, you can create read the content of the directory, you can create a directory, you can delete a directory, and you can watch changes on a directory. And while we are reading, you can read a simple file, you can also read a complex file, a big file. All right. And this is quite useful. I mean, from now on, most of the modules that we are going to learn will be used in one or the other example. Okay. So I'll show you how you can start utilizing the file system. Again, if I scroll down in the documentation, you'll realize the file system. Yeah, the file system also has CommonJS and ECMAScript 6 way of working. Okay. One thing that you need to keep in mind is, you cannot mix and match. You cannot have some modules imported via CommonJS and some of them imported via ECMAScript. You cannot do that. You cannot mix and match them. You either use CommonJS only or use ECMAScript 6 only. That is ECMAScript way of working with modules only. You cannot mix and match. So that's a big drawback because many modules still are using CommonJS. So we are now forced to be using CommonJS pattern, right? Or else we can use ECMAScript 6 modules. I'll show you a little later how you can use that as well. First, let us say I want to work with file system. So I'll go create a new file, new exercise here. This is referred as step 5. All right, so step 5 files. So I'll go create a const fs equals require fs. So with this, the file system is now made available to us. I can now utilize this file system. Now, what do I do with this? I would like to read, maybe first I will write a file, okay? And then I'll show you how you can read a file. So I'll say fs.write file. Now, if you see, we have write file and write file sync. I'll start with sync, but ideally you should be using asynchronous way. This is a synchronous way. What is the difference? Say, for example, I want to write a file. Before I write a file, maybe I'll show that with an example. So it'll become easy. Some of these examples are easy to explain with an exercise rather than explain with words. So in this case, write file. What do I want to write? I want to write a file by name temp.txt. That's the name. See, in this directory, do you have a file by name temp.txt? No, isn't it? You don't have any file like that. No, I would want to create a file like that. Okay. The next parameter is when you're writing a file, it'll ask you what is the data that you would want to write. I'll say, welcome to your life. That's the message that I want to add. Now, the third parameter is what kind of MIME type, what kind of data are you trying to add? So you have various combinations here. Okay, a lot depends on your keyboard settings. We would be using UTF-8 because in my case, I'm using a English US Standard keyboard. So you may want to find out what is the keyboard type and then specify the ASCII values here. And since this is write file sync, if I now put a console log here, this file created will be created or will be logged after this line. Okay. But this is a puny action. So this will be done in a jiffy. So you'll not actually find any delay here. So let us now say node space step 5. Yeah, step 5 files. If I run this example, it actually logged first and then the file was created. The file was created, then it was logged. Okay, because we are using synchronous way. So which means to say this file, this command has to completely execute. Only then this command will take over. Okay. So maybe what I'll do is I'll see if I can come up with some technique to show you. Instead of this message, I'll say new date dot get milliseconds. Okay, so this get milliseconds will actually get you some milliseconds. And now I can use the same thing to log here. I have a serious doubt whether this program would work for us. Why? Because this is a tiny program. This should be executed really, really fast. So what will happen now, or what is expected to happen now, guys, is that this should execute first and then this should be executed, and we should be able to see that in the log. All right, so if I go to the temp file, you see 669 was in the file, and later 675 is when the log was created. So you see this happened first and this happened later, isn't it? Using this simple illustration, we can drive that point. But now what I'll do is I will make this asynchronous. This was synchronous. I'll now make it asynchronous. Let's do the same thing in an asynchronous fashion. So I will now not use this sync, and this will become asynchronous. And now I will write a file. So I'll probably go delete this file now. And now I will be writing a file. And then I will have the ability to assign a callback function here. And this callback function will take the error if any error happened while we are writing. Okay, this error will refer to that error that happened. The next parameter is the data that was actually written. Okay, but in this case, my intention is just to check if there are any errors. If any errors happen, we would want to log it. If not, I want this piece of code to be executed. I'll use a condition if error happened. Then we'll do a console log. Error happened. Maybe you would want to know what error happened as well. So we will log that error message. Else, we'll put this message. Now what is expected to happen? it will execute the callback function first. So in this case, maybe I will put this once here as well. Okay, so this is in the callback function. Okay, so now this should become easy for you to understand. So we are expecting the file to write, and we have a callback. Okay, and inside this callback, we have put a message. But since this is an asynchronous way of working, this should execute first. This should have a smaller number, then this number, and then this number is what I'm expecting. All right, so let's go give this a try. See, I get to see that now this file created, the file created was called first, 623. And then in the callback, I've got 630. Now let us see what is the number that is in the temp.txt file, 621. You see, the file was actually created, but we had a callback. The callback executed the next piece of program, and then the function was called. So you definitely see that this callback will be invoked after the function is, after the next piece of code is executed. So it is like, this, you placed an order for the food to come. So this guy will ring the doorbell when the food has arrived. Actually, I was hoping that this would be, in fact, no, this is invoked first. I was expecting this to be invoked after this, but nevertheless. So this is asynchronous. What it does is, it will basically write to a file. It will write this message, and it assigns a callback function, which will be called. If there is any error, we'll be able to log that error. If the file was successfully created, then this piece of code will be executed. And we have another piece of code here. This is expected to run much before this line, and which is happening, correct? Because callback function allows other piece of line, the other lines which comes preceding to this event will be executed first, and then this callback function will be called. So it will not basically hold this program to complete before it can call the next line, which is what would happen when you're working with synchronous way of working, synchronous programming. But in case of asynchronous programming, this callback function will be called after the next line is executed, or the next few lines that are executed. Whenever this file is created, this callback function will come and call, but it will not wait. So what happened here was this file was created, and we attached an event listener. So this will let us know when the file is completely created, and it will call this program, and then this callback will be called. Okay, which is what happened here. See, in case of asynchronous, this piece of code gets executed after this file is created, and this doesn't take any callback function, right? But here we have a callback function which lets us know that this file was created. So this function is expected to tell us that this file is created. But when will this be called? After this next piece of lines are executed. Say I have this. Okay, I'll say file created 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let me run all of these. Okay, so now you should get. So the file is now deleted. So you got this file created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of them were called. Then the callback function was executed. But if it was a write file, then all of these should have executed first. Only then this will be executed. Because in case of write file sync, you are synchronously executing them. Here you are asynchronously executing them. So guys, let's go to the next step. So we saw that we can write a file. Now, if a file is written, we can read it. We should be able to read it. And that's what we will do next. So this is step 6, read file. Again, you have both synchronous and asynchronous way of reading it. So now here I would like to read a file. So let us say this temp.txt will now be is expected to be read. How will I do that? I'll say const fs equals require fs, and now I want to read a file. Now what I want to read, I want to read this temp.txt file. Okay, and after I have read, what should I do? Maybe you would want to console log the message. So I'll say fs dot read file. Now again, you have read file and read file sync. I would recommend that unless you have a valid reason, don't use sync. You always use async, because it's not a good practice to keep your program hanging, okay, or keep your user waiting. But there are some specific scenarios where you would want the user to wait until the job is done. In such cases, you would be using synchronous, or else you would be using asynchronous. So let us first do this synchronous way. So see, usually a synchronous does not have a callback function. Asynchronous will have a callback function. That's a easier technique to figure out whether I'm working on a synchronous or asynchronous way. So in this case, I'm using sync, which means I'll not have a callback function. So the first parameter is, what is the file that I want to read? I want to read this temp.txt file. The second parameter is any options. Now I'll first show you how, what would be the default. Okay, so if I want to read this file, does this file exist? Yes, it does exist. Right here, I have this text, welcome to your life. I will remove this number. I have this message, welcome to your life. That is what I want to read, and then I want to log that here. So I'll say console. Okay, log the content that was read from this file. Okay, so now if I run this example, you'll see I'm getting something called as an array buffer. This is the native way of how computers work, how they read and write information, all in binary. Okay, so basically it's a buffer which accumulates all the information that we'll have to that the file will have to tell us. Okay, but this doesn't make sense. We are not computers, right? We want this to be humanized. So how do I do? So that is where the second parameter comes in. So I'll use this fs, and now what I do is I'll pass the second option parameter. That is how you would want this file to be read. See, there are a couple of techniques. In fact, when you're working with this, I'll show you one more way. These are not hexadecimal, neither are these ASCII values. Both are wrong, isn't it? This is a byte stream. Okay, so this is like binary arrays or array buffer. I can convert this to string is one way to do it. Then I will actually convert it to human readable format. Watch. See, it is working now. You can also use another technique. You take anything, concatenate that to a string, JavaScript will convert it to a string for us. Okay, so you take this array buffer and you convert that to a string, and then that gives you human readable format. See, this will also work. But just because this is working doesn't make it right. So what should I be doing ideally? I will have to take this information and maybe right here, I will uncomment this console log, read file sync, and then I need to pass in the second parameter. That is, how should I read this? I'll say read it as UTF-8. And now this problem will be solved. Now if I run this example once again, you get to see the text is now printed. So you can use any of these techniques. You will actually find some of them being using this or this. What I would usually do is, I try this. If it fails, I know these two will definitely work, because sometimes the files that I get, I'm not sure, how they have written it. It need not have to be an UTF-8. It may be a different MIME type. Okay, in that case, if I convert it to UTF-8, the characters will all change. So for example, now I'm using an English US Standard keyboard. If someone is using an Arabic keyboard, if you type the alphabet A, you will have a different ASCII value and I will have a different ASCII value, isn't it? So if you use some other keyboard to generate this, audio videos are binary formats. So what we have here is synchronous way. Now let us do this asynchronous. So I will go, I'll say fs.read file. This read file will take a callback function. The first parameter is the path. I'll say temp.txt file. The next parameter is option. I can specify UTF-8. Maybe right here, we can try something different. Okay, so I'll show you. I'll now use a function, and this function will have an error, and it will have the data that it has read. Now I will use a condition to check if error. If error happens, then we'll do a console.log. Else we'll console.log the data that we have read. Okay. Let's now give this a try. Run this. So you get this welcome to your life message, right? But now let us change this. I'll say base 64. And now let us try this. See, it is actually getting converted. So let us try some other UTF-8 means the same, okay? Or let's say ASCII. Let's now try and run. ASCII also gives you the same value. Hex gives you a hex value. So usually, this hex value will take each character and gives you a hex value for that, something like that. Okay, so which is not what we really want. Let us say Latin. I'm sure each one of them. Okay, Latin also gives you the same value. Now let us do this. This wouldn't work, nevertheless. And now I will convert this to UTF-8. And this still gives it the same, because that's exactly what you have put here, isn't it? All right, guys. So we have seen how to read a file, how to read a file synchronously, how to read a file asynchronously. I will now watch a file. Okay, so we have, let us say we would want to, maybe in the next example, I want to show you how to append to a file. Okay, how do we append, add some more content to this? How do I do that? I'll say fs.append file. Again, append file sync. So in this case, I will use append file async, and this will take the name of the file where you would want to append. So I'll say temp.txt file, and I would want to add this text, a new line followed by message. All right, and the format that we would want to use to write UTF-8. Then we have a callback function that gets executed when there is an error, and then the data that was actually written. I will now do a console.log. File was updated. Maybe we'll also see what is the data. We may want to use a condition to check if error, console.log. This error will only happen if the file itself is missing, okay? Or something went terribly wrong and you are not able to read the file. else, let us say I delete this file. So what we expect? An error will be happening. Okay. Oh. Okay. Node.js was smart. I mean, in fact, it actually created that file and put this text. Okay. So let us say I'll put this message, and now, okay, so this is happening, but so you don't get to see the data. Frankly, this data doesn't work. It basically will append a file. So it has nothing to give you back. That's what it's trying to say. I've done my job. That's what it's trying to say. Now here, if I would want to append this every few seconds, okay, so what do? I'll use a set interval, and I would want to call a function. I can use an arrow function, and I would want this to be called every 2 seconds. And this entire piece of program gets called once every 2 seconds. So which means that this file will be modified again and again and again. Okay, so I would like to remove that space. New message in new line. All right. And what I want to do is I want to watch. If this file is modified, I should know about it. So I'll now say fs.watch file. Now watch file, you do have synchronous way, but I suggest synchronous would hang your program. So use write file. So not write file, sorry, watch file. So I think they have removed it. Good. So watch file will simply watch for the file changes, and this is always asynchronous. So you'll use a function, and this function will be called when the file was updated. So we'll probably know console, and we'll log file was updated. So we don't need this else. Okay, we have removed it. Frankly, we don't even need this curly braces now. If error happens, we'll know about it. If not, the file is created. And now we are watching. Okay, and maybe we will also log get seconds. All right, so let's run this example and see if this is working for us. There is an error. Path argument string. Okay, temp.txt file. Temp.txt file. Delete. Why? Okay, so let's see. I was supposed to tell what file am I supposed to watch. I missed it. Temp.txt file. The first parameter for this watch file is the file that you have to watch, which I totally missed. So let us now run this program once again. So we are adding some content every 2 seconds, and this watch file, see, is waiting, is watching whenever this file gets updated. Okay, we'll know about it. You can keep it up here. It is not 2 seconds. Why? Yeah, I'm also quite surprised. Let me check. Yes, it is actually taking a little long, and maybe in order to understand it fully, we'll remove this. I think it is for 2 seconds. It is for 2 seconds, the watch file. Okay, so maybe the watch file has its own sequence. Okay, what we'll do is what we can also do, maybe we'll go to the documentation better, right? So we'll understand what is the frequency of watch file, because you are right. So watch file is not watching as per the sequence. So it's probably has its own interval. So watch file, this one. Okay, so watch file does take an interval, which we did not assign. What is 5007? Okay, 5007. Where did you find out? Stack Overflow, is it? Okay. Now let me check. Yeah, default interval is 5007. You're right. Absolutely. See? So you can set the interval here. So I can ask this file to watch once every second. That way it will watch. See, you have, in this case, we ran this couple of times, isn't it? Let us now run this. Boom, there is an error. Listener arguments must be a function. So where is the parameter? File name options. So this option is an object which will take an interval property. Now it is working. So it is in sync. Of course, the watch file is waiting for every second and the file is getting updated every 2 seconds. So in the documentation, it takes 3 different arguments. So the offset, length, and position. No, this is for write. Watch file. Okay, so this takes the big integer, persistent, and interval. So persistent has a default value of true. Big integer has a value of false. Okay, and the interval is what we were overriding. The rest of the parameters are as it is with default. So if I say persistent false, then it may not be looking for the file changes frequently. So it is not persistently looking for the watch file. So by default, they have set this configuration to true, which means to say this will persistently keep watching the file with the interval that you set. A big int is something that I'll have to dig into the documentation, but I guess, these are the parameters that we would use. So far we have been using modules that are built in, correct? We've been using modules that were built into Node.js ecosystem. But let us say I want to load or read a module that is not part of this application, that is not, available here. Now, where can I get these modules? You can download these modules from a website called NPM. Stands for Node Package Manager. It allows you to download and install modules. So if you go to npmsjs.com, I suggest you create an account for yourself. I'll tell you the advantage moving forward. So if every time you refresh, you get a new interesting abbreviation for NPM. So it says never ending pumpkin munch. Again, if I refresh, this will change. Nice pumpkin machate. Okay, so basically NPM stands for Node Package Manager. And you see, there are lots of modules that are available. You see the downloads the last week. Staggering numbers, isn't it? Downloads the last month. So which means that there are many, many modules that are available that were created by various developers, and most of the popular libraries are listed on to the left side. And when you create an account, you can also create your own modules. For example, now if I click on my profile, see, I've got a module by my name, Vijay, about 39 packages that I've created. You will see them here. And mine, username is vjoy here. Most of these modules are useless. I've created them, for the purpose of this training. Sometimes I create, sometimes I don't. I just wanted to show you that you can create your own modules. And now you can look for different modules that you would want to use. Let us say I want to use a module called fetch. So if you click on fetch, if you type fetch, you'll basically get the module by that name, fetch. And let us say now if I look for Vijay, my module. Okay, so you see that there are many others who have, who tried to get this name, but somehow I was lucky, I got this name. So this is an exact match, but this does nothing. Now, this does nothing, okay? Because this has nothing, no utility as of now, but people have been looking for it. Okay, so there has been no weekly downloads, but yes, people have been looking for at least this name, Vijay, I think. Okay, so you can look for a module that you would want to use. So in this case, fetch is what I want to use. Why? Because fetch allows you to make a request to an external server, load the data, and then use it. What kind of data? It could be anything. It can be simple HTML file. It can be JSON file. You can also use fetch to make asynchronous calls to other foreign APIs. We'll be using this to work, in this workshop. Maybe, if you have some JSON data on another server, you can request it here. If you want to work with any RESTful API, it can also be Firebase. You can use Fetch API to work with it. Alternatively, you also have something called as Axios. So you can use Axios to make a request to an external file. Both will work. I'll show you an example for both Fetch and Axios. Okay. I personally feel that Axios is quite robust. It gives you more control when you are importing external files compared to Fetch. Now, Fetch is much a low-level module. It doesn't have too many methods, if you see here. But in case of Axios, you'll find tons of methods. It is being refined, in many different ways. Now, coming back to the context, how do I use this external module that is available in NPM's website in my project? How do I do that? So up until now, whatever we have been doing with Node.js is not the good practice. I would say that you'll have to create a project. Have we ever created a Node project? No. We have been creating these JavaScript files that were executed via Node. But were they Node projects that I can share with my colleagues? No, I have not. I will now be creating a file, and you'll see all the right practices that you need to have in place to create a Node project. So I'll go create a new folder, call this as day 4 Node packages. And inside this folder, I'll create a new file. I'll call this as first online, maybe I'll call this as first-online module. And now inside this folder, maybe I'll create another folder. There are 2 files, first online module, second online module. In the terminal, I need to navigate to the first online module folder. Why did I create the second online module folder? Just like that, okay? Okay, I need to move out of this folder and navigate to day 4 packages and then cd to first online module folder. And now I want to create a new Node module. What are the steps involved? So you use npm init, and npm init will ask you, several details that you'll have to provide, and then it will create a module for us. Okay, and make a note of this command, npm space init. Init is to initialize. Press enter.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Now, see, I've got a, this wizard is asking me several questions. First question is, what is the name of the project? By default, it will pick the name of the folder, first online module. All right, so and I'll say, yes, that name is okay for me. If you want to change it, you can. You can either change it now, or you can also change it at a later point in time. And then you have a version number. By default, it starts with 1.0.0. That version is okay for me. Later, I'll explain the semantics behind this version number, and then we can provide a description. This description is used by people to look for this module. Say, for example, if I look for fetch or maybe Axios. So if I look for Axios, see, I got several modules, right? So this is the description that Axios developers have created. Promise-based HTTP client for browser and Node.js. Now, if I look for fetch, Fetch also has a description, fetch URL contents. Now that's the description that we'll have to provide. What will this module help others do? Or what will this module help you do? I will say this is my first experimental module. And then, I'm okay with that description. Now you'll have to provide what file will be used as an entry point. Because see, you remember, we can create multiple JavaScript files. One file can have some logic and it can be imported to another file, correct? But which of these files will be treated as a main file? Now, as of now, we don't have an answer, but because we did not provide any input, it has already set some preset value called index.js. So if this folder happens to have some .js file, it'll use it. If it doesn't find, it'll create, it'll suggest that, hey, go create an index.js file. Because by default, Node.js will look for this index.js file. Okay, so I'll now press enter and it'll ask you, what is the test command? So are you testing this module is the question. In this case, we are not. Later, I'll show you how you can test these files. For now, I'll simply escape that and it'll ask you, okay, where is the Git repository? Where will you be uploading this file? See, most of these modules, like fetch here, has a Git repository. You can read more about that here. This is the GitHub repository for fetch. Similarly, if I say Axios will also have a GitHub repository that you can find. So you will basically find the entire source code here. So this is Axios library. I've written a lot of text here, isn't it? Index.js. This is their index.js file. Of course, in this case, they are, forwarding all the queries to this location, lib axios.js file. Let's go chase that. In the lib directory, there is this file called axios.js file. This is the main file. So Axios has been, updating themselves. So this Axios is about 56 lines of code. Along with that, they also are leveraging on other libraries. And notice, all of them are using import commands, which tells you that this is an ECMAScript 6 module. You can import this using ECMAScript 6. See, they have completely used ECMAScript 6 approach to create their module. So we have a choice. We can either use ECMAScript 6 or we can also use CommonJS module. Okay. So internally, they are using these imports. But I think externally, to make this file available, this axios.js is still using, not this one, sorry. Here, the index.js file, this one. Okay, so they are using export default Axios, which means to say Axios is now a default export. You know what this command really means, isn't it? So each module will have a GitHub repository that you will, give a reference here. In this example, I don't have any GitHub repository. I'll be creating one a little later and I'll show you how you can tag them together. Press enter, then you can pass in some keywords. What kind of keywords people can use to find your module on NPM's website. See, if I go to NPM's website, see if I look for fetch. See, fetch can be used we can use this text URL to identify this fetch. Similarly, there is something called as node fetch. They use fetch, HTTP, promise, request, curl, vget, and xhr, and whatvig, and so on and so forth to access this library. So these keywords can also be used to identify this module. So if I look for Vijay, you see there are some keywords. Okay, I don't think I had used any keywords, but I have something called as page harvest. This page harvest has this my module and fetch. So because this page harvest itself uses this module called fetch API implicitly. We will be creating our own modules and I'll show you how you do that. So you can set keywords. In this example, I'll say this is my Intellipaat online node training. All these spaces, will act as a delimiter. So which means that, I'll now have 4 keywords which can be used to identify this module, which is called as first online module. Yeah, a presenter, and then you can provide the author name. You be proud, put your name. This name, guys, should map to the username that you have. In my case, what is my username? You saw vjoy, because I did not get Vijay. Somebody had already blocked it. So I took vjoy. So I come here and say vjoy. So that's my author name. And I'll show you how you can actually log into a terminal using your author's name later. First, let us just complete it. And now, what is the licensing? Lot depends on whom you're working for, who's your client. Are you working for yourself, or is there any other client that you're working for? So if you're working for a client, then this file has no copyrights for you, because you are taking money, correct, to develop this project for them. So you'll have to give credits to them. At the same time, if someone is using this library, using this module, do you want credit for yourself, or do you want that to be restricted, or do you want this module to be freely allowed for them to download for non-commercial purposes or commercial purposes, or can they download it and claim them to be their own file? See, these are different types of licensing that are available. Okay, so please verify which of these licensing will match your flavor, and then you can use that particular licensing. I will go with this ISC, and notice, now this npm init command is proposing me this JSON file. It says, okay, hey Vijay, with whatever you have given me as an input, this is the file that I've generated. Is this file okay? If you find any changes, you can say, no, this is not okay, and then you can modify them. You can always modify it later as well. Okay, so I will now simply accept this change, and will then go create a package.json file. So this package.json file tells you that this is a node module now, because it is having some description of your node module. Okay, so what keywords can be used, who's the author, what licensing. Okay, so test script, of course, we did not provide any, so it went ahead and use some default placeholders. I will not want to use them. I'll simply remove it, test, or simply say test awaited. Okay, something like that. Again, this is not a reserved keyword. Okay, you can put potato here or type anything you really want. Okay, but when you start working with test, then you'll have to use the testing framework, and testing frameworks do come with their own commands. That is what you'll have to provide. Okay, and then you have the index file and all the other configurations that we used. If you don't like something, let us say I would want to change this as Intellipaat. Okay, so that's the name of the module that I want to create. Okay, so let us go check, if we have a module by name Intellipaat. I don't think there is a module by that name, Intellipaat. So we'll be creating a module by name Intellipaat. This one is their official website, isn't it? So we'll go create a module with that name. Yeah. So you'll understand the process. So you use the name that is important to you, that is useful for you, right? And now we have got this module in the npm's website. Okay, so we can now add a package we now need the index.js file. In the package.json file, you are supposed to use index.js, correct? So we'll go create a index.js file, and this index.js file should do something, correct? Or it should export something. It should provide us some input, isn't it? So what I'll do is I will say module.exports equals an object, or maybe it can also be a function that returns something for you. Okay, so I'll say message. This message will be hello Intellipaat. Okay, so hello from Intellipaat is what this provides you back, isn't it? So every module should give you something back, isn't it? So in this case, this module is giving you a property called message, and this message would be this string here. So anyone who uses this property, this module, gets this property called message, and this message can be logged. If there is a need, you can probably do something else, but I think this is good enough. Okay. So now the packet.json is complete. So we have all the required commands here. And now I can export this. How do I publish? So you can say npm login. In this example, I don't have to log in. See, it is asking for my username and my password. I've already logged in. Okay. But if you create an account, please remember your username and password so that you can log in. In my case, I've already logged into it. Correct. So what I'll do is I'll say npm publish. What will happen with this? It'll publish this module. See, Intellipaat version 1.0.0 is now available. Now all of you can actually look for this module on npm's website. So search for it. I think I just uploaded, so it should be available. Come on, don't shy away. Yeah, see, Intellipaat is now available, and you see these are the keywords that I used. And when I search for it, like the way I've. So if I look for it, see, you have the description. This is my first experimental module. So that shows up, isn't it? So that was the description that I gave here, isn't it? And then, these are the keywords people can use to find this module. And you see the author is now, it has been attributed or attached to me for two reasons. One, I had actually logged in with my login credentials in the terminal. You know how I did that, correct? npm space login. I can log in to the terminal using my node credentials. With that, you have the permission to upload these files that you create onto npm's website. So now that I have created this module, I will now be able to use this module. Now, how do I use this module? I go, create another project. There is the second online module, right? So I'll control C, CD out of this folder. So I'll CD to the second online module project, and I'll say npm init. It asks me several questions. I'll simply be very quick with this, and I've created a packet.json file. Of course, I can come here and then make changes. And is this file name okay? Totally fine. I'm okay with it. And now I want to use an existing module in my project. How do I do? You'll say npm install Intellipaat. So if I say npm install Intellipaat, you'll actually download this module, the one that we just created. See, now a node modules folder got created, and Intellipaat module that I created just a few minutes back is now available here. Okay, what does this do? Nothing. It basically exports this property called message that I can use. Now, how will I use this module? So in the packet.json file, I am supposed to be using an index.js file. So I'll go create that. And inside this index.js file, I will now create a const. This is exactly how we have been using, right? Const message equals require Intellipaat dot message is now assigned to this property called message. And now I can simply do a console.log message, and that should give you an output. Big deal, isn't it? We just created a simple module that has no significant purpose. Node space index.js file. See, it tells you hello from Intellipaat. So just to rewind a few steps, you can create a package.json file. You can create some code that you would want to export, and you can publish. You can publish only if you have an account. Okay, so creating an account is free. I suggest all of you create an account. At least for the sake of this training, create one. Okay, so maybe, who knows, if you keep your learning curve on, and then you practice all the things that you learn in this workshop, you may end up creating a module that might be useful. Okay, around this COVID time, many of my students created modules that can help book their vaccine slots, track people who have been infected, so on and so forth. So you can also do something. I mean, if you have an idea, you will find Node.js providing you, the means to achieve your goals. There are many things that you can do with Node.js. So once you have published, you will then be able to import it. Our intention was not to import Intellipaat. Our intention was to import Fetch API. Okay, so maybe I'll recreate this, guys. Please follow along. I'll delete this. Maybe I'll recreate with the same name. Because in my terminal I need to move out of this folder. Continue. Yeah. Just it will take about a minute or so. If not, I'll have to kill this process. Yes, I'll cancel this out. Okay, so you see, I now have deleted that package. I'll create one more. Okay, so create a new folder. I'll call this as second online module. Any name is fine. You can call this a potato if you want. Okay, so you can use any name. All right, so just make sure that you navigate to that folder, cd second online module. See, this folder has nothing, correct? So I will now create a new node project here. How do I do that? I'll say npm init. I'll have a shortcut for this. I'll show you how you can avoid all of these. Okay, I'll now press enter for all these questions, and I've got my packet.json file created. Now you may say, Vijay, show me the shortcut, because this looks like you have to press enter many times. What I can alternatively do is I can say npm space init space -y. So which means to say for all the questions, yes is going to be the answer. I press enter, and then it creates a packet.json file in a jiffy. It did not ask you any question. It took the default yes answer, and then it created. So you can go give your name, author name, the keywords that you would want people to use to find your module, and an index file. See, as of now, I only have one requirement. I want to use that Intellipaat module that I created. Now, how do I do that? See, I've got this index file here. We don't even need this. Frankly, you don't even need it. It's already published on the npm's website, right? You don't need it. I can even delete it. See, it is deleted, gone. There is no Intellipaat project on my machine. It's there on npm server. I will be able to install it or use it as and when I need. So in the package.json file, I can add a dependency. How will I do? I'll say npm install Intellipaat. The spelling is INTELLIPAAT. So the moment you install it, see, the packet.json file now adds a dependency. This tells you that it has used this Intellipaat version 1.0.0. See, there is a caret symbol much before this. I'll explain what that caret symbol is. Okay, moving forward. As of now, what is more important is, did you use Intellipaat's module? That one that I just created now. Okay, I'll unpublish it after this training is done. So usually I do that. I mean, I publish and unpublish it because I don't want to block this name. Maybe Intellipaat may have some intention to come up with some project at a later point in time, right? So I'll now go to this index.js file. I have now added Intellipaat into my project. I can now create a const message, or maybe, I'll call this as a response object equals require dot Intellipaat. From this Intellipaat, I've got the response. What is the response? An object. What will that object have? A property called message. So I'll now say console dot log the response dot message. And if I run this example, this should log. So this index.js is what I want to run. So I'll say npm, and not npm, sorry, node space index. I have a shortcut for this as well. I'll show you. So if I run this example, you get hello from Intellipaat. So it's just few steps. Maybe, if you want me to write them down, you will have to follow this process. npm init -y to create a package.json file. Okay. Once the package.json file is created, you will say npm install Intellipaat. After you have installed, create index.js file, log the message. These are the few steps that you'll have to do. So now what I'll do is I will create another example here where we will read an external file. So you know the process that is involved. So I will say using your external file. So I create a folder by name using external file. I'll make sure I navigate into that folder. I've navigated into that folder. And once I have navigated into this folder, I will now say npm init -y. I want to quickly create a package.json file. Quickly created. So I have the package.json file. And now I want to add a module called fetch. So npm install. I is a shortcut for install. You can use the entire, the word called install, but I is the shortcut. So you can say npm space install space fetch. Npm install fetch. So fetch is now loaded. It's available. So in the package.json file, you'll see fetch being added. Like the way, we created our own module called Intellipaat, people have created a module by name fetch, and which is what we'll use. So once fetch is available, we can use it. How do we do that? See, in this main configuration, I have this index.js file. See, if I don't have it, by default, it will use index.js file. So whether you have it or you don't have it is okay. By default, Node.js will use index.js file. All right, so let me go create a file by this name index.js. And now I want to use the fetch library here. So I'll say const fetch equals require fetch. And this fetch is a string because we have already installed it, isn't it? So we should now be able to get this to work. So fetch has something called as fetch URL method. So fetch URL comes from fetch. So it is like fetch.fetch URL. It'll ask you what URL, what file you want me to load. Okay, so you can use any file. Say, for example, if you go to Intellipaat's website. So let us say I want to load this file. I mean, Intellipaat will have an index.html file, or it will have an index.php file. Okay, so it'll definitely have some file. Yeah, so it has index.php file, which is what is being used. I want to now copy this file. So if I choose view page source, this is exactly what I will get. So I'm actually extracting this file. So what is the file name that I want to load? https:// If you have any other website, you can use it. All right. So I'm using Intellipaat's website, intellipaat.com/index.php. This is the file that I want to read. And now this the next question is, when you make a request, you get a response back. All right. So we can pass in an option. I think, Intellipaat's website, they have already started asking me questions like, do you want to enroll for this course? So I will now move. So you have options that we can provide. So fetch URL does take options. So you can go to the website and find out, what are the parameters for the option. Let us go check that out. See, although I remember most of these, I would still want to take you to the documentation for two reasons. Because see, I don't know if all of you will keep a memory for all the things that you learn, because these will change. And then, you'll be left with, some old knowledge that got updated and that may not work, right? So always refer the documentation. See, this fetch URL takes 2 parameters. So this is the file name and this is the function. This function will take 3 parameters. First parameter is the error. Meta is the information about the response that we are getting. Then the body, the content, okay? And you can take that body, which will be a binary, the byte array, not binary. It's a stream of information. So byte array will be provided. You can convert it to a string like this, or we can pass in a configuration where we can specify how you would want to read. Okay. So as of now, I will go ahead and pass in the next parameter, which is, I think, I'll have to pass in, no, maybe I'll just use a callback function. The first parameter is error. The second parameter is meta. The third parameter is the data that we receive from making this request. So I'll use this condition to check if we get an error. See, it's always a good practice to check if your code fetched the response or if there were any errors. So I'll say console.log. The error will be logged. If I get the data, if I don't get an error, I obviously get the data. I would want to console.log. This data would come to you as what? A byte array, correct? So let us now run this program. Node space index.js file. The .js is optional, so you can call index. Frankly, when you're working with the packet.json, the main file is referred with dot. You can say node space dot as well. So if I run this example, see, you got a binary at the array buffer. You can use this, but we can also convert it to a string. There are many ways, right? So you can easily concatenate a string and then you can do it. See, you got the file. This is a lengthy, long file, right? So once you get this file, you may not want to log it. We may want to store it in a file here. How will I do that? I will use const fs equals require fs. And now, from the file system, we can write it to something. So I'll say fs dot write file. Fs should be a string. I forgot to add. Write file will ask you where you want me to write to a file. I'll say this is index dot HTML. That's the name of the file that I want to write. The second parameter is the data that I would want to write. So where is the data? This one. Data dot maybe the data is what I want to write. The next is option, how you would want me to write. I want to write it as UTF-8. The last parameter is a function that will check, if I have any errors. If I have no errors, I'll be able to get the data. So I'll use a condition to check if there is an error, use it. So use a console.log error is error, like so. Else we'll do a console.log file was downloaded. Easy. So we've learned all of these in bits and pieces. Now we are putting them together. So if things go well, I will now be able to create an index.html file with the Intellipaat's content. All right, so let's go give this a run. Run this. File was downloaded. Isn't it easy? Now if I right click on this and open in a live server or open in default browser or open in other browser, you should now be able to open this. See, Intellipaat's website is now running on my machine. Easy. I think, they are downloading all these images with absolute path. So one reason why I'm able to see all the images, but usually they would not. Okay. But nevertheless, you see how easy it was for you to get some content using Node.js. So where we spoke about events, we spoke about globals, we spoke about using those globals and working with the file module. We created our own module as well, isn't it? We spoke about events, creating global properties and using those global properties. Then we worked with file system. We learned about reading a file, writing to a file, appending to a file, I think, adding to a file. And then we also learned about watching a file. So we are done with reading a file, writing to a file, appending to an existing file, and watching the file as well. We completed all that. And then we created a custom module. Let's now go create another folder. So from this example onwards, we will be more inclined towards working web development using Node.js. So we will create a web server using HTTP module, and you can easily scale to HTTPS module as well. But however, most browsers do not recognize a self-signed certificate. So it's important that you go buy a certificate. And the process is pretty simple and straightforward. I'll probably give an intro to that. And then I'll move on to working with Express. We'll learn about some templating engines. Yes. Now we would want our Node server to provide us infrastructure to host a web page. Okay. So I've told you earlier as well that you need to think like a web server. You need to think like a server-side developer, and then look at what's happening. So when the user using a web page makes a request, that comes to Node.js, and Node.js will have to respond with an answer. And what we have learned about events is that in this example, these events are some things that we can trigger, but you have events that continuously happen. Like the request can come anytime. So this server will keep listening to it. Those are referred as event streams. So it's like stream of events that will keep happening, and then you can attach a callback that will listen to that event and respond to it with an action. All right. So I'll show you how it is done. Again, I would suggest and recommend, please go read the documentation, which will give you more clarity on what we are trying to do here. So although I will be covering most of the trivial aspects of this module, you may want to dig into the documentation, often find out, what else can you do. All right. So because we cannot cover all the different contexts, isn't it? So click on this 16.17.1. And from here, I would be using this HTTP module. Now, you'll see there are a couple of modules, HTTP version 2 and HTTPS. Now, HTTP version 2 is more about dealing with cross-origin requests, chunking the responses, so on and so forth. The HTTP is pretty legacy and people have been using it for a long time, and that is what we will use. HTTPS is when you have a certificate. So basically you can provide the option wherein you can specify a secret key that you'll be able to generate on your own, or you can buy it from a company that sells your certificate. I'll give you an intro to this later. First, let us get started with HTTP, and then it'll become a lot easy and when we progress together. So this HTTP has a class, or in fact, it provides you with this class called client request. And when you utilize it, it has a method called create server. Basically, this method gives you a server back, and you can use the server object to configure it so that you can listen to any request or response that may happen around that. So if I scroll down a bit, you'll find some documentation that helps you install and implement this document and this module. Yeah, so basically, you have the ability to keep that connection alive. You can terminate that connection whenever you want. You can also destroy it. You can determine how many maximum connections can be set. You have a lot of customizations that you can do with this. So I'll go create a new folder. I'll call this as day 5. Here we'll talk about HTTP and web server. Maybe I'll just call this HTTP. So as a developer who would want to keep track of all the things that he's learning, I suggest we'll build this into smaller steps. And inside this day 5 HTTP, I'll go create 2 projects. Project number 1, wherein we'll have an introduction to HTTP. So let's open the terminal, new terminal. So terminal is now open right there. I think I have 2 terminals open. I'll just close one of them. I'll navigate to this day 5 HTTP folder. All right, so I've navigated to the day 5 HTTP folder, and then I would want to create a folder for this project. So you all know why would you need this. Of course, this HTTP is a built-in module. You would not need to do something like that. I think I'll just stick with this approach just for this example, and next example we'll go create a node project. Okay, so in the day 5 I will go create a file called step1 http.js. So this file will now, this module rather, will now import HTTP module, and then we will configure it so that it can work for us. So I will now say let const whatever HTTP equals require HTTP module. Okay, so I think my keyboard layout has changed. Just a second, guys. So I've got this HTTP module, and now this HTTP module is available. I can use it. And as I told you earlier, this HTTP module, when you call the create server, HTTP module, you can call this create server. It basically gives you a server object back that you can use to configure. And this create server method will take a callback function. And inside this function, we'll have a request that comes in and a response that we can send from the server. So I'll just name them appropriately. Request that is coming inside, that's the first parameter. A response that goes out from the server is the second parameter. Now this create server, when you call this method, it gives you a server object back. So I'll go create a variable, let server equals. Now that we have got this server, we can do some basic configurations. I'll just spend very minimum code on this so that you understand the concept. So on this server, you can call the method called listen. And when the listen method happens, so you can assign a port, you can assign a host, you can assign a callback function, which will be triggered when the request comes in to that particular port. You can also listen for any connection that may happen. I think connection, server dot connections, no, not connections. I think, it is called connection. So whenever a connection happens, we will have this function that will be called, and we will simply log new user connected. Okay, so whenever a connection happens, we'll be able to log this. So what's the difference between npm module and this module? Okay, npm modules are basically created for the community. This is a module. The HTTP module is a built-in module. This comes to you without having to download it from npm's website. Okay, so this is built into Node. All these modules, you see, all these modules are built in to Node module. So when you install Node.js, all of these modules have already been installed for you, these many modules. I mean, if you're not satisfied by it and you would want to get more modules, you can go download it from this npm's website. I think we did that as well as an exercise last time. All right. Yes. Now coming back to the context. So we are using a built-in module called HTTP. And on this HTTP, you have this method called create server. So this create server will wait for any request that comes in and it will respond. And these parameters are, you need to call these or pass these parameters in the same order. You can't call this response to be the first parameter and the request to be the second parameter. That wouldn't work. Why? Because the first parameter will always be a request that comes in. The second parameter will always be the response that goes out. So let us now simply log, maybe, console.log. If someone makes a request to a specific configuration, so we'll go create a port 2525, some port number, any port number is okay. As long as you are aware that this port is not occupied by any other process, you can use it. Let's say, you are working with a LAMP server or WAMP server, which would be usually occupying port 8000. If you're working with Tomcat, then it would be occupying port 8080. So you should be aware of what are the ports that are already occupied. Any unoccupied port number can be used. What worst can happen is that now if you use a port that is already occupied, Node.js will complain back. So this port on this host, usually when you try to deploy, this port is something that you cannot decide. Okay, because the server administrator would assign a port, or he will create a port on a Node server. So we'll have a callback function that will basically handle any error that may happen. And if an error happens, we will log that error so that we know what happened. Correct? So we'll say console log, and this error may not always happen, isn't it? Only in case error happens, we'll know. A condition to check, if an error happened, only in that case we will have to log the error. Else we will log a message to denote that the server is working fine. All right, so I've got my code more or less done. So what all will happen here? Okay, so I would want to, so in this case, I don't want to log. Yeah, maybe I will log. Okay, so I will say request on localhost port 2525. So as of now, I'm expecting a couple of logs to happen. Okay, first log is that there was a connection request that was received on this port. If an error happens, we'll log the error. We'll tell that this is the error, or else how will we know, isn't it? If no error happens, then we'll have this message logged. And if we get a request onto the local host, okay, on 2525, we'll be able to log this message. Okay, of course, in this case, we have not completed our code. So our server browser will be waiting for a response to come. We are not sending anything. Remember, we're not sending any response from the server. So here, I will now say node space dot. See, the very first thing, okay, it says that, it cannot, there is an error. Hold on, guys. Something has gone wrong. Cannot find module. All right. So we have this step 1, require HTTP. So where did I go wrong? I don't think that's a requirement. Let us go check. I think I've made some silly mistake, but it says module not found, which is a usual problem if it is not able to find. Okay, got it. Because it is we are looking for an index.js when I say node space dot, isn't it? So that node space dot is not available. In fact, the packet.json itself is not available. So I'll have to say node space step1 -hdp.js file. And you see, you got this message. So Veerabhadraya, your question is now getting answered, isn't it? The first thing that will do, it will create the server and it will log this message. If an error happens, okay, so when will an error happen? I'll make an error happen. Watch. So I'll create another terminal. In the other terminal, see, one of the terminal already is occupying this port 2525 now, correct? Now another terminal will launch the same project. We'll cd into the day 5 and say node space. See, now you got a problem. So you see the error was logged, correct? And what is the error showing you? It says the address is already in use. So if the address is already in use, you will be informed about it. Okay. And error clearly denotes and tells you that now, hey, address is in use. Okay. And it tells you what address is in use, so on and so forth. So I'll just close this. I hope you got to see the error as well. So this HTTP server is now live on localhost port 2525. Let's open a browser. And I will log on to localhost port 2525. And then you should be able to see what is the next log that would appear. Localhost 2525. So when I make a request.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Server will be hosted and listening when we call listen method, but in the create server, it will be just waiting for the request. Okay, maybe I'll rephrase whatever I explained. See, what will happen is that now you use this HTTP request, HTTP module to create a server. So now I want to create a server so that I can serve some files. I can serve some response. It can be anything, right? I can serve some response from a database. I can serve some response from a JSON file. API names are all a little confusing. Yeah, I mean, it's confusing unless you start using it. Okay, so when you become familiar, it becomes clear. But how do you make yourself familiar with it? You'll have to use it, isn't it? It'll just take you a few projects, and then it'll, if you go back, I mean, that's something we have. Node.js community has already named them, so we'll have to use it. Okay, so this HTTP has a method called create server. This create server will give you a configuration object, or basically it will give you a server object. This server object can be configured, and we can listen to any request that comes in, so on and so forth. So as of now, I'll just comment this out. We'll just focus on what is happening here. So I have a server object that is returned from this create server. See, the create server will create a server and give you a server back. This server can be configured by using the listen method. Now this listen method will take 3 parameters. Frankly, all of them are optional. This 2525 can also be left optional, but then you'll have a problem. You'll not know which port the HTTP client is using. At least, when you move on to Express, you'll have a API that can help you obtain it. Okay, and then we have this local host, which is the host. And then we have a callback function that will address any errors that may happen. Terminal here, one terminal is already occupied by this 2525 port. We'll create another terminal. So there are 2 terminals now here. See, the first terminal is already occupying port 2525. I'll go to the second terminal, launch the same project once again. Now you get an error. Why? Because the address is already in use. Address already in use, port 2525, that is localhost. So you see there is an error here. And now you know how to get an error. So if that port is already occupied, you'll get an error, and then you'll be able to solve it. Okay, so now we have this log, and it was actually getting logged. You see that? Request received on localhost 2525. Now, apart from logging, how will we tell the client who is connecting to this server that, hey, wait, I'm sending you some response? You see, the browser is still waiting. Can you see my cursor here? It is still waiting. There is no response that has come from the server to the client yet. So what will happen by default is that the browser will wait for quite some time. And if I don't send any response, okay, if I don't send any response, when I don't send any response, it will get angry and then close itself. Okay, but as of now, it is still waiting. So let us now make another request. And by that time, we will also be able to send some response. So I can say response dot write. So I can write some response. Hello from HTTP server. And just sending this is not good enough. You should also tell the browser that, hey, I'm done. I'm done sending you any response. How will the browser know that no, it is done sending or receiving all the response? So you will use something called as response dot end. So with this end method, you are informing the browser that the response was only this much, and then you are done with it. Okay, so let me, because I've made some change on the server file, I need to relaunch this project. I've relaunched. Now if I go to localhost port 2525, I get this message, hello from HTTP server. Where am I getting it from? Here, this line. And you see these are getting logged here. Request received on localhost port 2525. It can be anything. Say, for example, on this, I can also say index.html. Even for that, we have the same response. But how do I tell that now what kind of request I got? So we can use this. The request that comes in, that object, has a property called URL that tells you what URL was requested. Now that will give you a hint as to how you can program a web server. So as of now, I will go to the home page. So it says /, and then you also have a request for this fave icon. That is, what is fave icon? This web browser, this Chrome, is expecting an icon file which can be used for bookmarking. So if I want to bookmark, you go to any website. Let us say I go to this ibm.com. Okay, so if I go to IBM's website, IBM has a logo. They have their fave icon. So if I bookmark this website, I think it's still, I'm still getting some response. Not sure why it is taking so long though. We'll go to some, okay, accept all cookies. Yeah, so see IBM's logo came in here, right? You can see a B. So which tells you that there is an icon, okay? And if you right click and view page source, you'll see that way up here, you'll find an icon file being used. Because there are many ways to serve this. It can also be served via CSS file or maybe via JavaScript file. Okay, so but an icon file is missing. Chrome expects the server to serve an icon file, which is what was used here. Now I go to the web application. I'll say I want to get an index.html file. See, now the request was made for index.html, and again, the save icon was requested. So if I now ask for about.html, and I get to see that there was a request that was made for about.html. Easy. So you can create your own server pretty easily. How will Node know that you have made some changes? Correct. Okay, so I'll close this. I will make some changes. Yeah. See, instead of saying this response as text, because the browser will now be getting it as text. So if you inspect, and from the developer toolbar, if you click on, I think the server is now down. Let me just relaunch this. In the network, you should be able to see it. For some reason, I'm not able to. Hold on. I'll just let me make this a little bigger. Yeah, there it is. There it is. It's quite hidden right here. Okay, I don't have this about. Maybe I'll just make a request default. Okay, so you got this response from localhost. And for this response, you can see there is some header details, isn't it? So there is something called a status code 200, okay. And then there's this response header. This is what is important. Basically, this tells the browser. So this header, request header, tells how the response should be used. And we are not sending any content type here. So browser is making the best guess, and it is considering this message that you have sent as a string, and it uses it. But can we also send HTML here? So what I'll do is I'll use an h1 tag. See, now I'm getting it as if I'm getting an HTML file, but still there is no response header, which tells you as to how this response that has come from the server should be treated. It's important that you send a header message as to how this response should be treated. How should it be treated? Request.url will be the URL that we are sending. Say here, I can send this URL is now /products.html. Okay. Now coming to the context, I will say response dot write head. So this write head method will ask you several parameters. The first parameter is the status code. See, if this was a valid request, you will send a message 200. Okay. If it was an invalid request, or the request that the user made was not found on the server, you will send 404. This is something that you already know, isn't it? So if the user is not authorized to access it, then you have a different error. If the user made a valid request, but I'm not able to send a response, it then need not have to be 404, it can also be 500. Okay, 500 denotes an internal server error. Now, coming back to the context, 200 is a valid response. Between 200 to 300, everything is a valid response. But which one is the most perfect response? 200. So I will use 200. And now I will use the content type. This content type is a string for which the value can be the content type, text/HTML in this case, because I want this message that I'm sending to be treated as HTML. Okay, so I'm basically sending the MIME type as to how this response that I'm sending should be treated. Let us now relaunch this. Go to the browser. See, now this time, if I refresh, okay, refresh here in the localhost, now you'll see the response that I've sent has now come. The content type has come. And maybe you can create your custom response headers as well, which may have some special meaning for your application. In fact, I can club them together. Okay, so let me Control-C, up arrow key. And now if I go to the browser, refresh, localhost, see, I got this author configuration, which is something that I sent from the server, isn't it? And the value for that is Vijay. So you can send custom messages from the server to the client. Usually you'd use this only to send specific information to the browser, okay, not to the client-side application. If that was the requirement, you do that here. No, it's working for me. So ideally what will happen is that now you would not use this port like this, because we don't know, okay, if this 2525 is available. When you actually deploy it onto any third-party hosting, Heroku is one very popular node hosting service, or you can also put this on AWS or any other server, and they will decide what would be the host, because they would have an IP address that is dedicated for your web page, and then you will also be dedicating a host for it, sorry, port for it. Host and port both will be dedicated by them. So what we'll usually do is this. I want to find out if there is a port that is already assigned. So you'd use something called as process So basically, there is an object called process that is behind the scene for everything. Say, for example, I want to run this file. Usually you would not use this, or maybe I would want to show you something called as path, not path, a process. Now, what is process basically? So this is like, I will just call this as step3.js file. Okay. And if I run this, maybe, I'll say console.log. This is something, we would have done in, the basics itself, but nevertheless, we are never late, isn't it? So I'll say hello from Node.js. Now the question is, if I want to run this program, if I want to launch this program, I will cd to day 5. And in the day 5, this is called step 3, correct? So I'll say node space step3.js file, and I run this and I get the message. But now the question is, who is taking all these commands and then making sure the correct file is being called? Because say when you use the node, where is node installed? Question number 1. When you say step3.js file, where is this file located? So all that is the job of a object called process. So what we can alternatively do here is, instead of logging this, I would now log something called as process.argv. Argv stands for argument vector. Basically, you are sending all the arguments to this process object, and process is the one which is doing all the magic behind the scene for us. See, for every command, your system is creating a new process, isn't it? If you press Ctrl-Alt-Shift-Delete, in the terminal, you will be able to see a process running for Node.js. So that is created by this process module. And now if I say node space step3.js file, you see this process.argv is now logged. And it's telling you that in a Node.js, which comes from this location, and this step 3 is coming from this location. And now if you want to pass any parameters to this, you can do that as well. So I'll say user equals Vijay. Okay, or maybe I'll simply say Vijay. You can separate them with a space. Okay, so I'm sending 4 parameters here. The first parameter is the node. Second parameter is the file that you would want node to execute. The third parameter is Vijay. The fourth parameter is India. So this process object has the ability to find out all the information about the process. So if there is a server that is already running, you'll be able to find that out using this process object. You can use this env, and process.environment basically tells you all the environment variables that are currently available on your machine. So I will simply say step3, node space step3.js. You see, there's a long list of process objects that are already set on your machine, isn't it? There's a long list, but do we have anything called port here? See, the home path is set, correct? And these are environment variables that are set on my machine. So all the information is now set. So if you have already set a port, you'll be able to access it like this. Now, if I say, it says undefined. What is undefined? It says port is undefined. Now, how do we set a port? So you'll say $. All right, I think it is set port. I'll just make a note of all of these 3 different combinations. I suggest you make a note of it. If you're using PowerShell, you'll be using this command to create a port. If you're using the CMD, that is command prompt, you'll be using this. Okay, I think if you are using Mac, I guess, or Linux, you have export port equals 5000. So this is the configuration that I'll use on my machine. So I will now set a port. Okay, environment : port equals 5000. And now if I ask the same question back again here, see, I've now set, okay, you don't get any configuration response saying that, hey, you have set the port. No, you don't. So if I now run this example, node space step3.js file, it tells you 5000. So 5000 is set as a port on my machine. See, if I run this example, it would be set, correct? Okay, so now if I run this program, you'll see 5,000 because 5,000 is set, isn't it? Now, how do I remove it? You call the delete. Okay, so you delete this. Maybe what I'll do is I will use a set timeout. I'll call a function. After about 2 seconds, we'll delete this. After I delete this, I will do a console.log to find out what is the process.environment.port. This should now tell me it is removed. Okay. Now, if I launch this once again, okay, it says it is actually still showing me delete command should delete it. Okay, but I don't think this would work here. You cannot do that. Okay, so I think, for set, you also have something called as, so I want to create a simple web server. We'll do that. We'll create a very simple web server. What is the purpose of a web server? When you get a request, you'll have to serve a response. So this is step 2, simple web server.js file. Okay, what is step 1? Import HTTP module. And in order to read files, you'll import this FS module as well. Both of these are built-in modules. Okay, both of them are available. So with this HTTP, we'll be able to create a server. How do you do that? We'll go create a variable called server. This is what we did last. Create server. So with this create server, we'll then get a callback function. This callback function will handle the request that comes in and the response that goes out. I'll call this as req-res. And we'll usually go create a config object. Port is, let us say, 3000. Host is localhost. So we've got this configuration object. And what I'll do is I will go create, I'll configure this server.listen. The first parameter, port, where do I get it from? The config file. .port. Then host, config.host. Then we'll have a callback function. This callback function can handle error. And if error happens, we'll do a log. So we'll log that error. If error did not happen, we'll ask the console to log live on localhost, that is config.host and config.port. All right, so with this configuration, we should be able to get our example to work. This is exactly what we did previously. Okay, and then we will, as a response, we will write this message. And then we will end. So this is exactly what we did previous step, but we have organized it a bit. This FS module is still not being used. Okay, I'll show you how you can use it in the next step. Now I'll say node space step 2. It says server is now live on localhost, port 3000. Let's go to port 3000. So I get this hello from HTTP server working, correct? So far, so good, correct? Now, based on the request that we send, we would want to send a file. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go create a index.html. So this file, homepage, oops, where did it go? Homepage. I will go write some content here. And maybe I'll have some list of contents here, UL with some LIs. All right, so I've got this H1 with UL tags. See, as of now, if you run this in another browser, you'll get to see this. See, but it is running on the file protocol. I would want this to be served here. So basically, I've created an HTML file which will be served when you make a request. So how will I do that? First, we'll create a write configuration. Response dot write head. Response is 200. The content type is text/HTML. And what is the content? So I want to send the content, correct? So what I'll now do is use fs.read file. Now you can use both read file and read file sync. What is the difference? Read file is asynchronous. Read file sync is synchronous. In this case, I'm okay to make a synchronous request. And I want to read this file index.html. So in the current working directory, I have this index.html. That is what I want to read. The second question is, how do you want to read it? I want to read it with UTF-8 MIME type. Then I think, yeah, this is all that I have to do as of now. Now, when I get this, I want to send this as a response. Does that make sense? So we are now able to read the file, external file, and send it as a response. I will make change. I will save this file. If I refresh, I get to see this HTML page. See, it is being served on localhost, and my page is now displayed. Easy. But for every request, we are just sending the home page. Usually, you would want to keep several files. All right. So maybe I'll go create another file, HTML, and maybe in the index file, I'll say welcome to home page. And in the about, we'll say welcome to about page. Welcome to home page and welcome to about page. All right. So in the about, I'll say this is about page. Now I can come with a condition. If the request that comes in has a URL, and if this URL is / then I may want to do something. Else if, then we do something. Else, finally, we'll do something. Okay. So here I can send this file. If the user is making a request to the / I send this home page. If the user is now making a request for about, I will send the about.html page. And if the user is making any other request, so we know that there is no response for it. So what we'll do is we will we'll send a response. Maybe we'll send a different head response header as well here. We'll make this as 404 and we'll write this message. Requested file not found, something like that. So let us now relaunch this. Say I get to this home page, and if I make a request to about.html, I get this about page. If I look for anything else, let's say contact.html, it says sorry, requested file was not found. And if you make a request to index.html, there is no index.html request, right? So we did not create that. So we get to see this is working. Now we can simply fix, as of now, we can simply fix that by specifying, if it is either / home or index.js like this, or if one of this, okay, is the request. Let's save this. I mean, you can come up with various other. For now, let us run this. See, this is working. I can now say / about.html. I'll give you about.html. And if I go change this to index.html, index.html should work. Actually, I've made changes. I'll have to restart the server. I forgot. Yeah, so that's working now. So if it is either / or index.html, it'll work. Now I can make a simple navigation here. So I'll use a UL tag with some LIs, and each LI will have an anchor tag, and this will be home, and this will be about page. For the home page, we'll make a / request. For about page, we'll say about.html. So I'll copy this link, paste it in about as well. So frankly, in the about page, you don't need this link, correct? Why do you need a link in the about page? And in the home page, you don't need this link. So now I've modified this file. I'll give you guys time. I know I'm being a little quick here. So I can click on about page, and that'll serve about, and I can click on this to go back to the home page. I made a mistake here. Yeah, in the index, I get the about. Yeah, this should be working. About is loading. In the home page, I have the about. In the about page, I don't need this, isn't it? No, I made a mistake here. Okay, let me just restart the server. I think that has been cached, if I'm not mistaken. So this should be ./about. Yeah, working. It is taking me back to the C drive. Yes, okay. And in the home, in the about page, we can say /. See, it is like this, when you're making a mistake, you will never know what is wrong, isn't it? Index.html. Okay, so this should work. Let us now relaunch the server. Control-C, up arrow key, refresh. Okay, so this time, refresh. Home page, you can go to the about page. And in the about page, you can now click on this to go to the, it's still not working. Something's wrong. I think it is cached already because the file is actually working. Let me change the browser and see if that is working. What was the port? 3000. Yeah, dot is missing here, guys. Yes. Let me restart this. It says you're already in about page. Yeah, it says home page, but it is navigating to about.html. Index file, about file. It's something wrong in about.html. Is it so? For some reason, about is leading to itself. Okay, because the response is actually ending right there. Now it should work. Home page. No, still not working. Home page. Maybe what I'll do is I'll copy this, paste it here. That way the links will work in both of these pages. Step 2, simple web server. This is the file that I'm updating. Many times it may happen that you are updating the wrong file. Finally something is working. Okay. So I can go to the home page. I can go to the about page. Working, 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 working. I think, this problem was right here. If I delete this, then it should work. Save it. Control-C, up arrow key. Let's see if this is working. Working. No, see, it is not working. So the problem was this one. Okay, using this or here. So it was not the /. Let me remove the dot and see if this is working. Control C, up arrow key, relaunch, refresh, working. Okay, so the path here is where the error was. If it is root, okay, that is default, we'll load the index.html. Even if it is .html, we will load the index.html. Ideally, you don't need to do something like this. What we can do is, we can put that onto a variable and then write that here as well. Just to make things easier, we'll go create a variable. Let read home page equals null. And what we'll do is, we will cut this here. And when the home page is requested, read home page equals this. And this read home page is added here. We can come up with a different strategy as well. So you copy this and you paste it here. So let us go make changes. Control, up arrow key, get this to work. Let's see if this is working. About page is working. Home page is not working. In first if else, we can also do this. Cut this, paste it here, get this to work. One way to do it. Okay, there was an error. Let me read what was the error. Delete is not recognized. Okay, that was some long time back, right? So we've come out of it. But nevertheless, Control C, up arrow key, working. So that way you don't have to load it twice. Just load it, keep it ready. And when the user makes a request, either this or this. So this would be step 4. I'll copy this entire thing, paste it. I will rework on this. Okay, so maybe what we can do is also handle the favicon request. Request.url equals, if it is favicon.ico, we would want to simply response.write nothing. Okay, and then we would want to end that particular request. If not, then I know that I've got a request for something else, isn't it? Or maybe I can say else if. So inside this else if the user has made a request for a specific file or a home page, we can use this else if, or we can say else. So this if is handling the favicon.ico request. Else if will handle the home page request. Then I may want to serve a file. So how do we serve a file? So here I will now add few more files. Okay. And I'll show you how you can dynamically load those files, even if you add something at a later point in time. This application should take care of it. So I'll use this else if the request.url equals /, then I want to load an HTML file right here. Home page equals fs.read file. Usually you should not be using the sync. Okay, but because it's a puny file, it's okay. This home page is what we will serve. Response.writehead 200. Content type equals text/HTML. Response.write the home page and response.end. Now, so this way we have addressed if it is a request for favicon.ico file or if it is the home page. The next thing that we will do is if the user is making a request for any other file, okay, we will look if that file exists. Then we'll serve that file. So I've shown you how to use this read file sync. We'll now see how to read asynchronous as well. So we can use this fs.read file asynchronously. What is the file that you want to read? I want to read this file / plus the request.url. I think, I would not need this / as a request.url. Okay. So I'll then have a function. This function will get the error or the data. So if I get the data, I know I've found a file. So I'll use a error. If error, then I know that I could not find the file. So I'll say response dot write head 404. The content type would be, it should be maybe text/plain. And I will send a message. Bad request, and then I will end. If not, okay, so if I get the data, then I will be able to send that file. More or less the same thing, isn't it? So the write head will now be 200. Content type would be text/HTML, and response.write would be the data, because we are using, when we are reading, we are specifying how you should read, isn't it? So no, we did not specify it here. I was wondering what. Yeah, you specify it as UTF-8, or else you get what? A byte string, correct? Binary array. Now, this should work in my opinion. I will change the port to 4000. So this was really quick. Let's Control C. This is what file? Node space step 4. All right, so now the server is running. Let's open a browser, Chrome in this case. All right, so I get to see the home page. And if I click on home, of course, it is refreshing. About page is also working. Now what I'll do is on the server, I will add a new file, okay, called product. Products.html. I'll copy all the content here, paste it here, and I will say this is products page. Products page. So you can actually dump any file on the server now, and that should be picked. And this will be products page. So I'll copy this links, I paste it here. We'll do something even more interesting later. For now, I think this should be good enough. So if I go back, if I refresh, see, I got this product page. Product page also works now. So you don't have to make any change on the server. The server is ready. You can, I mean, as long as your request.url matches a file, we'll be able to get it. Now, if I go add another page called secret page, this does not exist. Correct? In the products, you have a link for secret.page, secret.html. This does not exist. So what is expected to happen? So you got the secret.page, secret page. If I click on it, so it's a bad request. So our server is fully capable of handling any request that you will send. We don't have to make any changes. Guys, I've uploaded all these files on GitHub. You can download it from there. Now this is a dynamic application. You can add a new file and it will pick. If that file is found or the request was honored, you'll be able to get that file to work. We will now be using another module called Express. Why Express? Why not other modules? Out of many modules that are available out there, Express is very popular. Okay, so whenever you're downloading or using a module, make sure how many people are actually using it. Okay, so you see the weekly downloads itself is such a staggering number, right? So many people are downloading it. You can also use something called as sales. sales. When I said sales, it was not able to find it. Yeah. So this is also a popular library. So this will also create a web framework for you. I suggest you choose something which is very popular, because that way if you have any errors. So let us now take the next step, okay, to create another project. This time around, we'll be creating a project from scratch using all the good practices that we have learned over a period of time. All right. So let us go create a new folder. I'll call this as day 5 part 2. In the day 5 part 2, I'll create another folder. I call this as express 101. So they're like, step 1, maybe express step 1. So we'll go to the express step 1 and create a new node project. How do I do that? I'll move to day 5 part 2 folder and I'll cd to this express step 1 folder. So I've navigated. Okay, Express is a web server, is a module for web server. Okay, I think I skip that part. I'll probably explain this. Express is a popular web server module. It basically helps you create a web server. It's nothing but a wrapper around the HTTP module itself. So we have learned HTTP module. So you saw that in HTTP module, you had to set some configurations without which HTTP module would not know what to do. What Express does is it kind of abstracts those requirements and creates some defaults, even though if you don't pass anything. Okay. So I'll show you. When I install Express, you'll know that Express is implicitly using HTTP module behind the scene for us. So you think about it like an abstraction on HTTP. It basically gives you APIs that are more friendly for you to work with. Okay. So how do I add Express? First, we'll have to install Express in our project. But how do we create a project? We'll say npm space init space -y, or I'll simply say npm space init. And you know what is going to happen, right? It basically will ask me some series of questions. What is the name of the project? Do you want your project to be called as express space -step 1? I'm okay with that name. What is the version? I'm okay with this version number. Basically, these version numbering do have a semantics. They follow a semantic naming convention. How they name these modules is like this. They will increase the first number if they have any major changes. So let's say Express comes tomorrow with a major change. They will release a new number. See, as of now, what is the version of Express? Express version is 4.8.1. So which tells you that they have about 4 major releases. Okay. Express had 4 major releases up until now. And this 18 represents any minor releases. So they have done some updates. It's not bug fixes, but they have made some updates. So any major update, they will increase this number. Any minor update, they'll increase this number. And if there are any bug fixes, they'll increase this number. So using this, you can easily identify and tell. Okay, so this is in version 1.5.3. That means sales had 1 major release, 5 minor releases, and 3 bug fixes. Let's go to another library. There's a library called underscore. So if I click on it, you'll then be able to see underscore has 1 major release, 13 minor releases, and 6 bug fixes. And Node.js also has a version number, isn't it? 16.17.1. What that tells you? 16 major releases, 17 minor releases, and 1 bug fix so far. So that's the convention behind naming these modules. And that's what you should also follow when you're naming your modules. So this version is 1.0.0. And now description. How do you want to describe? This is something that we've seen even the last class. So when I look for, let us say, underscore, see there is a short description. And when we created our own module, like this Intellipaat, See, I set a description here, correct? So this description is what we'll write here. So I'll say this is my first Express example. Entry point. By default, it would be index.js. I'm okay to use that name. You can set some test command to run. So as of now, we are not sure of how a set test command is invoked. I'll cover that later. When we understand testing, you will be able to use the command, test command. And then if you have a Git repository that is associated with this project, you can assign it here. Keywords. What keywords can people use to find this? See, these are keywords that I used. Intellipaat online node training. So now you are done. The packet.json is now created. If you remember, we created an application which here in the packet.json, we used fetch API to request an external file and then use it. Correct? External module and then use it in your project. Similarly, in this packet.json, this project will add Express. So how do I do that? npm install Express. npm space install. Install has a alias to it. I can be used. So you can say npm space I space Express. Press enter. It'll download and install Express in this project. All right. You see, Express also brought a few other modules along with it. How JSON.json got created? This was the command npm space init. We did this together, right? npm space init. So if you say npm space init and answer all the questions, a packet.json file will be created. Now, what is the purpose of this package log.json file? Package log.json file. See, if you install this Express, we spoke about this version, right? 4.18.1. Now you may ask, Vijay, what is this caret symbol doing here? This caret tells you up until this version. Okay. So if a new version 5 comes, that will not be used. Up until 4.18.1, any version will be okay. That's what you're trying to say here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
You can also move this caret here, and that way you're saying up until 4.18.1, any version is fine. So that means to say if you get version 2, that will be allowed. You get version 3, that will be allowed. But the moment you get 4.19 or you have 4.19, that will not be allowed in your project. Okay. So that's what caret really means. Now coming back to the context, this Express may come up with a new version, or Express is using other modules. They may come up with a new version. Correct? They may come up with some new version. Who will log all of them? How will you know what version of library was used last week and now they have updated? Correct? So in order to keep track of those changes, you have this package log file. The log will basically keep track of all the modules that you have installed and their version numbers as and when you install. All right. So both of these files are required. Let me close this node modules folder. In the packet.json, you see Express is now added. And as per this configuration, we need an index.js file here, which will be treated as a main file for your project. Now let us go create a variable. Const Express equals require Express. Now Express is available in your project. You can use it. Now, similar to what HTTP module did, Express also works on the same grounds, because Express is nothing but a wrapper around HTTP module. How will you know? So if you click on this Express, it will take you to this index.js file. Maybe I'll take you through this node modules folder itself. That will be more easy. See, you find Express. In the Express, you have the packet.json file. The package.json file does not have any main.js file. So if the main configuration is missing, it by default uses index.js file. In the index.js file, they are importing this lib/express, and that would be exported. Basically, this lib/express here is nothing but a function. So they're basically sending you a function back. This create application is nothing but a function. You see, create application is a function, correct? That is what is exported here. And that is what is exported to us as express. Here, you'll see create application is a function. That is what is exported here. Now coming to this application, that is, when you create a new server, it uses this application.js file configuration, because the express is giving you an application instance back. So whenever you call this create application, it gives you this application back. So whenever you call express function, it gives you an application back, which you can refer it as app. And that's the convention. Everybody refers it as app for application. So if I click on this application will have many methods. Init is one of the methods. Default configuration is one more method. And see, the default configuration has a lot of settings here. We'll be creating some settings of our own, okay? And I will also create something called as a middleware and things like that. So it will be easy for you to follow along. And you also have a locals. Locals is an empty object. You can override this and add any property that you want onto express. I'll show you how you can use locals, and then it becomes easy. For now, I'm just making you familiar that, hey, there are some properties like this in express and you will be using them. And if I scroll down a bit, okay, so there is this set view. Just make a note of this, mental note of this, that there is a setting called views, which is trying to resolve this path called views. Okay, so there is resolve is nothing but a path resolve. All right, so this is coming from the path module. Now they are trying to resolve a folder by name views. If you want to change, you can always do that. Now coming back to the context, I'm now interested to see what is the listen method doing. So I'll say find listen. So if I say listen, see here this app.listen. What is app? Nothing but the application, which is what you will get when you call the express method. That in turn is calling this http.createServer. And on this http.createServer, they're using this apply. You know why this apply is being used, correct? Call, apply, and bind. We spoke about it. Basically, this is using the context. What is the context? The server is the context. And any argument that we pass will be passed on to that server object. So this app.listen is nothing but create server method in a different skin altogether. So create server is now wearing a different dress altogether. That is all. Okay. So it's a wrapper around. So it basically abstracts, or it basically absorbs all the difficult parts that we have in HTTP module and gives us a very simple API to work with. So I'll now go create a variable called let app equals express. So I can use this app here, and now I can say app.listen, and I will pass in these parameters, maybe 50/50 localhost and the port and the callback function. Callback function that can handle any error. So I will use a condition to check if error happens. We'll do a console and log error like so. Else we'll do a console log localhost port 50/50. So frankly, if you want to work with the express, you can create all of this in just one line. Okay, see in HTTP, you had to write several lines to create a server, right? See, when you use this const express, you're requiring it, right? So when you call this function, what do you get? You get the create server back that can be directly set onto this app here, correct? And on the app, you can listen. Frankly, all of these configurations are not even required. This is optional. Localhost is optional. If I say console.log and I'll say express is now live, save it. Can I run this file? Let's do that. Oops, let's do that. Node space dot. You get to see this message, express is now live. Now, but where will look for it? Okay, where will you look for it? How do I know where is it running? How do I know where is it running? You cannot, isn't it? But frankly, there are ways to do it. Okay, so you can actually pass this to a variable. I can call this as server equals app.listen, and to this callback function, the function that you pass, you'll be able to get that here. Address is a method, so you basically call a method and then you call a port, and then it will tell you what is the port that is being used. Okay, so you can use this configuration right here and say live on. Now, if I run this example, it says that it is now running on 53,127 port. So I restart this again. See, it's picking a new port altogether. It's picking a new port, but it becomes extremely difficult for you to chase, right? Every time it is changing its port. That is why you configure. If not, Express has default answers for everything. Express will randomly check, if this port is available. If the answer is yes, it will use it. But now as a developer, how will you chase it? How will you look for it? Is one way to do it. But why do you want to get into such complications? I mean, if you want to try this, I'll paste this code snippet, in the notes file here. You can use it. But ideally, you would not do all such adventures. So you would want to follow a pattern. So you will first require Express. You load that to a variable. So express.create application is called. The application is now called as app. And now I will pass the port here. So I can say process.env.port. If it is available, use it. If it is not available, use 5050 and then use localhost as the host. And then we have a function. The function will address any error. If I get any error, I will be able to use it to log here. Else, I will do a console log. Or what we can alternatively do is create a variable equals process.environment.port or 5050 is assigned here. And this port variable can be used here. That way I can use port here. Easy. So this is, following some method in what we are trying to achieve. Control C, up arrow key. You got an error. What is it? App has already been declared. Yes. I forgot to rename it. Okay. So now let us run this. I get to see that the server is now live on localhost port 5000. Why 5000? Because 5000 was initially set as a port, isn't it? Now you can go to the browser, open localhost, port 5000. So this gives you a message. It says cannot get /. So what is cannot get /? To translate this into simple English, Express cannot respond to a GET request that is being sent on the /, the default. So if I now make something, it says cannot get / Vijay because I'm making a GET request on this port, on this route. So the Express is not aware as to how to deal with it. So we can configure Express to deal with it. We can configure Express and say, hey, if you get a GET request to this /, I want you to address that with a callback function. So instead of we using the if else condition last time, we now have a organized approach. We can create as many routes as we want. If it is /, do this. If it is about, do this. If it is not found, do this. Okay. So if you want to create a route which can address everything, you will then say ***. Do this. All right. So you can create multiple routes. These are referred as routes. And this is a get route. You can also have a post route. You can have an update route. You can have a delete route. All the RESTful verbs can be used. We'll be doing all of that moving forward. First, I want you to be comfortable with what we have learned so far. So here, if it is /, then remember in the previous case, we had to use a file system to load something. But let us say, I will do that later, but let us say I want to send a response. You can say a request that comes in and the response that goes out is available in all 3 callback functions. As a response, I want to write hello from Express here. Now we don't know what page user is visiting, right? So I'll say the request.url page. Okay, if it is home, we have an answer. If it is about, we have an answer. Anything else, we have this answer. So let us restart, Control-C, up arrow key, refresh. See, as of now, I'm getting the message because the send never got completed. You know what should we do, right? You can say response.end. Now let me restart this. I'll show you a shortcut for all of this, but as of now, let me get my boat sail. It says hello from Express. You have visited home page. If I now say about, it says you have visited about page. I will now say contact. It says you have visited contact page. So you're basically getting this URL for everything. Maybe just to make sure that this is different. This is home, uppercase, about is in uppercase. I need to restart the server. See, I got this uppercase home page, correct? If I look for about, I get this uppercase about page. Any other change, okay? So you get to see there is a mistake here, correct? See, there is a mistake here. So this route will handle everything. See, like the way we have, some defaults in Express. So if you go back to my application, see if I inspect, let us say I want to write this message in an h1 tag. We have done this before, right? And the browser will make the best sense of whatever we are trying to do here, and it'll render it in HTML. So if I now relaunch, Control-C, up arrow key, go to the home page. See, although I'm sending an h1 tag, so the response headers are not correctly set, correct? Okay, now it is working. A change in line number 7. So if I go back, change in the line number 7 is missing. I don't know how I missed it, but nevertheless, I'm glad you found it. Okay, so let me relaunch. Yeah, so that's working, localhost. But you see, the response headers are still not set correctly. What I'll now do is this. See, this was something that we learned in HTTP itself. HTTP is capable of doing it. Why do you need Express to do it? Express can do this better. So what we can do is this. You can call the response.send, which is a combination of both write and end. And it will also set some MIME type on its own. You simply can say send instead of write. I'll have to restart the server. So if I go back, localhost, now you see the content type is automatically set. Of course, they also have a custom property called X powered by Express. But you see, the send is a wrapper around write and end. Of course, end would also take the parameter, but send will also set the type. So based on what you're trying to send, Express will shift. Okay, now this is one of them. So what I'll do is I'll use index.html and I want to send this file. So I have this hello from Express application. Now what if I want to send this file? I'll show you a couple of ways to do it. One of them, the most easiest one, is using response.send file. Send file will ask you what file you want me to send. I'll say from the current folder, you use this index.html. That's the file I want you to send. See, I don't have to use a file system at all. You don't have to request for a file, synchronous, asynchronous, no. right? This will make a synchronous request to this index.html file, and it will load this file when things are ready. Okay, so I have a problem here. It says, sorry, you need to specify an absolute path. So there is a problem. So I should not be using this /process. Okay, process.c dir name __ dir name. Concatenate that with / index.html is what you should have done. All right, so let's Control C, up arrow key. Now if I refresh, I get to see this file. We had an introduction to Express, and much before that we created few examples to understand how the HTTP module would work. We also created a simple server that would load a file based on the user's request. So we did that here, not here. We did that there. Yeah. So now in this case, we created an application that will serve these files, and then we created a simple server. I think this was the file. After this exercise, I think we started our introduction with Express, and we saw how you could use Express to load a file, and based on the request we'll be able to load an HTML file. You can send a JSON file. You can send a lot of things with Express. So let us now create another project. In this example, we'll learn about a templating structure that Express follows. We'll also understand different routes, different middlewares that are available with Express, and we'll see if we can also write a custom middleware. Then we should also be able to deal with GET requests and POST requests. That way we should be able to receive some data from the client as well. Now, apart from that, we will then go create a client-side infrastructure to utilize the server-side resource that we are about to create using Node.js. That should give you, a sense of how a complete stack would work. So we will, in this workshop, we'll have the client side, the server side, which is the Node.js. We'll also have the database side. Maybe, we will use MongoDB or some other database. I think MongoDB is what is preferred in this workshop, so we'll use that. So having that explained, let us go create a folder. This is called as day 6 of this workshop. Call this is Express More. In this example, we'll go create a new folder. Call this is Express Step 2 Templates. Okay, so here in this example, Step 2 templates. Okay, so we'll deal with some templates. Now, the first question that you may ask is, Vijay, what are templates and why do you really need them? Okay, so we'll build a simple example to illustrate that aspect. See, as of now, in the previous example, we were able to send some content. We also sent some file, correct? We use the send file. So let us utilize these two techniques to create the next step. So in this project, I will point my terminal in this folder, that is Express Step 2 Templates, cd day 6, all right, and then cd Express Step 2 Templates, and then I will initialize a new node project. We spoke about npm space init, and then you follow along. You can also say npm space init space -y. That is npm space init space -y. Now -y simply means that you are saying yes for all the configuration, which means to say you are not you're not required to enter all the details. Node.js will fill in all those default details for you, and if you want to make changes, you can do it. So this is what you do when you're in a hurry. You want to create a node project really quick. So I'll say npm space init space -y. Yeah, see, a packet.json file got created with all the basic configurations. Of course, most of the vital informations are missing, but if you want to add at a later point in time, you can add. I'll put my name. Why we call it Express? Because the developers have created the name. Okay. Okay. Why did I call it Express? Because I'm using Express module here. This is the module that we are using. Remember, we used the HTTP module, correct? That was the name of the module. Similarly, Express is the name of the module that we will be using. And the version that we are using is 4.18.2. So step 1, we'll go create an index.js file here, an index.js file. And inside this index.js file, we can set our configuration to run our project. In the packet.json, you see there is no dependencies that were added because we created a default application. We did not assign any modules to be installed. Now what I'll do is I will say npm install Express. We have Express installed in our project. See, the dependencies now has Express installed, and now we'll go ahead and utilize it. So I have this index.js file. Step 1, we should import Express. Express is now imported. The step 2 is we will call the create application method of Express by calling Express function. So what happens here is that when you require it, it gives you a method called create application. So it creates an Express application. So the Express function is a top level function exported by the Express module. All right. So I'll go create a variable. I'll say let app equals Express. So an application is now created, which is referred as app. Okay, on this app, you can call methods app.listen. So listen takes 3 arguments, you know that, and all of which are optional. But as a good practice, let us pass all these configurations. So that way we know what is the port, what is the host. Instead of, leaving everything to be dynamically generated, we will assign some. So app.listen, I will say listen to port 1010, localhost. This should be a string. The first parameter, port, is a number. The second parameter is a string. Now, in this case, I can use const because application configuration is what we would be changing. We'll never change app. So we can use const. The third parameter is a callback function. This callback function can also be an arrow function, by all means, isn't it? Which takes a parameter, an array, an error. Since there is a single argument, you don't even need the first bracket. You can also do this. And then we'll get a console. Maybe here we can use a condition to check if error happens. Then we'll do a console log where we'll capture the error object and then display it here. Else, we'll console log port 1010. Okay. Moving forward, I'll show you how you can create an external configuration file that we will use. As of now, we'll just get started. We'll make things come to a point where it is working for us. All right. So now we have got this. Let us now serve this index file. So you all know what to do. I'll say node space dot. Now, when you say node space dot, it'll look for the default file. In the packet.json, the main file is index.js. Even if I don't mention this configuration, the default file will be index.js. Okay, so now it says server is now live on localhost 1010. Let's open a browser. Go to localhost 1010. You get this message, cannot get /. Now we'll go create a configuration to handle that GET request, which is coming onto the default port. So I'll say app.get. So this GET method will listen for a GET request on which route / route. That is the default route for an application. And then we will have a callback function that will take, frankly, it will take 3 arguments. The first argument is the request. The second argument is the response. Then you also have something called as a next method, which means to say the next route should be called, which happens implicitly. So you don't even have to use it. So I'll say request, the response, and then we'll handle that. So as a response, I would want to send a message, hello from Express. Okay, so we have this message ready, and let us now relaunch our server. So when you start working with Node.js, you'll see that I'll be relaunching Node very often because every small change requires you to relaunch. So it's a good idea that we will install a module that will restart Node.js every time. So there are a couple of them. One of the safest module that you can use to relaunch your Node server is NodeMon. NodeMon stands for Node Monitor. All right, so we'll install that. As of now, this application is running. Let us go give this a try. You get to see this message, hello from Express. Now I'm about to make some changes. All right, before I make changes, I will install npm install. So I'll say npm space install space nodemon space -g. Now why -g here? Why did I use -g here? So this is the command. Now the -g means global, but it behaves like a CLI. That is, it behaves like a module with a command line interface. Clear? But you would not be wrong if you say -g is global, because that's how it was created. But now they've changed the meaning of it, wherein globally earlier meant that you install in one project, you will be able to get it installed in all the projects. But now -g simply means it will give you command line interface that allows you to access this module everywhere, but it needs to be installed in every project that needs access. Take you a few seconds to complete. Even as a developer for Node, you will use certain modules. Those modules can be referred or added with a certain flag. So I'll say npm space install space nodemon space -d, uppercase D. This tells Node that I'm installing or I'm using nodemon for a development purpose. Press enter. See, nodemon is now installed and as a development dependency. You see the difference now? For development purpose, I've used nodemon. See, now if I share this packet.json file to anybody, they know that for development, I've used nodemon. Okay, so here in the node modules folder, see, you'll find nodemon has now been installed. But with earlier, -g, you didn't have to do something like this. It would be available. Okay, so now coming back to the context, guys. So we have this Express available. Nodemon is available. Now, what is the purpose of nodemon? Nodemon will restart this every time you change these files. Basically, nodemon is running in a watch mode. We have seen that, right? In the file system, we created a file that would watch, isn't it? Nodemon. So let's go to the next step. Now coming to the context, guys. Now they know the server is running, or it is not. Okay, so okay, the server is running. I can show you that the hello from Express is working. Now I'll go make some change here. I'll add some exclamations. Okay, and because in my file, I've set this auto save on, so the file will be saved automatically. And when it is saved, your node is actually relaunched. See, when you refresh the browser, you get this log. You will also have a module to refresh the browser. Basically, it's a Chrome specific extension that you'll have to install, which will be updated when the server is updated. Okay, but as of now, I don't mind refreshing this, but you should see that everything is working fine. So I can create a file here. I'll call this as index.html, and this will have some basic configurations. I'll put some h1 content. Hello from Intellipaat is what I'll have. And in the index file, in the index.js file, I will remove this and I will send a file. I'll concatenate the directory name with /index.html. So this is the file that I would be serving. Now in the browser, I will be able to serve this index file. And now where the problem arises is this. Let us say in this index file, I want to change this company name to something. Okay, every time I cannot have this called as Intellipaat, right? So what I'll do is I'll go create a variable company equals Intellipaat as of now. And I want this index.html file to take the configuration from my server and then render the output. So how will I do? See, I need some place where this value gets sprinkled or gets assigned. This company name. Okay, company name is what I'll call. This company name should be assigned somewhere, isn't it? How will I do that? What I'll do is I will go create some reference. Usually, it is a curly brace reference. I'll call this as comp. Any name is fine. Okay, anything is fine. You can call this a potato if you want, and that would work. So you copy this string and you come to this index file, and from this file, okay, so we will read this content and do a replace. So I will select this string comp and replace that with company name. If I now go back, I see it's still not working. So what we'll have to do probably is use the file system to load this file and then send it. So we'll not use this send file technique because that's not working. Okay. We can read the file using the file system. Const fs equals require fs. The file system is now available. I can use fs dot read file sync. I'm doing a synchronous read, and / index.html, and I want to read it using UTF-8. You all know this, so I'm not spending time on this. I will get the value. I call this a temp file. And here, instead of sending a file, I will use send. And while I'm sending this temp file, I'll replace the content. Both would be the same, isn't it? But now I get an opportunity to use this replace command on this. See, now I get to see this Intellipaat. Now, tomorrow I can change the company. I can call this as my company. Now I get to see my company. So you'll have to look for this variable and then provide a collection. And then you'll also need a mechanism to iterate through that. Now, all of that doing with an HTML file would become difficult because the HTML file is meant for view only. It does not, get any logic. It doesn't, it cannot iterate through certain collections, right? So that's where, we will start using templates. We have an HTML file. This HTML file has a reference called curly brace comp curly brace. And I'm looking for that value in the string, and I'll replace with this variable name. Okay, replace is what? A string method, isn't it? So I can use this method to replace something. So if there are many things, like for example, country. So there is another property called country, and you want to change that. So I've got this value. How will I replace? You call the replace method once again, because this replace is a chainable method. So you can say, hey, look for this country and replace that text with app country, and that would work. Okay, so you can actually add as many variables as you want, but I'll show you a better way to do it, and that would, kind of help you to do something even more complex. Now, what I'll do is, instead of using, this way of reading a file, we can implement a template. Now, what will a template help us do is this. So I'll come here, in the packet.json, I will install another module. There are frankly many templating engines that you can use. One of them is called Pug. Pug was earlier named as Jade. So if you find documents which are talking about Jade, they now have been renamed as Pug.js. Let's look for that as well. Jade. I think Jade is now not even available. Let's say Jade. Look for Jade. I don't find their template. I think they've removed it, but the old name for Pug was Jade. Let's go to pugjs.org and see if they have any mentions about it. Yeah, see, there is a reference for it, rename from Jade. Yeah. This project was formerly known as Jade. However, it was revealed to us that Jade is a registered trademark. As a result, we renamed. A rename was needed. After some discussion, they renamed themselves as Pug. Now coming back to the context, .NET guys will like EJS a lot, and that's my personal experience. That is all. Why? Because most of these syntaxes would look like the .NET syntax, but that is not so true. I guess even if they understand how Pug works, and they would probably start liking Pug. There is another alternate. You can use something called as handlebars. This is also another templating library. You can get the documentation right here. Okay, so once you understand one of the templates, then the rest of the templates become easy. So let us install both of these modules, EJS and Pug. So how will I do that? You first stop NodeMon from running. You'll then say npm install Pug, and EJS. So we'll install both of these modules. See, now EJS and Pug are installed. All right, so now we can go to the index file. Okay, so now we have, I will rename this. Sorry, I will file save as with a different name. All right, so I'll call this a step1.js file. So that way, index file is now free for me to change. I will remove all of this. I still have the same requirement. I will also remove the file system. These commands you already have in the previous exercise, so I will not need. So I have got my basic application ready. And now here I would want to create a folder called views. Now if you remember in Express, in the index file, libexpress, the application had some configuration. And I showed you one of the configurations. I don't know if you remember it, but let me open this once again. So you see there is a setting called views. This is resolving a path called views, correct? Now what that tells you is that the default location for all the templates is a folder by name views. That is what Express will look for. So I can now create a folder here, not here in the app Express project. Hold on. Here I will go create a new folder, call it views. There is a folder now called views. In this folder, I'll go create a new file. I call this as home.pug. I'll also create home.ejs. You will usually not use two different templates. You'll only use one. Okay, I want to show you both. So I'm using EJS and Pug. Okay, so here in the Pug, I want to create a template. So remember we installed emit that helps you do both now. Okay, so if I run this, you see you got this Pug template created to run and serve HTML files. Now if you see the doc type HTML is actually generating a file, a doc type like this. In fact, this gets translated to this. I mean, without this H1, of course. So we have a HTML tag, and in that I have an indent here, a tab indent, and that creates hierarchy. So which means inside this HTML tag, there would be the head tag. Inside the head tag, there will be meta, and title tag. And you see the attributes are created, in round brackets, and the content can be created with curly braces, but you don't have to use it because the content is the default parameter that every tag will take. So you can simply provide a space and then assign the text. Similarly, inside this body tag, if I want to create a H1 tag, I will leave one tab space and say H1 space hello from Pug. Hello from Pug template. Okay, so this is what I will say. And in this index.js file now, I would now want to serve this home.pug here. So what I'll do is I'll say response dot, see, I had used send, correct? And the send file. But when you want to render a template, because see, this template allows you to pass in some variables as well. So you can say response dot render. The first parameter is the name of the template. It's a string. So by default, it is looking in this folder views, correct? So, I mean, I've shown you the configuration where in the application.js file in the Express, I showed you, right? That there was a configuration by name views. So it'll look for this folder, and in this folder, if it finds a template by name home.pug, it'll use it. I'll save it. Okay, now that I have made some changes, I'll ask Express to relaunch. So I'll say nodemon, or maybe, in this case, I'll say npm space run space start. That'll run the nodemon, you know that. So if I run this example in the browser, okay, you get to see hello from pug template. Now, what is the advantage? What is so great about this? I can now use an h2 tag. I'll say company. Okay, so how will we send this comp is the question. You go to this index file, and you can pass in a configuration object and say comp equals company name. So a variable by name comp will be passed from this configuration, which has the value of the company name. You can pass it here. The comp will now work. So if I go back, relaunch, see, company name is my company. Why my company? Because that's what I called it here. And now if you want to add Bootstrap, if you want to add some CSS library, we can add it like this. So you can actually copy this link to the CSS. I can go to the home pug. See, we don't need all of this configuration. We'll simply say link and this href and the relation are two things that I would need. I don't need this integrity and everything. So I'll remove this for now. So these are two attributes the link tag will have. Now Bootstrap gets added. So if you work with Bootstrap, you know that you need to create a div with an ID of container. You can say div and ID container, and inside this I would add these two tags. And now with this, see, I get to see Bootstrap is added here. Sorry, this should be a class, not an ID, class. Yeah, see, now it's working. Easy, guys. No, I know I've been a little quick on this. So what I'll do is how can I get pug template after home dot? No, it is pug. So in the index file, we have not done much of configuration changes. If you think about, I have two variables. Out of them, I'm sending one variable here. Can I send another one? You can. And in the pug file, we had the configuration to use it. Now, frankly, you can also wrap all of this in an external template file and then refer that template here. Okay, I'll show that in the next step. Okay, what I'll do is I will put all of them into a notepad file. A notepad file. Okay, so this is the command. This is the text for home.pug. And this is the code for index.js file. And what else do you need? In case if you happen to get this requirement where you don't want to call it views, let us say I want to call this template. You want to call this templates. And now this example is not going to work now because you called it templates. And what was the preferred name? Views, correct? So if I run this example, it'll throw an error. It says failed to look up view home.pug in the views directory because that's the default configuration. Now, if you want to change this, you can use a code called middleware. Or maybe you can also call this configuration. So how do we set this up? I've already copied it on my clipboard. So you can call the set views. Okay, so this set actually is now done on the app. Why? Because that's the name of the application, isn't it? So you'll say set. And now you don't use resolve because this is not the syntax that would work. You'll now use something called as templates. That's the name of the folder. So if I go back, your program should work. If I want to now change this to EJS, how will I do? Again, the same technique, EJS. Now in EJS, you would use angle bracket, percentage, equals to denote that you are referring to a variable. Okay, so I'll now write, there is no need for you to use indents here. You can treat as if this is plain HTML and then you can work. Welcome to, and I will sprinkle this placeholder here, and the name of the variable is, what are we trying to pass here? Comp. Now if I run this example in the index file, instead of using pug, I will now use EJS. Go back, relaunch. Yeah, and maybe I'll also change this. Yeah, working. And we'll also make this change. Because this is a CDN link, I can use the link and this should work. Working. Now we'll wrap this into a div with a class. And that should take effect. So see, pug requires less number of text. Okay, so you less lines to create the same output. EJS would take more lines. So one reason why pug is a little popular, but EJS helps you get started really quick. You don't need, the learning curve with EJS is very less. Here in this file, instead of using pug, you'll now use Jade. You can't use two render methods because they override each other. So you can only use one. You can't render two templates. That's what I mean. Okay, so now we'll render EJS and that should work. This is the EJS file. So this is the configuration to start the EJS file. And this is the configuration to embed the variable. In the next example, I'll show you how you can, next example, I can show you some configurations, but I'll show the configurations later. I'll, probably rename this as routes. Okay, so step 3 is about routes. Now, why routes? What are routes? I'll go through them in detail. So we'll go create a new project. I'll close this. I'll cd to the day 6 folder. I'll cd to the step 3 routes. And I would install a couple of these modules. So I'll say npm init-y, and new project got initialized, and say npm install express pug and EJS. All 3 will be installed. Let's install all 3 in one. Installed. In the packet.json file, you see the dependencies have been added. And I don't think I would want to make any more changes. I need to create a file by name index.js file. So I'll go create a file by name index.js here. And inside this index.js file, the configurations are pretty normal. We have seen this before. Const express equals require express. Let app equals express. App.listen. Port 2020. Localhost. you'll set up a callback function. If error, console log, else. Okay, so now let us run this and see if this is working. Node space dot. Okay, I have nodemon, so I'll say nodemon. Nodemon is saying that the server is live on 2020. It says cannot get, but I'm ready. Okay, so you'll say npm init space -y. These are two commands that I gave. Npm install express, pug, and EJS. So now what I'll do is this. I will create a views folder. Inside this views folder, I'll create home.pug and home.ejs. Frankly, we need just one of them. So I'll create pug. And here I would want to use an h1 tag. And we will use a message. Or maybe I'll call this as title. Similar, here I will use a template, angle bracket, percentage equals percentage angle bracket close. Okay, so my template is ready. In the index file, when the user makes a request to the get on the /. This is nothing different from what we did in the previous step.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
So I would now want to handle a request that comes in, the response that goes out here. As a response, I would want to render this template, home.pug. I'll say heroes application. Now that I have made some changes, I relaunch, I get to see heroes application. I can change this to EJS and see if that is working as well. That's working as well, right? So in the pug, I'll create a space, an h1 tag, and say this is pug template. And here I will say this is EJS template. So this is EJS template. And if you change this to pug, it'll change to pug template. But this is working. Then what is different from what we did in the previous step is that you can also send a collection. Like for example, heroes. This is an array of values. I'll send a couple of them. Maybe I'll send about 3 heroes. And how do I deal with this in the pug folder, in the pug template? Let's go to the documentation. I mean, I know the syntax, but I want you to know where I get my resources. All right. You go to pug, pug.js.org, and you see that you have the ability to iterate through these values. You can use many of these. So you can use attributes, comments, conditionals, loops as well. All right. So if I want to see how to run a conditional statement, so you see there is a condition here. If user, show this tag. If not, show something else. Okay, if the user is registered, show something. If not, show something else. So you can also run some, not cases, but interpolation. Iterations is what we would do now. Look for iterations, this one. So you see there is an iteration. You'll use a UL and you can use a each method. So in the each, you go create a variable in an array. And then you get the value for which you are iterating. So frankly, you can copy this code as it is. Yeah. So now I would want to iterate through this list. I'll call this as hero. I mean, if you want to create, like what we did earlier, you can also do something like this. Li, like so. In this array, we will replace this with heroes. What is heroes? I think I called this heroes, and that's what I'm passing here. Each hero in heroes. So basically, this is a shortcut for running a for loop. So for each is a method. For each is a method. You know about that, correct? So you can use the each method and create a variable by name hero for every value in the heroes array. And then you take that value and iterate through this li tag. If I go back, I refresh, I get to see Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Now, this is how simple it is in Pug. But let us now see how you do that in EJS. EJS is not difficult to learn as well. So let us go to their homepage, EJS. And right here you can, okay. Yeah, so there is a example, there is a snippet. I will copy this, okay? And I'll paste it here. Of course, this is not meant for our example, but we'll customize this to match our requirement. So if you see this angle bracket percentage, there's no equals here. Equals is missing, which means that this is a place to run JavaScript. If you use the equals, that's the place where you run a variable. So this part is easy, correct? So I would now get this heroes, and for each one of them, I would call them as hero, and I would put that hero here. As simple as that. Now, if I go back to the index file and change this to EJS, I hope I've not made any mistakes here. Let's go give this a try. See, I got EJS, I got Iron Man. Okay. That is because I had to put this in a li tag. I'll save it, relaunch, and that should work. You'll see that the template that I get, no doubt, it seems to be working. If you right click and view source, see the HTML also is minified. You see that? So there are a couple of advantages. So you're basically rendering it on the server side and you send it to the client side. So you are generating HTML on the server side. That is all it is doing. Okay, so what I mean is that you have the ability to set some value on the server side. So you go to create the template, and the values for this template will be assigned by the server side. Correct? That's something that you can do. And on the other hand, you will also get these HTML files which are minified. See, on the client side, you get a minified HTML file. So you simply say view source. So you're basically rendering these templates on the server side and send them to the client to use it. See, you load this or you require this. It'll take that template, replace these contents with these values. If it doesn't find this, let us say, for example, titles, I'm making a mistake here. Okay. If I run this example, you'll now get an error. You did not get an error. See, but that tag itself went missing, isn't it? This title tag missing. So let us say I put title is missing. You can actually create a condition here and say, okay, this or do something. Now the application recognizes that variable and then it'll render. So what we'll now do is this. We will create another route here that will be capable of handling a post request as well. So yesterday we have seen a couple of routes, correct? The index route, the about route, remember? Similarly, now I'm using a post route. Post route happens to, get some data from the client side. Now the client, if the client is sending a post request, how do I send a post response? We'll probably now go create a form. So in the pug file, maybe above the UL, I'll create a form tag. All right, so form tag will take an action. The default action is to submit onto the same page. So whether you add it or you don't add it really doesn't matter. But you need something called as a method, because the default method is get. So we need to change that to post. Now inside this form, we'll have a label. The label will have a for, and beside this label will also have an input of type text. Text is the default. All right, so we'll also assign an ID. This ID should map to the for. So the for and ID will match. In this case, I'll say n hero. And then we'll also go give a name attribute here. Why a name is required? Without the name, when you send some data to the server, you will have no way to capture it. Okay, so I'll call this as new hero. Same name. Okay, so this for, ID, and name all means the same. If you don't want to do any accessibility, you can even remove this. That would work as well. That way, your application has some accessibility issues. So I'll say new hero like so, and then they should work. But I'll just make this accessible friendly. So I'll say this is new hero. And that way, if I go, my application should look like this, because I've made changes in the pug place, right? Where am I? Here. So I'll add some. Okay, so there is a space. And now I would want to add one button here. The button will take a type of submit. And we'll have a label called add hero. So now we are all geared up to send a post request from the client side. So we are making a form, submit some data. Now that data will trigger a post request. So if I add some content, if I click on it, notice, now the server is waiting for a response. See, we have the configurations ready, but we did not do anything. We'll do a console.log to address express got a post request, and we'll say the response dot end. So we'll end the response immediately. We're not sending anything. That is what we'll do. So I'll control C, up arrow key, relaunch. NodeMon was actually running. So if I now refresh, I'll make a get request now. So I'll now click on this, click on add hero. See, I got a post request. I have nothing to render. So one thing that I can do is, I can again render this back, or I can redirect this to an existing route. So there is a route that is already existing. So I'm basically redirecting it to it. So when I get a response, I log and then I redirect. That is what I'm doing. So let us go back, relaunch, and that should give us this template. And see, in the terminal, you get to see, whenever I send something, some new hero, say we have so far Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Let us say I'll send Spider-Man. So I add. So you get to see I got a post request from the template. In this case, Express got a post request from template. Now the question is, what do I do with it? So we got a, we've got a log here which tells you that you have received some data. But what do you do with that data is the question. Okay, so there is a form. This form has a label input and a button. So user clicks on this button. The button will submit this form using the post method. What will it submit? It will submit the input from this, from this text input, and it will submit. Clear? Basically, we are sending some data to the server now. So far, the get would be usually used to make a request from the client. So here, the browser is the client. So if I go to this page, I'm making a get request, correct? And now if I'm sending some details, that would be a post request. So you are receiving using get, you are sending with post. So here I will go, instead of me logging this, you saw this was working. Now what we'll do is, we'll make some basic configurations. Okay. So we'll ask like the way we had in the previous example, if you remember, we created a configuration to change the view folder. Similarly, I'll say app.use. The use is a configuration that we'll now make, and we'll say express to use URL encoded data with this configuration true. Now, why you should use true is because earlier, this is a short gap arrangement as of now. Express may remove this in the next version, because there is a module which is built into Express called body parser, and they have an external module which they have installed for us, which is also referred as body parser, this one. So you are now asking Express to use a extended body parser, which is external one. So that's where the configuration is. But I think, when Express matures to the next level, they will remove this. As of now, you need to make this configuration for URL encoded information. Now, what is URL encoded information? This form is using the post method, correct? The post method will hide or URL encode the data. So maybe you want to watch. So I'll make this get as of now, okay? And keep your eyes on the screen. Here, okay? So I will send some details, okay? I'll call this a secret. And if I click on this add hero, you see this information secret was actually sent, and anyone can read this. What am I sending from my form? Isn't it? But you'd be sending usernames, you'd be sending passwords, and that is not a good idea to display the password like this on the server side. So maybe I want to show you this. So I'm using password here, okay? And now I will change this to secret, and it still says this. I will say this is top secret. Okay, I made a mistake. Instead of top, I made tep, so it actually took. So I'll say top secret. See, it is not URL encoded. The user's password is easily visible. So if someone is sitting right beside you and you logged into a web page, they will know your password, isn't it? And not only that, I mean, it's quite a security threat. So you don't want the information that is sent from your application to the server should be displayed. So what we'll do is we go make this as text, and I will make this as post request. Now, when I make a post request, again, I will make this as password. Now this time, let us see. I'm sending the secret. See, the message was actually sent, but you don't get to see any data in the URL because the data then gets URL encoded. And now Express is configured to receive the URL encoded data. A route is receiving some data. At least now we are getting the log, correct? Now we want to receive the data. How will we receive the data? So now that we have said express.url encoded would be assigned. The requests that we are getting will now have a property called body, which will actually include the post that we are getting. So we have so far completed get, then post, then create, and then delete. Okay, then that concludes all the 4 parts of CRUD application. So here I would want to log the request that is coming from the client side. So I'll say request.body. So the request.body will have the information that we are sending. In fact, what are we trying to send here? In this case, because we are using the form has this hero name. That is what we are sending. And if I now say request.body.hero name, why did I call this hero name? Because that happens to be the name of the object that we will be sending here. All right, so watch. So now that I've just used request.body, it will have a lot of information that you may not use or you may not need. Let us now send some detail to the server side. See, I got this object. This object has nHero. What is nHero? Happens to be the name that we provided here. If you call this potato, you will receive it as potato here. Easy. And now instead of sending this, if I want to do something out of that, I mean, if I would want to send vision, oh, I've made it as password. Let me change this to text. So you'll actually be able to see what I'm typing. I'm sending vision. So I see nHero, the new hero vision is being sent on the server. Now the server can take this value and then assign it to something that you may want to use. Now what I'll do here is this. I'll go create a variable. Heroes list equals this Iron Man, Hulk and Thor, or maybe I'll remove all of them. I'll take this hero list and then I send it here. And now when I get this request.body, instead of logging it in the console, I will push it. Hero list.push. You know what is push, right? Push is an array method that will take this value and push it into the array. So from this request.body, I'm now interested in getting the nHero property. And that nHero value will be pushed. And that nHero value, the whatever the user enters, will then be pushed into this new heroes list. This will be assigned to these heroes. These heroes will now be rendered here using the loop. Easy? So you understand the flow, right? Now if I go back, the application has no data here. I can send Iron Man. See, Iron Man now got into the list. I can send Hulk. I can add Hulk here. The next example, I'll show you in HTML. Plain HTML will work. So here I will use a form tag, form that uses post. The action by default, if you say hash, it'll post it onto the same page. Even if you don't do it, it'll post onto the same page. And here I will use a label. The label will have this for is actually not needed. It's only meant for accessibility purposes, but it's always a good thing to have. So I'll use an input of type text and the ID equals name equals. So we'll just make all of them the same. Hero name. All right. And then I'll use a button. Add new hero. And this time the form will be making a post request. On the click of this button, which will have a type as submit. And now in the index file, I'll change this to EJS. And let's see if this is working as well. So EJS template. Okay. So now this tells me that I'm not sending, okay, nHero is what I should have sent it as. Yeah, nHero. There was a name mistake. The name should match nHero. So if I refresh, that's working. Moving forward, we'll just use one of them. We'll not use both Jade and Pug. Now that you know how to use Jade and Pug, you can use either of them if the user did not send anything. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go create a variable error, which is an empty string. And if we send this error to the Pug, okay, so if you have an error, we'll be able to log the error. If not, okay, so if this error is not sent, let us now run this example. I'll change this to Pug because I've made the change in the Pug. You can also do the same in EJS. Pug. So this is working, but if the user sends nothing, okay, then what? Then I will use a condition. If the request that comes in has a body part and the body has n hero, if it is equal to an empty string, then we'll say response dot render home dot pug with error hero name is blank, and we will not redirect anything. Okay, so we'll simply end that here. Render is there, so you don't have to call the end method. Else we do this. All right. Okay, I think here. Okay, maybe what we'll do is we will check this. I'll first comment this out. NodeMon is running. Is it n hero in the first place? Yes, n hero. Sorry, this is request.body. That was a mistake. A request that comes in, correct? I was using response. That was a mistake. Let's go check. So I'm sending hello. I'm now sending nothing. So I send nothing. So this is actually going as a white space. You see that? So I can actually now look for this white space. And this is a request.body. Hello came. I will now click on this. Now there is an error. Cannot read property of undefined reading length. Okay, if request.body is undefined, is what we'll say. So that's working. It is actually adding why. It should actually run this code. It is running this piece of code, which means to say this is not undefined. I'll leave this without any space. Cannot read proper reading length. So it says that it is actually sending line number 18. Got it. Because this heroes was not being sent and we were actually iterating through it, isn't it? So that was the problem. Let's now check. It says hero name is blank. See, you got this. I think the problem was not with the double equals, triple equals. It was because we were using this iterate to iterate here and we did not send anything, correct? I think one of these can be used, but I think I will solve this on the server side rather than this template. By default, there is no error. So if I send some information, that'll accept it. But if I don't send anything, it says hero's name is blank. Okay, and here I'm sending an empty hero. Optionally, we can take this hero list and send it. Spider-Man got added, and if I click on it, you get to see the error. So we have an example where we can read and we can update, maybe read and create, sorry. Now we can actually complete this example by doing a create, read, update, and delete, all of them. Okay, which one? Not much changes here, but I will send, I'll send this code. Ideally, you all should be doing this. I did not make the change in the home.ejs file. You can do that on your own, okay? The next example, guys, will actually, we can dwell on this, frankly. What we'll now do is we'll create a application that can actually communicate to a database. Step one is that you need to create an account on MongoDB.com. So this creating a setup of creating a username is pretty easy. All you need to do is click on the try free, and then you can register yourself with the email ID, with the Google email ID. So I'll do the same. Already have the account. Frankly, I can click on the sign in. So if you click on sign in, it asks you to provide a Gmail ID if you have. So I will log in with my account. All right. So just a minute. I'm logging in with my Gmail credential. So I've logged in, and notice, you get to see that there are some databases that are already existing. So it will probably take some time. I've not been using it for quite some time. So it should take me about 3 to 5 minutes, it says. I'll actually explain how to use this, how to connect to this database. We have seen how to receive the data from the web page, right? But how do you connect that to a database is what we will be covering next. So I'll show you what kind of infrastructure you would need on the server side, on the database side, and on the client side, you can choose your flavor. So once the connection is established, you'll have to, so we'll be using a library called Mongoose to connect. So this Mongoose is nothing but an ORM, that is Object Relational Mapping module that can connect to MongoDB. Now, inside, the Express uses HTTP behind the scene, right? It's a wrapper around HTTP module. Express is a wrapper around HTTP module. Similarly, Mongoose is implicitly using a MongoDB module. So there is a module by name MongoDB as well that you can use. You can use this. So this is the official MongoDB driver for Node.js. But we are not using MongoDB. You may ask, Vijay, why are you not using? Because see, with MongoDB, you will have to do a lot of things from scratch. You don't have to do it with Mongoose. Mongoose gives you a wrapper around MongoDB and has a lot of default configurations that will help you make a connection really quick. Now, you also have a few more other flavors. Say, for example, you go to, you can also use mean.js. All right, so you can use this if you're creating a mean application, that is MongoDB Express Angular, MongoDB Express Angular and Node.js. You can use mean.js. You can also use, I think there are a few more. Mongoose is one, mQuery, Empath. No, I have used another one, which MongoJS, this one. You can use this one as well. Okay. So there are many modules that will help you connect to MongoDB. So you can use MongoJS. You can use MongoDB itself. You can use mean.js. I would be using Mongoose. Why? I told you, Mongoose is a wrapper around MongoDB. It will help make your life a lot easier when you start working, and it's quite an industry standard. Just to show you, a comparison between, all three. So logically, you need to get an answer as to, Vijay, why should I use one over the other? So if you go to MongoDB, see, MongoDB is downloaded these many times. Let me put that into a notepad so that we get a perspective of that. MongoJS is another module. Mongoose is another module. I'm just using 3 of them to compare. See, out of these 3, if you see, MongoDB is used extensively. Mongoose is the next contender. But instead of using MongoDB, I'm using Mongoose. We can use MongoDB as well. Just that, Mongoose will give you some security for your data. So I'll be using Mongoose. Mean.js, I don't think, many people use Mean.js. There's not many of them. Weekly downloads is just 1. It's pretty bad, isn't it? I think, our modules have been more popular. I will be using Mongoose because it makes your life a lot easier. Okay, so let me delete everything. Okay, I'll choose browse collection. I think, okay, I have some collections here. I will delete. I had an IBM DB here. I delete it. And done. I think, yeah. I will delete everything so that I am on the square one as you guys are. So this is what you get to see when you log for the very first time. Let me delete this as well. So I will now be on square one, like all of you have. Perfect. So it should actually show you this message when you click on build a database, and it asks you, what do you really want? I want to select the free resource. And from this choice, I'm using AWS, and closer to the proximity where I live is Mumbai. So I select it. And by default, the cluster name is cluster 0. If you don't change it, it will remain as cluster 0. I will change it to VijayDB or maybe Vijay cluster or cluster Vijay, whatever. Okay, so I create a cluster. So let's go ahead and create a new project inside this. So we'll go create a project by name what? Okay, so we had step 1 here and step 2 and step 3 here. So this will be step 4 inside this folder. Step 4, RESTful API. That's the name of the folder. All right. So let's navigate into this folder now. So CD into day 7 and CD into step 4 Express REST. Step 1, we need to create a new node project. So npm space init space -y. With this command, npm space init space -y, we will be creating a new node project. We're initializing a new node project with default configurations. I press enter. We got the package.json file. So basically the package.json file is a configuration file for your node project. It has all the meta information here. Basically the version, the name, description, how people should find your module, all that is available. I'll put my name, and I need to now create this index.js file. Apart from this, in this project, I'm also planning to use certain modules, right? So I would be creating them. So let me go create a file called index.js. This will act as my main application. You see, it is blank. There's nothing much in it. So far, I've just executed one command, npm space init space y. And now here, I would like to install certain modules. npm space install. I is a short form for install. Express, course. I think I would just be using Express and course just to keep this example minimal so that you just focus on what is required. Maybe I will not even use course. I know that I would be requiring course at a later point in time, but you need to know what is the role of course in this project. When will you use it? When you don't have to use it. Okay. And the last project, we never used anything, isn't it? So in this project, we will be using course. So let's press enter. npm is now installing Express. You see Express is now installed. I can now go use it. So I'll say const Express equals require Express. So you very well know that Express, when you call, will basically give you a function back. And this function will give you an application back. So we'll go create a variable. You can make it const app equals express. So if you call this express function, you get an object. That object can be configured. Basically, it's an application object. And now I can use app, and I can configure this using listen. Will designate a port. So for now, I'll say 5050 and localhost. And we'll set up a callback function that will handle the error. And if there is an error, I would like to log so that I know what happened, right? So I'll say console log error, the error that was created. Else, I know things went fine. I will do a console.log and put up a bold message saying that the server is now running. Okay. Localhost port 5050. That's the port that I selected here, isn't it? So let's now run this file. So this command, I'm sure is familiar to you because we have done this a couple of times. Now let's ask Node to run this file. So it now confirms that the server is now running on localhost port 5050. And go to localhost port 5050. Now you should get this message, cannot get /. You know this as well because we've dealt with this. It simply means that Express cannot respond to a GET request that is coming on the default route, that is /. So we'll go configure a default route now. So I'll say app.get. Why get? Because GET protocol is what will receive the request from the browser. If the browser is sending something, then we will receive it as a post. You've seen that. So I'll say /. If there is a GET request, I would want that to be addressed by this function. So these are called routes, basically. You can either choose to create it in the same file. Ideally, you would be creating a separate file called routes, okay, where you keep it. First, let me get my board sail, and then I'll show you how you can organize this file. This callback function is capable of accessing the request that comes in and the response that goes out. The first parameter is the request that comes in. The next parameter is the response that goes out, okay, out of the Node server. Now, as a response, I may want to send something. So I'll say response, send hello from Express. So this message is something that you've seen before. So I'll have to now restart the Node server because I've made some changes. Press Ctrl+C, up arrow key, and server is now restarted. You now get a message that we sent from the server. So your application is working. All right, you've seen this before, so there's nothing new here. And there are a few things that I would like to address address you guys here. There's something called as middlewares. Now, these middlewares is something that we have used in the past. Let me just open the previous example and show you if there was something that we used. If not, yep. So there is nothing that we have used. All right, so this was not configured. Let me see if I had used another example to illustrate it. If not, I'll explain it to you today. All right, yep. There is one middleware. You see, we have used app.use express.url encoded. We use this middleware, basically a middleware. The idea here is this will get sandwiched between the request that comes in and the response that goes out. All right, so the way you configure it is using this app.use. There are lots of middlewares. You can search on the Express's website, but the job of this middleware is to understand what is the request that is coming in from the server and what is the response that the server is sending to the client side. So basically, these middlewares get sandwiched between the request that comes in and the response that goes out. You can use built-in middlewares. There are middlewares that can send JSON data from the server. There are middlewares that can receive form data from the server, from the client as well. So basically, you have these middlewares. You can also log, use loggers to log. I just lost the name of the middleware that I used to use. When it comes, I'll tell you. Morgan. Morgan is the name. So you can look for Morgan middleware, and that basically helps you do all the logging. I'll show you how you can use it though. npmjs.com. Look for Morgan. This one. So this is a logger middleware for Node.js. So you see, once you have Morgan installed in your application, you will be able to log all the transactions that is happening between the client and the server. For application development, this becomes quite a utility that you would want to know what happened. what is the transaction that is happening between the client and the server. So I'll show you how you can use that later. For now, I just wanted you to be aware that there is something called as middleware. So we can use middlewares to handle the request that is coming inside the Node server and the response that is going out from the Node server to the client side. The way you create a middleware is like this. You can say app.use. And basically, these middlewares are nothing but a function. Basically, it's a callback function. And this function will take 3 arguments, exactly like the way these routes took. So it takes the request that comes in, the response that goes out, and it'll also call a next function. So after this middleware is executed, what should be done? It should call the next method. Which one? This one. All right. So in this example, just to show or illustrate the purpose of this, I would like to pause this request right here until maybe about few seconds. And then, I would want to go to the next page. I don't want to go immediately. All right. So watch. So what I can do is, I can simply console log. The request that comes in has the URL parameter. I would want to just log that. So, and then I would have to call the next method so that the next route can take over. So as of now, if I don't use the next method, the request that comes in, the response that goes out. We have dealt with this before. The next probably is new to you. Okay. So this next will basically allow you to go to the next method. So if I block this, if I don't call this next, your server has nothing to respond. It'll just wait here. Okay. And maybe we can cause a delay to send or call the next method after some time. So I'll just keep this server running. The server is running now. And now let's open the browser. Maybe I'll close this. I will say with J is the parameter. So if I send it, you notice, this is the route that I've got, and I'm still getting a response.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
So I will now remove this comment and I will now restart the server. Of course, I get this Intellipaat, but I don't have any valid response. See that? But if I don't send anything, I get this hello from Express, which is quite evident. It tells you that, this middleware, the custom middleware that we created is working. It's handling the request that is coming in. And as a response, you can manipulate things here and then send it if there is a need. All right. So just keep in mind that there is a possibility that you can use custom middlewares. Usually a rare scenario. It's not very rare though, but if you start working with Express often, you'll definitely get to use these middlewares. But with default configuration, the one that we are working in this workshop, you may not need it. I just thought I'll bring it to your attention so that you know what to do, how to configure if there is a need. All right, so now we have got this. Now what I'll do is I would actually want to make a request to MongoDB, load the data from the MongoDB here when someone makes a request. So you will have other middlewares as well that we'll be using in this workshop. So you'll probably get acquainted with that. Now what I want to do is I want to connect to a database and get some response from that. Usually you would want to keep all your client-side resources. Like the way in the last workshop, we created this views folder, which is server-side rendering templates. You can use this, no doubts, but you can also be creating a folder called public and keep your client-side resources here in the public. In the public folder, I'll go create a new file called index.html. And the purpose of this is instead of me sending this message instead of me sending this message. I would now go configure a middleware that will serve this index.html file when someone asks for it. So this index.html file is blank as of now. I'll put some content here. I'll say, welcome to my application. See, this file can now be executed. I mean, it can be displayed in the browser like so. But I would want this, notice, this is running on the file protocol now, but I would want this file to be served from here. The one way that you already are aware of is this. You can say response.send file. So you can send this current folder like so, right? The current working directory has a public folder, index.html is what I want to serve. So let me refresh this. Localhost is now running. If I refresh this URL, I get this page, welcome to my application. This was the HTML page that we attached, isn't it? Now what I'll do is let me apply some bootstrap to this. So I would want to apply some external CSS file, or maybe to keep this example really simple, I will use an image. Okay, so just let me open my C drive, and this is online node. I think I used some image. No, if not, I'll use some other training. I recently did some images. Yeah, I'll just download some image. This one here in the public folder, I will add an image. So I will paste this image in the images directory. Dr. Strange is now added in our project. Now I want this Dr. Strange to be displayed here. I'll use an image tag with the source, images, Dr. Strange. Okay, doesn't matter, doesn't really matter, okay? You don't have to use, you can use Compass on your own, but just to save time, I would not be using Compass. Compass is just the GUI, the graphic user's interface to connect to MongoDB, okay? So I would be using Express to interface to it. And we already have a GUI, right? MongoDB's Atlas website already has it. So I'd be using it. So MongoDB's Compass is natively installed on your computer. Guys, you see, if I run this file using the file protocol, using Chrome, sorry, you get to see this. Dr. Strange is now being displayed. It is in the file protocol. But now the same application, if I'm serving through a server, I won't be able to get it. See, you get this Dr. Strange. Why is this text coming? Because the alternate text is being displayed. So I'll simply say this as alternate name. So you see alternate name. So which tells you that the image is not being loaded. Why is the image not loaded? It's very much available right here, isn't it? When you are able to access it via the file protocol, you should be able to access it via the server as well. But that theory is not right. Why? Because Express is now in command. He will not allow you to access any files that are not listed. So basically, you will have to enable those files to be accessed. So that's one of the middlewares that we'll have to configure. How will I do that? I'll come here. I'll now say app.use express.static. So this express.static will take a URL which will be serving as a static URL for your project. Now, what does that mean? See, a HTML page is accessing images. It may also access CSS files. It may access some audio files, video files, anything that the HTML file needs. It can even be some JavaScript files. Whatever that needs, whatever the HTML file needs is referred as a static file, right? These are not dynamic files because it's static file, which will affect the way the application looks. Now, for this express.static, you'll have to point which directory will be used as a static resource for this project. In other words, which directory has all the static assets like images, CSS files, JavaScript files, audio video files that can be allowed by this index.html file to be used. So I come here and say the same thing. All right. So I can copy this as is and paste it here. So with this, what I'm trying to tell, any file in this directory is allowed to be used as a static resource. See, although even if you don't have this configuration, the static folder will by default look for the public directory, and the index.html in the public directory will be served. Okay, so I'm just showing you an explicit configuration. If you don't have an implicit, if you want to override the implicit one, you'll create an explicit one. In this case, I'm creating an explicit one. So I'll copy this, relaunch this. And now if I go back to my application, relaunch, this allows, this configuration is allowing any static resources in the public folder to be accessed. In this example, an image is what I'm trying to make available for the HTML page. Now what I'll do is watch. I'll remove all the configuration here. What that tells you, there is no HTML file being served by Express. So that is so wrong, because Express has an implicit configuration. I told you about that just now. Express is an implicit configuration to serve this static configuration as a default folder, and it will serve index.html by default. So let me relaunch this. If I refresh, I still get this to work. So which tells you that Express has some built-in configuration. It works even if you don't make some certain configurations. Let me comment this out. Now, if I run this example, I don't get to see anything. So because of this middleware, the static resources from the public folder is now made available for us. So I'll refresh just to prove you that this configuration is working. Okay. So you see, any folder inside this public folder can now be served as a static resource. So I can go to this public folder. I can add some more images, some CSS files and some JavaScript files, and they all will work. All right. So I'll put this on paste bin as of now. Allow you to create this. I go create a new file called index.js. So basically, JavaScript files are consumed by the HTML file, isn't it? So maybe here we'll have an alert. Hello from external JS file. In the index file, we can add it. Now, if I run this example, you get to see hello from external JS file. See, this is a point. This is something that you can use. If frankly, all these files, JavaScript files will be in another folder called, and CSS files will be inside a folder called styles. And just to keep your files organized, okay? And this index.js file will be in the script directory. And that way we can use that file in the script directory here. I will rename this from index.js file to main.js file. Your main JavaScript file is referred as main.js file. Okay, and then all the images can come from the images directory. And the style files can come from the styles directory. So what I'll do is I'll go to getbootstrap.com while you guys are busy. I'll copy this link. I can use this as it is, but what I'll do is I will copy the location here, bootstrap min.css file. I paste it here. You see, you got the bootstrap file. This is a pre-built CSS file, which can be applied to your application without you having to write for them. Okay, so let me copy this, and I would create a file in the styles directory as bootstrap.css. Notice it's empty. I'll copy the styles that are written by the Twitter team, the Bootstrap team here. They have written about 10,000 lines, right? So it would take us days to write all of them. If you sit on it completely, right? So it'll take you days. At least, as a big team, they would have taken weeks, days to complete all of that. So we will get the advantage of it. Now Bootstrap is available. You can use the CDN as is. Okay, you can copy this CDN link and then, okay, you can use the CDN link as it is here, and that would work for you. Okay, so let me run this example now in the browser and in the local host port 5050. You get this JavaScript file and you see the fonts have changed. Indicates that the bootstrap is attached. Instead of using the CSS, is this CDN file, I would write it from my application. I would load it from my server right here. I'll use link CSS style bootstrap.css file. So any file under this public folder can be accessed now by Express. I will wrap this into a container. I don't need this image. It was just to show you. I don't need this image, Dr. Strange. I can delete it, but let it be there. All right. So you see the external JavaScript file is loaded. I would not need that. So I'll remove this as well. I would, of course, put some changes here. I don't need to put an alert here. So my application is working. So there are two ways to approach this project that we are trying to do today. Either we can make the client side ready and then consume the server side, or we can complete the server side and then configure our client side to receive it. I mean, see, when you're preparing something, it really doesn't matter which one you want to prepare. At least, in this example, you don't. In some examples, it may be relevant that, we'll have to prepare this so that you can use. In this case, what we'll do is, we'll go create a database first. That is step number 1. Then we will configure our server-side resource, that is Express resource, to consume the database, to connect to the database. Then we'll create the client-side resource to access the server-side Express server to utilize it. Okay. So let's open MongoDB. Go to mongodb.com. This is something that we did the last time, right? So you click on the sign in. So I've clicked on the sign in. So it is basically now asking me to sign in from my Google account. Okay, I think there is a database already created. It is paused. Let me delete it. I need to connect. All right, I think there is a database already existing. I will delete it and I will create everything from scratch with you. So this is the configuration that you should be seeing. I'll just make some space. I'll delete all the configurations so that I can walk you through. I think last time we created a database, but we did not proceed further. So click on build a database. You'll be prompted with these 3 options. You can go serverless, you can choose a dedicated server, or you can use the shared host, shared resource. If you notice, this is paid. Both of them are paid, frankly. So we'll use the shared, which is free. For the training purpose, this is okay. When you start working on a project, you may probably find, one of the services as per your need and budget. You can pick one. I'll select the free, create it. And then you'll have to select from between these options. So notice, from this between the serverless, dedicated, and shared, I've selected the shared, which is free. And you have a choice to use AWS or Google Cloud or Azure. So you can use one of them. It really doesn't matter which one you use because the code that you write from Express will still be the same. It's just that internally MongoDB will make a choice to use one of those servers. Most of them provide, a trial for you to access or connect. I'm using AWS, so I'll select AWS, and from the region, select something which is closer to your proximity. I am based out of Bangalore, India, so Mumbai is closer to me. But if you are from, let's say, Central Europe, you may want to select Frankfurt. If you are on the west part of the Europe, you may select Paris. If you are north part of America, you can say Virginia, the North Virginia or Oregon. So whichever is closer to you by proximity, select one of them. So select Mumbai. I mean, in this case, I have selected that. And by default, it goes ahead with some storage memory for us. You cannot fiddle around with this because this comes to you free. If you choose anything other than this, you are then allowed, you're asked to make some payment. Okay, so this will cost you $9. This will cost you about $25 month. Okay, the one that we have selected is free, which means it will give you about 512 megabytes of data that you can use for free. I think this is fair for a person who's starting to understand this this platform. Will definitely have enough and more space. Actually, you don't need any other additional settings. All right, so we can go change a cluster name if you want to. I'll be okay with cluster 0. That's the default name. If you want to change, you can. This name only accepts letters, numbers, and hyphens. With this basic configuration, guys, okay, I've selected free, I've selected AWS, and I've selected Mumbai. You can choose one of them. Make sure you select the one that is not disabled. Let's say I select London, then this is a paid service. Okay, I suggest select something which is closer to you in proximity. That should see London was $0.08 an hour. Okay, so I have now selected Mumbai. Yeah, sorry, free. So when you select free, the ones that is highlighted is what you should select. And I click on create cluster. This will take about 1 to 3 minutes, depending on the internet speed and their server speed. Now you have to create a username and password configuration. I will go with the username by name admin. You can use any name you want. Admin. Admin is the username. Don't use any email like the way it was prompting, because the @ in the email address will be used as a delimiter. Even in the password, I suggest don't use any @ symbols. I would usually prefer to auto-generate a secure password because this gives you a secure password. Yeah, I'm even sharing this password because this will be deleted after this training any which ways. So my username is admin. This is my password. I will, I'll write this down here. It is not quite easy to memorize this entire big password, right? So the username is here. This is the password. And it's extremely important that, after you have done all this configuration, you save this configuration. Okay, and then you can add an IP address, to access this. I will click on create user so that this user is created. So the username is admin. The password was generated using this auto-generate a secure password button. And now I would want to add an IP address. So you can either do this here, or all of these configurations can be created on the left side menu here. So the database access is already created. Oh, I've not created. I think I had. Okay, nevertheless, let me check. No, I think I have not yet created. I will use the same username. In fact, this is the username. They should have created it, but nevertheless, I'll say add a database user. I'll select the password user. The user would be admin. And the password is this. Exactly the one that I copied. And I click on add user. This user was already created. I don't know why it did not pick it up. Admin already exists. I think it is already existing right there. It is right here now. I don't know how it came back. So maybe it was taking some time, but by default, it creates a cluster by name cluster 0. Where can you find? Click on database and click on maybe connect. See, you see cluster 0 already there, correct? Do you find this? Okay, so what you need to do is this. Create a database access. Where is the password and admin related? I have to connect. Yeah, click on add user. So click on database access and click on add database user. So this is the wizard. Okay, so I'll just cancel because I've already created this admin. I've shown you how you do that. Then we need to create a network access. I mean, I'm just showing you different flavors, so I'm a little slow with this. Click on network access, choose add IP address. And from this wizard, you select the allow access from anywhere option, which creates a IP address which reads like this 0.0.0.0/0, which is a wildcard entry. I don't recommend you do this. Usually I suggest use your current IP address or the name of the domain that you would want to use MongoDB. For learning purposes, I'll be using localhost port 3000, 5050, sorry. So one reason why I came up with this. See, optionally, you can put some comments. You can click on confirm. You can also make this temporary and it will be deleted in 6 hours. I think this is a good option for us. I'll choose to confirm. All right, so this IP address is also configured. There's last configuration that we would need. Okay, so just to recap, I created a new cluster. I created a new database access. I created a network access. Now I need a connection string to connect to this database. So click on database. You can now click on connect. And now it asks you, how would you like to connect? You can use connect with MongoDB shell, which we are not doing. Connect your application. This is what we are doing. You can connect using MongoDB's Compass. Now I'm not using any GUI to connect. You can also connect using VS Code. This is not something that I'm doing because I'm pretty sure that I would be using a Node.js application to connect to this. Okay, so I click on this. Don't fiddle around with the drivers or these details here because it provides you, various other configurations. MongoDB can be connected with Node.js, Perl, Python, .NET, Java, and several other programming languages. So the driver that we would be using is Node.js. And notice, the appropriate version of Node is already selected. The last version that they stopped the support is for 4.1, which means to say anything above will still work. It says 4.1 or later. Don't select or don't fiddle around with this. Don't say 4.0. Let's see what will happen. Because we are working on Node.js version 16.17.1, I guess. Okay, and you may have a conflict. So select the last one that you have here. And you can copy this connection string. I'll show you how you can use it. I'll copy this. I can close it because I've already copied on my clipboard. So the connection string is here, guys. So let me help you understand how to read this. Okay, although not all of them is relevant for us to understand, what is relevant for us now is that you are connecting as an administrator. The password, you replace this brackets with this text password and paste your code there, password. Okay, so you got this part. The admin is the username. This is my password. So earlier it would look like this, angle bracket, password, angle bracket. Don't delete this colon. Okay, this is what separates username and password. You replace this password, that is angle bracket, password, closing angle bracket. Replace it. Now that you are done with this, you will now have to create a database name, which we have not done. Okay. Frankly, you don't even need your MongoDB is smart enough. It'll actually create a database. So I click on create. Not a new cluster. No, let's go back. So I can go create a new database. I think here I can click on browse collection and create a new my own data. The database name is OnlineDB. Collection name is optional, but I will create one called users. And notice the word users here. Collection's name should end with, okay, so this collection name is users. Database name is OnlineDB. I'll click on create. The configuration is ready. OnlineDB users collection is created. So now that you have the connection string, and now we have got the database name as OnlineDB, I will use that database name here, OnlineDB. What would happen if you don't provide this? It'll create a database by name test and create it and create all your records there. Okay, so this is the configuration. It should look like this. Okay, and after this /, you put your name of the database. In my case, you saw I created a database by name OnlineDB. That's the database name. Users are not required. Okay, so the collection name is not needed. Some of these ORMs require the collection name. Some of them don't. So with this connection, you will be able to connect to every collection that is out there. So there is no specific credential to access a specific table. In other databases also you don't, isn't it? So you basically give access to a database name. That's what you can do. The database name here is OnlineDB. Now this configuration is what I will be using from Node. So let's open Node. I'll just keep it here to, maybe to refer at a later point in time. The call is a DB URL. I've pasted this entire link so that I can use it at a later point in time. Maybe I can also uncomment it, but I'm not using it. Okay, so this entire thing is going to be a string. So in this string, this is the username. This is the password. This cluster 0 happens to be your cluster's name. And this is user ID, not user ID. It is called user. Basically, it's a user string. It is different for each one of us here. Okay. Then we have this configuration and then the name of the database. So what I can do here is this. I can go create a let config equals an object. Call this as DB user is something. DB pass is something. DB path is something, or a DB string. And call this a string. And a DB name is something. Okay, so this DB user is this one. This is DB password. This is the DB string. This is the DB name. Now, why would I want to keep a config file? See, because when I send this file to you, if you change this configuration to match your configuration, it should still work. So what I'll do is I will use ECMAScript 6 backticks here. That way I can now replace this $bind config dot DB user name. This one will be replaced with curly brace config dot DB pass. This one will be $config dot DB string. This can also change. Okay, you can say cluster name. This cluster 0 can also be accessed from here. I think that is, oh yeah, this the DB name finally. Database name. Okay, so you see the string that I copied has a lot of information, sensitive information. I don't want it to be here. Usually what you do is, you create an environment file and you put these details there, and this environment file can be separate for development and separate for production. So I can now, created this entire string, and then I bifurcated these values. So this is the cluster name. So tomorrow, if you change a cluster name there and you change the cluster name here, this would still work. And then we have a different database name here. So I've put all of them in this configuration file. That is all, guys. So I can add few more parameters to this. Port, maybe, okay, 5050. Host, maybe localhost. So this port will be now used from this config file here. This will be config.host. That way here, I can convert this also to a backtick. So I will now. So I've got this configuration file. I will now cut this. This is on the server side. All right. So I'll on the server side, I'll create a folder called config. And inside this config, I will create a config.json. I want to now convert this to a JSON. So in JSON, all the names will be a string, and the values can be a string and a number or an array or an object. So this config is this guy now. The config.json is nothing but a JSON file which has all the configuration. Now in the index.js, I would want to import that file. So I'll say const config equals require from the current working directory. You have a folder called config, and that has a config.json file. So what will this file give you? Nothing as of now. So you basically load this JSON file and call it as config, and this config will work. This DB URL is actually used nowhere yet. We'll be using it in a minute. But you saw how I could break it to smaller chunks, isn't it? There is your configuration file. Let us now see if this is working fine for us. Error server instance. Okay, local. Okay, there's a typo in the configuration. Local host. It should be local host, isn't it? So if you make mistakes, you'll have to be responsible. All right, so now see, it's working on localhost port 5050. Let us go check if this is working. Seems to be working. In the config file, you can also say, okay, what is the main file? And that config file can be set here. The folder can be inside a config file. Anything can be in the config.json file. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will build on what we have learned so far. I'll rename this as step1.js file, and I will create another file called index.js file. That way, this step one is your previous reference index file. I'll just remove all the things that I don't need now. We would need express routes. We would need this static configuration file, all of this. But this is something that you don't need as of now. So now in the step one index.js file, I've removed all the comments that I had put. I have my DB string. So let us console log this just to know if it really matches what we want. All right. So I'll say console.log DB URL. So let's Control C, up arrow key, run this. See, I get this connection string now. Okay. This should match exactly what I have written here. If it matches, then my process of chunking was right. So in this example, you see both of them are exactly the same, right? I'll just remove the line. See, they both are same. So which means that, I was careful when I chunked it to smaller pieces. So you are done with this configuration. Now we'll have to connect to this MongoDB. And what do we do after connecting? We'll be greeted with nothing. So what I'll do is I'll go create a simple user. I'll choose to insert a document, and I'll probably come up with, adding a first name, last name, maybe an email ID and city. I think that should be it. Okay, so let's add first name. So this is Peter. Last name, Parker. In fact, I can use this configuration and that would be a lot easier. All right, so I've got all these values. And if you have observed, there is a property called _ID, which got generated, and we are not allowed to edit this. So this _ID is a read-only property, okay, which has a random string here, which will be unique for every record that you insert. So this is an advantage because we don't have to create a unique key in your database. So have this _ID, which is a read-only property. You cannot modify it. You can read this. Now you have the first name, last name, city, and email. Choose to insert. So this record is now being inserted. You can see this data being inserted. Now, if I connect to this database, I will be getting this data. Okay, now the question is, how will I connect? I take this string. So I have my database, so at least some record in the database. Let us now connect. So how will I connect to this database? I need some connector. Node.js by default cannot connect. So you need a object relational model, or in other words, ORM, a connection basically. So you can connect using various modules. I'll be using a module called Mongoose. So let us stop this server and say npm install Mongoose. The Mongoose internally uses MongoDB connector. Mongoose is better because you don't have to do many nitty-gritty things that MongoDB requires you to do it. Mongoose will absorb them for you. It's an abstraction over MongoDB database, MongoDB module. So npm space install space Mongoose. So Mongoose is now installed. So far we have installed Mongoose now. In the packet.json, you see Mongoose is now added. Now we can use Mongoose to connect, but there are several steps that you need. Step one is that Mongoose is used to connect to your database. Okay, now in order to connect, you need the connection string, this one, the DB URL that we have created. That's one part of it. But after you connect, okay, you'll have to communicate to it, isn't it? You want to send some data to it. What kind of data will you send is the question. You need to send a data that matches this structure here. Other ORMs does not require you to communicate with the same data. That is, if you send something which does not have first name, it will still insert. MongoDB is all about that, isn't it? But an enterprise application would not work without a structure in it. So I would want the record to have first name, last name, city, and email. These are four types of properties that needs to exist on a object that I'm trying to insert. So you need to create a model which can be used to connect or communicate to the database. Okay, so let's first import Mongoose. Mongoose is now available. Mongoose implicitly would be using MongoDB, which is actually available in the Node modules, you'll actually find MongoDB also installed. There it is, MongoDB. MongoDB is used by Mongoose. Now with this Mongoose, you can connect using the connection string. So let's uncomment this DB URL. And if you are able to connect to this DB URL, you will get a promise back, so that then we'll get a response. So if you want to cache that response, use it, you can. In my requirement, I don't think I would need to capture that response. As long as I am informed that you have connected, that is good enough. So I'll use a function. This function will do a console.log and say DB connected. So the database is connected. If there is an error, then we'll have a catch. The catch will capture any error. So we'll have a function. This function will capture that error, and we can log that what error really happened. Okay. So with this one line, we are now able to connect to the database, but we have still not created a model. We'll do that in the next step. Let's run this. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to say node space dot. So it says now the server is now running and DB is connected. All right. So this tells you that the database is now connected. You can also convert this to an arrow function. Frankly, all of these can be converted to an arrow function. There it is. One of them got converted to an arrow function. I can also minimize this by removing these curly braces. If error, do this, else do this. And this can be converted to an arrow function. We don't have any parameters, so I can just write everything in one line. Again, this catch accepts only one argument. Basically, arrow functions make things really short for you, isn't it? So we are done with this configuration. Let us see if this is working. Database is still connected. So now that we have got our connection message, we'll now go create a model that can be used by our connection to communicate. Usually you'll have many models. Okay, so if you are creating an application, you want to create a user, that's a different model. A product that you may want to enter is a different model. An order that you want to create for your user will have a different model. Model is like a class, yes. Basically, it's a structure how your database's values will be placed and positioned. So every model requires an object ID. So you saw that in the database, our model should match this requirement. So I'll basically paste this as it is here. So this one is user model. So an ID would be an object ID. First name would be a string. Last name would be a string. City would be a string. Email would also be a string. Okay, so this is what we need. And this one, you see, this is going to be an object ID. Now the question is, where do we get an object ID data type? String we know, number we know, isn't it? But object ID data type we don't have. But Mongoose provides us with one. So we can go create a model like this. I'm about to delete this, okay? I'll just copy it so that we know the structure. Let object ID equals, no, object ID comes from something called as schema. So schema equals mongoose.schema. Now from this schema, we'll be able to derive the object ID. So with the schema, we have the object ID. Now we should be able to connect or make a model out of these. Oops. So I'll go create a let user, and model names usually will start with an uppercase because we are going to create a class out of this. Model is like a class, isn't it? So I will say hero equals mongoose.model. The model will ask for a name. Okay, what is the name? So we have a name already called user for it. Why did I call it user? Is an interesting theory. See, in the database, you created a collection by name users, isn't it? A collection is a plural form of a document that you're trying to insert. This user is now a document. Okay, this record is a document, and many documents are contained inside a collection. So you have a collection, which is a plural form, a document, which is a singular form. I mean, if I call this as hero, the collection will automatically become heroes, Heros. So now that we are done with this configuration, this mongoose model takes two parameters. The first parameter is the name. The second parameter is the schema. It also takes certain optional parameters. We don't need them. So I have this schema, the schema that I created here in line number 12. So I can say schema. This schema will take an object, and this is what we will add here. Cut this exactly as it is and paste it. So this ID, first name, last name, city, and email are the properties that I want to create. The last one doesn't need any comma. So this ID underscore ID is a reserved keyword. You should not be using it. What type of data will this ID contain? It will contain this data type called object ID. So this object ID type of data is stored here. And this can contain a string. So I can say this is a string. This last name is a string. City is a string. Email is a string. Optionally, you can also pass in an object here. This object will take type of string. Okay. You want it to be, I think unique is true. Something like that. So you can use type and what type of data you are expecting. You can also say, I want it to be required and so on and so forth. So you can use for more, clarity, guys, I suggest and recommend you go to the MongoDB's website. You go to the Mongoose's website, and here you can actually see the different types of configurations that can be assigned. There you see. Okay, so you have some good practices that you can use. So you have a name string. So I have used a model, but you see that you don't need to create a schema. You can directly create a string like so, and that would work as well. But I've gone with some industrial best practices. So you have this connection string, and then you have a simple working example. Click on get started, start guide here. You'll have a lot of configurations here. Okay, so you see schemas here, and you have schema types here. So the schema types, these are different types that can go in. So you can, do some basic validation as well. You see the type. Okay, I use type of, my bad. So it should have been type. Okay, type is what? What is the default date that you would want to assign? If it is a number, what is the minimum and maximum type that you can assign? Okay, so if the user enters something, would you want to convert it to lowercase and then insert? Would you want to trim it before you insert into a database? So you can do a lot of things. Okay, we may not bump into each one of them, but just be aware that there is documentation. I recommend you read the documentation when you start working with these.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
So I have not much of a requirement here. I'll simply use this user model, and this user model is what I can use to connect. So frankly, this entire thing, a model, can be stored in a separate file and can be imported here in our program. Okay, so I can copy this, create a folder, call it model. So you can have various models. In a project, you'll have various models. I'll go create a file called user.model.js file. The user model.js file, I'll paste this entire code. Say I need Mongoose here. So Mongoose is imported. Once the Mongoose is imported, I want this to be exported to the outside world. So what I'll do, I'll say module.exports dot user equals user. So which means to say there's a property called user which will be exported from this file, isn't it? So I can now export it from this file. In the index file, I will import it. So let me just comment this out now, because I would now be getting it from an external file. From this require model, you'll find user model dot user. I want to store that into this variable name by name user. Okay, so I've got my model here. I don't need this file now. I've separated it out. Usually you would not keep all those models in your program. You'll keep it outside. So now that you have got this users object, we can use this to make a connection. Okay, and here we have these routes which are waiting. So again, I will be creating a routes file, external file, and I'll split that to another file here. That way you'll have a config folder to keep all the configuration, model folder to keep all the models, models folder. It should have been models, but nevertheless, it is model now. And you have, I think that's it for now. Okay, so let us now go create a route here. So if app, dot get gets a request on the default route. I would not want to keep my home page in the default route, or at least the server response not on the default route. I'll say app.get/data. If it is so, if there is a get request coming on to the data route, I would use this function which will handle the request that comes in, the response that goes out, deal for me. So I'll say as a response, I will send, I'll say request on data route received. Now let's run this application and see if this is working. Control C, up arrow key. Server is running, the database is connected. Let's go to the document, localhost port 5050. It says welcome to my application. But if I make a request here, /data, it should tell you request on data route received. So which tells you that this route is working. Now, can we convert this to an arrow function? Yes, we can. I'm okay to use this response.send because we are about to do something different here. Instead of sending this static message, we'll use that users object. And on the users object, you'll have a find method. Now, this find can find all the data, and it takes a callback function. And inside this connection, you can, okay, so it takes a callback function here. So I'll pass in a callback function. I will get a response. No, hold on. I think, I will get a promise. Then I get the response, or I get an error. So basically, yeah, I think find has a callback function. Let me try this. Okay, if it doesn't work, then I will show you something different. So then we'll take a callback function, and I would like to console.log the response or db response that I've got. Okay, so I would like to call this as db response. Why? Because see, outside also I've called res, and this also, if it is called res, it will be I'll be creating confusion in its mind. So let me create a different variable name. So the parameter that I'm getting is dbRes. And now I would want to respond. Maybe I'll simply say response.end as of now. I'll relaunch the server. So you see, I've got this response. Now, frankly, instead of logging, I can send it. So I'll say response.send. This send would actually send this as a string. See, you got this data. But in order to be more specific, see, of course, it is being received as JSON. Let's say inspect. And from here, the network tab, so you got this localhost data. Yeah. So the content type is actually automatically set. You see, application/JSON. So Express has been really helpful. So it is actually sending this data as JSON type. But if you want to be really cautious, okay, so we can set up a middleware here and say app.use express.json. That way you are telling that any request and response that should happen as JSON. So this is just a fallback in case if your data sometimes is not correctly matched. This route will not fail. It will definitely send the data as JSON. So if I run this, got the connection. If I now refresh, I got the data, and if I say localhost, it should tell you response headers. Okay, now there is a problem. Hold on. I think, in the way the configurations have been addressed, I'm just chaining it. Okay, so instead of me calling it twice, I've just called it once. Let me try this once again. The no doubt I'm getting the data. Let me get this right, okay, and then I'll tell you what I'm doing here. Okay, it's working without this configuration. Frankly, I will not use this. But keep in mind that you can force the server to send JSON type. I think this is required when we receive the data, okay, because this is a middleware, correct? So we have two middlewares here. One that serves the public folder as JSON, as index.html as the default file. The second middleware will send and receive JSON data. Okay, I'll just configure this, and if it creates a problem, I'll later on remove this. As of now, let it be there. So I had initially kept both of them separate, but now I've merged them. That's okay, because you can always chain them. So as of now, this connection is working. And let me now send the database response. Now the client, when he makes a request to /data, he gets this. Now the question is, who is listening for it? Index file is not listening to it, isn't it? You would want to display the data here. What are the records that I'm getting? I'm getting the first name, last name, city, and email. I need that configuration here so that I can display it. What I'll do is I will go create some table which can display these records. See, we have created a read request here. All right, frankly, this is a read request. Or in the CRUD vocabulary, wherein we have create, read, update, delete, stands for CRUD. We are so far done with the read. We still have to create a create, update, and delete method. We'll now make a create request. Now, before all of that, okay, before we proceed further, it's important for us to find out how to do it. Okay, so where, how will we get the create done? Because the client side will have to send us some information. So what we'll do is, we will make this HTML file read first. Okay, so it should read, the data first. So how will we send, the data? It's available on the browser. It's available here. But how do we bring it to here? Okay, the HTML page should make a AJAX call, request the data, and then we should be able to get this data here. So let's go to Bootstrap and click on Docs. Now, why Bootstrap? So that, our document can come in style. So I'll go click on a table, which is here. In the content, you will see tables. So click on it, and you see the table should have a class called table. And in our case, we'll definitely need the serial number, first name, last name, handle. Maybe, we can convert this to have email address, right? So I think this is required. All of this is required. So I'll just copy this. You notice I'm copying it from getbootstrap.com. From the document I selected under the content tables. So tables has a snippet here. That's what I copied. So I paste it here. Of course, this is not something that I would want to use. This is what I get to see. And oops, where did I paste this? Sorry about that. This is supposed to be pasted here. Now this is how it should have been. Yeah. I call this as users list. But here, this should be serial number. So I'll call this a serial number. The first name, last name, and this should be email. The first name, last name, email. All right, so I don't need these many records. The scope, I don't think I would need this. So I just got one record. That is good enough. And this is where our data will come, that value from the database will come. Along with this, I think I will also add 2 more headings. One to display the edit button, another one to display the delete button. Edit and delete. But there's no record for it yet, so we'll create 2. This one will be a button, edit. And this one will also be a button, delete. You'll find 2 buttons, edit and delete. We'll apply some styling on them. Class btn space btn dash warning. This warning basically allows this button to look a little different. Okay, and similarly, so the first button would be yellow, the second button is red. Just aesthetics, okay, so it has nothing to do with our application, just that it'll look nice. This record to actually come from the database. How will I do that? So we can use vanilla JavaScript to make a request, but what I'll do is I will use some jQuery. Here in the main file, so I think I have in the public folder, we created that main.js file. So this file we will attach in our application here. Let me just delete all the unwanted links. Script with an src. Script / main.js file. So in the main.js file, I can actually make an AJAX call in plain vanilla JavaScript and make a request. Watch. Okay, so I'll go create a variable, let xhr equals, maybe just to keep this, really short, I would write everything in the same file, equals a new XML HTTP request object like this. This XHR object, the XML HTTP request object, will have a method called onReadyStateChange. So that's an event basically. It will get triggered when it is in the process of making an Ajax call. This is pretty trivial. It's not part of the Node.js. So one reason why you don't have to know this before. As long as you have worked with some JavaScript, Ajax is something that you would have learned. If not, I'm showing you an example right now. So on this XHR, we can create a Ajax call. We can make a asynchronous call. Where is the question? So in this context, this index.html is served by Express, isn't it? So from this route, if you say /data, that's a qualified path to access the database, node server, correct? So we can configure XHR to actually get a response from that. So I will now go use document.add event listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. When that happens, you call this function. And inside this function, we'll configure this XML HTTP request object to make an Ajax call. So I'll say XHR.add event listener, listen to the ready state change. And when that happens, a function called change handler will be triggered. This change handler is created here, which will respond to any change, status change here. They will capture the event object. It's simply console.log xhr dot status. Now ready state. Okay, so this basically will start with some numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 0 is when it is not being configured. 1 when it is configured. 2 is when you're making a request. 3 is when you're receiving the response from the server. 4 when you're completely done receiving the response from the server. So these are 4 different values, 5 different values that you should know. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 is when it is uninitialized. 1 when it is configured. 2 when you make a send request. 3 is when you're receiving the data. 4 when you're done receiving the data. So in this example, I'm more interested in listening to this XHR dot ready state. If it is 4, then I know I have got all the data. So I will console.log XHR dot response text. So I want to show what I have received. Else, I would simply keep logging all the messages. Okay, so let me do in both the places. So this change handler will be called whenever there is a state change. So we'll now have to configure this XHR object. It exists, but we have not configured it. So let's use that XHR.open. So open will ask you for a couple of parameters. First is a string. Where should I connect? Say /data. That's where you need to connect. The second parameter is, the first parameter is the method. I forgot about that. So I'm making a get request. That's the first parameter. The second parameter is the URL. The third parameter is, do you want to make an asynchronous call? I'll say true. Yes, I want to make an asynchronous call. You have the option to make it false. That way you are not making an asynchronous call. So in this case, I want to make an asynchronous call. You can change these parameters and see for yourself what would be the impact. See, because we are working on a local file, it really doesn't matter whether you're making an Ajax call or not. But if you are not making an Ajax call, the next piece of code will not work until this is done. But this is a puny data, small data will come immediately. So, but again, true is a good practice. So I'm using true. Why? Because I'm making an Ajax call now. Now I'll use the send, xhr.send. You can also do the send on a click of a button. See, you have configured it, but you are making a request on the click of the button. So let's do that. Okay, so I'll go create a button. Get data. On click, we'll call a function. Button click handler is a function. This function exists here. And that's where, the send request will be made. Frankly, for you to understand in the sequence, I'll just put it down. So you are creating an XML HTTP request object. You're configuring it to listen to any status change. And when the status change happens, you have a callback function that is registered. And when the application is loaded, you configure it, and then you are making a request to receive. In this case, send will trigger or invoke this AJAX call. Okay, so I think the wiring is all done. Let us launch our application. I'll inspect with the console.log. You can see what happened. So it says 1. Now if I click on the get data, so you got 2, 3, 4, and I got the data. So we can sit and write all of this data using plain vanilla JavaScript. That would take us forever. Okay, we have about 30 minutes to complete this workshop. What I will now do here is this. See, this entire thing that I wrote can be leveraged with another library called jQuery. So let's open or go to this website called jQuery. As of now, jQuery is slightly out of fashion because you have other libraries that you can use. But in my opinion, jQuery is still one of the easiest to learn. Okay, but when you get your foundations right using jQuery, you can start using other libraries as well. It's pretty easy. So I would click on downloading the uncompressed version, jQuery, and I've just copied the file name as of now. In the folder, in the public folder, I'll now go create another folder, call it lib for library, any external library that I would want to load. So here, jQuery 3.6.1 is what I want to load. Exactly like the way we used Bootstrap, and we do not have to write all the CSS from scratch. I'll be using jQuery, and I would not be, I would not have to write all of these from scratch. So if you see, just to read, we wrote a lot of code here, isn't it? For now, let me now add jQuery here. I'll use a script block with an src. From the lib, let's add jQuery. Now the jQuery is available. We'll use a script block, and now I will use $. So this $, method simply is jQuery. It can take a callback function and call this function when the document is loaded, which is equivalent to this. Okay, sorry. At the same time, it has some utilities that can be used to add an event listener to this button. So in this case, I would select this button like this, $, select this button. What is the name of the button? Button. On. Click. You call this function. What will this function do? Use $.ajax. Make a get request. Get is the method. Frankly, the get method is the default, so you don't even have to write this. So I'll simply type the URL is /data. And when I get the success, I will have a function that will be called. This will simply take the response that we get and it will log it. If I get an error, I will have another function. This function will log the error. It is also called fail, I think. Error. We'll use error. If it fails, then I will do something. I'll say console.log. See, with very few lines, okay, we were able to completely replace this piece of code. Okay, so let us ask our browser to relaunch. Click on this. I get the data. See, I got it. As simple as that. Now that I've got the data, I don't want to log this. I would want to recreate this. So inside this body tag, okay, on the body tag, I can give an ID, call this as user table, user table. This user table's content. So I will have to be replacing this, or I will have to generate them. So what will I do? When the success happens, I will look for that table. So I'll say $, get that element which has an ID called user table. And I would like to append this HTML to it. Okay. So as of now, if I get the success, if I get a response, I would like to append. But is that great? No, isn't it? So if I run this example, see, there is no record here. Okay, there is a broken line, line 36. Line 36. Okay, here, append. Yeah, maybe what I'll do, I will simply wrap this as a string. Okay, so now there is a problem. I'll have to wrap this as inside a backtick. Let me see if this would work. Yeah, fair enough, that works. So if I click on this get data, I get this record. I'll repeat this once again. Click on this, I get this data. Big deal, isn't it? So what I want to do is I don't want to append it as it is. In the response that I get, okay, I may want to iterate through each one of the records. And for every record, I want to do it. That's what I want. So I'll say response.each. Each will take a callback function. And for each, we'll do this. How many records do I get? 1, correct? I will go back, relaunch, click on this. Each is not a function. Okay, each is not a function. Of course, it is not. So we can use one other method of array, but you can use something called as for each. That would be appropriate. Run this, click on it, I got the data. See, if you are interested in getting this as an array back, then yes, you're right. So now I want this to be replaced with a serial number. So this for each takes 3 parameters. The value for which the iteration is happening, that is, I'll refer this as user. The next parameter is the IDX, the index, and then the array itself, isn't it? So we've learned that in the basic workshop. So I could take this user and maybe, in this case, I would want to bind this. So IDX plus 1 is what I'll use here. This mark will now be replaced with a $user dot first name. First name is the name of the property that we are receiving, isn't it? Now, similarly, this will be last name. This would be his email address. And okay, the edit button and delete button can still be the same. Click on this. We got this Peter at parker.com working. There is no map file, which is actually configured in our Bootstrap CSS. I know where exactly it is. So I'll remove this comment and that should work. There is no error now. Click on it and get the data. Yeah. So we have our client side ready with some JavaScript. I'm now able to make a request, load the data, and then render it here. This button, okay. So now that I've got this get data, I'll move this logic. Maybe, instead of a button, on the click of the button, I would now want this entire thing on a function called reload or refresh. All right, so why? Just like that, you'll actually find the utility in a minute. Okay, so I've got this refresh function, and this refresh function is what I will call when the application loads, like so. So there is no button. You don't need to now rely on the button. I just wanted to show that so you know. Okay, so when the application loads, you got the data. All right, and it is coming from the database. If I now go to the database here and add one more data, all right, so I can copy this document. I can duplicate this. I can clone it. And now I'm changing this. The first name is Bruce. Last name is Wayne. And he's from Gotham. And Bruce Wayne.com. So I've got two records now, Peter Parker and Bruce Wayne. So if I now go back to my application and refresh, I should get two records. So in order to insert a new hero, I would need a form. Now, how do I get a form? How do I make one? Go to Bootstrap, we copy the form. We can create it using HTML, just that using Bootstrap would make it look a lot cool. So I'll copy this form. So this form snippet here allows me to accept an email address and password and some validation message here. Frankly, none of them are useful for me. All I need is just this so that I can use this. Okay, so maybe I'll just copy this as it is, just this one. Of course, this is password. I will be changing it. Let us go to the application. This is users list. Much before this, I would create a div tag, and inside this div, I'll paste this code. This one is to accept user's first name. Okay, so the label is okay. I will say this is user first name. All right. The type is by default text, even if you don't mention anything. So this should work. So this form will now allow us to accept user name. This will allow us to accept user's last name. Of course, I'll have to make some changes here. This will allow us to accept his email address. And this, I think we have city. City is another one, right? We'll say this is user city. And this would be user city. All right, so we are done with this. The form should look like this now. There it is. Yeah, so I should now be able to enter some text. And then I want to upload this file. So upload this data. How do I do that? Let's go to, yeah, so there is this button. I copy this snippet. I'll call this as add user. Here, this is the user, add user. I want to accept a new user and click on this button. When the user clicks on this button, I want to take all this information, insert in the database. Now, this is what we'll call for a post method. We have done this before. Just to recap, the last class, guys. So we created a route that would handle both get and post, if you remember. So in the last class, we just accepted one property, which was inserted into this array. Now we have a requirement to take the value from this input, from this form. When the user clicks on this button, we can actually sit and validate. But for now, my objective is to show you how you can send the data to the server. So when the user clicks on this button, I would want to collate this information and send it to the server. All right, so how do I do that? So I'll, when the application loads, apart from just making a refresh method, I would also attach an event listener onto this button. I will go give an ID to this button, add button. Maybe I'll use lowercase names, add button. And now I would select that button using jQuery, $select it, ID, add button. On the click, call a function called add handler. Add handler is a function that we will write now here. What will it do? It'll throw an alert. You clicked add. Big deal, isn't it? So just want to make sure that everything is working smooth. So if I click on it, I get this you clicked add handler. So that means to say this function is actually getting triggered. So it's wired properly. And now what I want to do is I want to take this data from these inputs. Okay, from these inputs, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So I'll go ahead, assign an ID to each one of them. ID is not the only thing that I can access. I can access the class. I can also access the tag name as it is. You have seen me accessing the button in the previous example. So I've got these inputs selected. I will assign an ID. ID should be unique. All right. So what I'll do is I would want to usually capture the ID as the name that you'd want to insert. Just a practice, that is all. Okay, so the first one would be the first name. The second one is last name. The third one here is email. The last one here is the city. I think we are getting city as well, isn't it? Here in the database. Yeah, we are getting first name, last name, city, and email. So let us now display city as well. So that demands us to add one more city that comes after the email. There it is. Let us see that works. Yeah, I'm getting it. City was available in the database. Now, when the user clicks on this button, my intention is to collate all this information and make a post request to the server. But as of now, the server has not been equipped with making or receiving a post request. We'll make that app.post. On the same route, that is /data, if someone makes a post request, I'll have this request that comes in, the response that goes out, capture that post request, and do a console.log. The request.body is what I want to display, or I want to log. And as a response, I would want to end it right there. Okay, I simply want to display the data in the log, whatever is being sent. So we have this configuration JSON, which is expecting the data to come back to you as JSON, right? So let us now go ahead and invoke this post here. Of course, I will be splitting this to a separate JavaScript file. For now, when the user clicks on this button, the add handler is called. The add handler will now make an AJAX call, $AJAX. This time around, we'll make a post request. The method is post to this URL. And the data that I want to send is this. So this data that you're sending, guys, should actually match what the server is expecting. What is server expecting? It is expecting the data to match this model. Which should have the first name, last name, city, and email. You don't need this ID because this will be automatically generated. So the data should match this. We don't need this ID and this extra bracket. Now the question is, where do I get this from? See, conveniently, I have it on a element which has an ID like so. And I would get that from the value property of that. The first one is first name, this is last name, and this is city, and this is email. If you recall, this actually corresponds to the names that I've assigned here. ID, first name, last name, email, and city. That's what I've assigned. That's the data that I'm sending. So guys, my bad. See, I had made a mistake. This would not have worked. Even if I would have run this, this would take the second ID because it would override the first one. So this ID 1 is good enough. So this first name is what we'll accept, and that value is what we will bind here. And now what will happen is that now when the user is trying to send this data, we are using the post, we are passing it to this, and we'll have to specify what is the data type that we are trying to send. I have a fear that this data here actually has to be converted to strings to be sent. You can't send it as an object. That wouldn't be accepted. So I'll use the stringify method, and I will pass this object. And I will have to specify what is the data type. The data type is application/JSON. No, this is for the content type. Content type. Basically, this content type goes as the header message. Okay, so the browser server knows that it should handle it as JSON. And we'll specify the data type as JSON. See, one of them is for the browser configuration, one of them is for the server to receive. That is all. The data type will be received by the server. The content type will be understood by the browser. Okay, so now that we are done, if there is a success, we'll have a function that will be called. I forgot to add a comma here. So if I get a response, I'll be able to log that response, console.log response. Sorry. And if I get an error, I'll have a function. This function will log any error. Now, who will send this response and error? We from the server will have to send. So I'll go to this index file. See here, I'm sending nothing. So what I'll do is I will use a send. I'll put a message, hello from host loud of express. And this message is what will be received here. All right. So let's restart the server because we have made some changes. DB is now connected. Let us see, this is working. I'll show you the console. Any logs that we may get will be listed here. So if I click on this, button, okay, I get an error, which is something that we can fix. Line 16.9. Of course, not here, guys. Here, 16.9. So this is where the error is being triggered. It's probably because add handler was called post content type, data type. Got it. See this. No, that's not the error. Hold on. It really doesn't matter, but I'm just in my mind, I'm seeing if everything is done correctly. It's done. Stringify. There's a success. Do this. If there is an error, do this. All right. And the server. Okay. So I'm actually getting the data here. Okay. Got it. Because see, I was expecting to send a JSON data from the server, isn't it? but I sent a string. That wouldn't have worked. So let us save this and restart. You got the message. Hello from post. Yep. So now what do we do with the data that we get? So I will now say user dot send. So this no, we have another way to do it. So we can go create a variable let user equals a new user. There's another way to do it. I will pass in the request.body, and then I would insert this into the database. I'll say user dot save, and this save will have a, then we'll get a DB response. If we get a database response, we'll be able to take it and send a response to the client. If we get an error, we'll capture the error and display that on the server. I'll save this. So let's restart the server. The database is now connected. So now we have to send the data. First name. It's filling my name. No. Send Clark Kent. Clark@kent.com. I had filled this data somewhere before. Not with the same example, but okay. So if I click on add user, see, we got the response. Now it's telling you that the data is now being updated. Let us go refresh the data. All right, so you see Clark Kent is now added. Okay, so it's now inserting the record. And now after the data is inserted, guys, on the client side, we have called this refresh method, correct? We will actually, after the post is done, we'll call this refresh. But that tells me that when this application is loaded, when the data comes in, right? So this would actually be updated. So I'll show you the problem. So then you'll understand what am I trying to fix here. So if I run this, see, you got Peter, Bruce, Clark, and stuff like that. So I'll now insert Tony Stark, Tony at stark.com. He's from New York as well. So if I add, see, you got these many records now, which is wrong, isn't it? Basically, see, serial number 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3 is being appended. Okay. So our intention here was okay to append here, but we'll have to empty this before we append. That's something that we missed. So we'll say $, select this element with the user table and call the empty on that. So you're emptying the existing table before you make an Ajax call. I'll save it, go back, relaunch, and that should work. So let's add one other hero, Kit, Walker, Kit, added. You should see only one hero got added.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below.